And good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. So, I'm going to put the link in the comment section or whatever. And I said I was going to go live yesterday, but I decided to wait till I got off work today because I had to be at work early. But we're going to talk about this video that I saw on Facebook because it is utterly disgusting. The manipulation that goes on in this video, the horrible tactics that go on in this video, the danger that this young lady is facing, the backlash that this young lady is facing for the actions of somebody else. First thing I want to say before we get into this video is that, for one, you know, psychology says that laughter is a form of a defense mechanism when in shock or very fearful, to try not to cry, to show fear, to not put off that you're very, very afraid in a certain type of situation. So we're gonna watch this video, and if anybody wants to hit the link, go ahead and hit the link. uh I'm gonna show the video. We're gonna get into this video. We're gonna break it down. Hey everybody, hey Scorpio baby, hey Charze. So if y'all want to hit the link, preferably ladies, I mean men, if y'all want to hit the link, y'all might get drilled today. Y'all gonna get drilled today. Dusties, if y'all got a problem with what I say, y'all can hit the link as well. But let me get this video up and popping, and then we're gonna get to rolling. Okay, so I actually have to email the video to myself because the person who posted it did take it down, as they should, as they should take it down, because it's horrible. The person's reaction to it was horrible. So I mean, as they should take it down. But while we're waiting on this, we're gonna get to talking for a little bit. I might have to log into my Facebook to play it. Let me see one. But yeah, how's everybody's day going? I just got off work. Work was pretty cool or whatever. But let me see. Let me see if I can log into my Facebook and be able to play this video. Let me try this again. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the link is in the comment section, y'all, for anybody that wants to hit the link as we go over this video, as we wait on this video to come up and play. Facts, Tiffany. It is a movement right now. And I'm seeing a lot of the younger generation of Black women starting to divest. I'm seeing a lot of the younger ladies, like interracial dating amongst Black women is starting to go up. And we're seeing a lot of the the consequences that Black men now have to face because of their decades and decades of treachery against Black women. So let's see. Let me scroll down and let me find it. I might gotta hit the link again. But I am gonna send this link to this video to Sin and to Nyla and to Taz because I feel like it's something all three of them should talk about. Okay, we got the video. So I'm about to share my screen. We about to go over this video. We're gonna watch it a couple times because it does go by kind of fast. So we're gonna watch it a few times. But trigger warning. Trigger warning. This video is very triggering. So trigger warning.
Say yes, or the next one will hit you. Yeah. Fine. Did you put a hole somewhere? Did you gonna have my yes, stop pointing at me. For you wake the neighbors up. For you wake the neighbors up. Like, where's even yo. Yes, I said yes. I want to have. Say you swear to God. I swear to God. Oh. Say yes. Is you gonna have my baby? Say yes, or the next one will hit you. Yes. Be quiet. Be quiet. Where did you shoot it? Did you put a hole somewhere? Did you gonna have my baby? Yes. Stop pointing at me. For you wake the neighbors up. For you wake the neighbors up. Like, where's even? Is you yo? Yes. I said yes. I want to have. Say you swear to God. I swear to God. Oh. Oh. Say yes. Where did you shoot it? Is you gonna have my baby? Say yes, or the next one will hit you. Yes. Be quiet. Be quiet. Where did you shoot it? Did you put a hole somewhere? Did you gonna have my baby? Yes. Stop pointing at me. For you wake the neighbors up. For you wake the neighbors up. Like, where's even? Is you yo? Yes. I said yes. I want to have. Say you swear to God. I swear to God. Oh.
Okay, so we watched that video a couple times and we saw the video. Hold on, y'all. Hey, QI, welcome to the panel. How you doing, ma'am?
All right, peace, sis. Up in the building. I'm just, observing, and I'll give my input, as we go along.
Did you see the video?
I just saw that, and the little piece that I saw was very disturbing. I see, like where you're headed, and, I think that I can add great offer. But in terms of that, I'm just sick of seeing our sisters do this kind of stuff to themselves. And, because it's like, you got to know your self-worth. But, I'm going to get into that a little later in the bill. Let me see what else you're going to show us today.
Well, that's actually all I wanted to talk about today, because I saw it last night while we were doing the pre-debate show or post-debate show, whichever one it was, and they were doing they were doing the verses. And I saw
Mm-hmm.
him last night, and I was gonna do the stream last night, but I had to get up early this morning, so I waited till today to do it. So that's what I'm showing today, just that.
I got you. And let me just say this. I don't care if it's black, white, purple, or green. Like we sisters, you do not have to take abuse to survive. Actually, if you put your mind to it, you can survive on your own. And it's just like, and this is not anything that we need to be showing, our younger sisters. That's why I'm proud of you, Moonflower. Like for your steps, because my journey is similar to yours. So I understand where you're coming from in a lot of ways. But I'm just sick of sisters feeling like they have to, go through all of this trauma, just to survive. At the end of the day, what did you gain and what was it all for?
Facts. And one thing I do want to address to this Anthony Harris person, divesting may be genocide for you. Genocide for you. It won't be genocide for black women. It may be genocide for black men, but it won't be for us. Staying with black men is genocide for black women. So you keep that in mind. I'm not your precious. I'm not your boo, your baby, no nothing. So don't call me that. Genocide is staying with black men.
And
Divesting may
until
be
you,
genocide for you, but not for us.
and until some of these black men, because that's Chris Harris. And until some black men, we see more black men step up to the forefront and speak against the abuse towards black women and black children, then it's like what we're hearing from you all is that you don't care. So if you don't care, then you don't care about actually genocides, and you don't care about the black race either, because what you're telling us is you prefer for us to sit back, be quiet, be beaten, be mistreated, live miserable lives, and that's supposed to be our life. No. And we could debate on that patriarchy and where that patriarchy originated from. So you're following, the white man already. So we could debate on that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And I just want everybody to pay attention to what was said in the video. First, he shot out the lamp, right? He shot out the lamp. Then he said, if you don't say yes, the next one is in you. Are you going to have my baby? At that point, this is great. You are
Mm-hmm.
holding this woman hostage at gunpoint and saying that she has to agree to having your baby and swear it on God, or else you're going to put the next one in her. That's grape. That's kidnapping. That's false imprisonment. That's grape. That's psychological abuse. And when I was reading the comments were pretty disgusting, talking about she's laughing, so she must like it. No, laughing is a defense mechanism, especially for women,
Facts.
because women face different hardships than men do. So when women laugh out of fear, it's to make it look like they're not afraid. Because a lot of times when it comes to women, we have to play along. We have to put on a front when men approach us and ask us for our numbers, when groups of men surround us at the gas station, when we feel threatened. Our defense mechanism as a collective is laughing it off. So she did not find this shit cute. She did not find it funny. If you really look at the video and you see she's having a full body reaction to this man, jiggling her feet, jiggling her legs, rubbing her hands together, covering her mouth, looking in different directions. And then towards the end, you can see that she's getting more and more frustrated. Like, why? Like, at first she was in shock, like, oh my God, did you really just shoot? Did you put off? And then it became, why are we even shooting? What's the point? Like, really? She's slowly getting out of the shop. And as you can see, he's the one recording, not her. And there's an uptick in black men attacking black women and recording it, similar to that black man who drilled his girlfriend, his pregnant girlfriend, and then his ex-wife in front of their kids. He recorded it before he did it. A few years ago, another man recorded himself drilling his wife. So there has been an uptick in these type of videos that are done by black men while they're abusing these women and these girls. So no, divestment for black women is not genocide. Not for us. It might be for y'all, but not for us. We're gonna be a-okay. We're gonna be fine. Because at the end of the day, I understand that me as a divested, my kids would not be black, they would be biracial. If I have my biracial sons date and marry and procreate with black women, that won't be the end of the black woman. And if I have my black biracial daughters procreate with any other race of man other than black men, she might, or even a biracial man, if she procreates with a biracial man, that won't be the end of the black woman.
And at the end of the day, sperm can be bought. You could go to a sperm bank or
Yes.
anything. So it's like, I'm just to the point where it's like, don't take nothing from no man. I don't care what color it is. Women should not be out here being abused. I'm a feminist and I'm a proud feminist because we are supposed to be feminists. Feminism means that we're standing up for our own rights, and this is said such. We do not deserve to be beaten, abused, mistreated, uh, pimp, prostituted, any of those things. And until like we see these same black men that speak out talking about genocides, talking about the black race, talking about pro-black, talking about all of these things, speak out against the abuse against black women, then like I can't take it serious. I can't take you serious, and we have to do what we have to do to survive. And we love feminism.
Facts. And I want to welcome Queen Cascade to the panel. How you doing, my love?
Hey, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Uh, hey,
Good
Moon. Hey,
afternoon,
QR.
ma'am. Saw the video.
Say that again, sorry.
Hey, I was just asking, you saw the video through and through, right?
Yeah, I've posted it. I think it was the end of November, on my social media. And I had posted part of it on YouTube because when I had gone to post it before, I got a violation for graphic violence from YouTube. So I had to chop it up to be able to put it back on YouTube.
Yeah.
But I tried to track it back to find out who the girl was because everybody was asking who he was, and my concern was for the girl, um, where she is, how she is, if she's okay. Do you get what I mean? As well as who he is, that he thought it's okay to do something like that, and her safety and the danger that he put her in.
And I hope our
Um,
family steps up, because what family is going to sit back and look at their family? If I don't care
These
if
black
it was
men
my
work
fifth
with
cousin,
mammies.
like if it was my fifth cousin, to just sit there and see one of my relatives go through that, or to sit there and see somebody that I know go through that. Oh no, we got to take some action. I'm gonna have to call some police. We're gonna have to find out something. We're gonna have to do a wellness check. you know we're gonna have to do some things. And then like, divestment is one option, but at the same time we got to take the second step. The second step is we need to stand up, black women, and stand up women, to put some laws in place against abuse.
Yes. We need
Definitely.
specific laws targeted towards black women and our protection. Like these other women in these other communities have these laws, we need those as well. Because at the end of the day, these black men are a detriment to our health, whether it be physical, mental, or emotional. As you can see, he was manipulating her. He is a narcissist. He believes that he can pull a gun out on a woman and force her to do whatever he wants her to do. He is a rapist. A
And they
rapist.
wonder why society views them as violent, and society chooses to take them out, will take them out, or police choose to take them out, because this is what they're showing society. They're showing society that they have no kind of discipline, and they're violent, and they use violence for everything, and this is what they promote. They promote violence, they promote pimping, they promote, because let me tell y'all something. um I want to get deep for a minute, but I'm just gonna wait for you, Moonflower, because I'm gonna tell you about the purpose
No,
of
QI,
like
go ahead and get deep, because we're gonna from this we're gonna get into that conversation of the black family. Because I don't believe that black women should continue to have this conversation about the black family. We aren't the ones who fucked up the black family. We aren't the ones who's tearing the black family apart. We are not the ones abandoning our children and our families. We're not the ones committing the most violence, most crimes, most murders. It's these black men. So I believe we don't need to have this conversation with black men about black family. So I want you to get deep in this, QI, because
all
this
right, let me
is
start with this. Like the debate with Suave, and I love Suave to the fullest, right? But I understand that he's misunderstood when it comes down to certain things. Like, and this was the debate: is black does Black Lives Matter? Is Black Lives Matter for Black men? Okay, so they broke down the nuclear family, and that's something that I had never paid any attention to really until well, I did, but I didn't pay attention to it to that extent. The nuclear family is just man, woman, child. Okay, your extended family, and this is a part of our tradition, extended family, because grandma has always been there. Grandma has been the one that raised a lot of children. Grandma, grandmas and aunts. Who do you go to if something happened to your parents? You go to somebody in the family, and 9 times out of 10, that's an aunt or a grandma. And that's what you call extended families. And that's what they're tearing apart today. Everybody, this nuclear family is a selfish notion because it's just dealing with, man, woman, and child, and not dealing with grandma, great aunt, great uncles, and all of that. Because no man is in the household. How come no man is in the household when we have great uncles and great aunts, uncles and aunts? There's no reason for no men to be in a household, no man to be in a child's life, or no woman to be in a child's life, because that's why we call, like I had to tell my aunt the other day, my daddy. Yeah, your daddy, but to the last time I checked, I call him granddaddy. I said, so he's all of our daddies.
QI. Can
Granddaddy
you
is
take a
all of our
pause real
daddies.
quick? Can you take a pause real quick? Look here, Lewis. We don't care if you are tired of our shit. We tired of your shit, bro. Just because we are pointing out the actions of black men does not mean we on some bullshit, some fuckery, some foolishness, or just fucking talking. Every time I come up on this motherfucking panel, I either show y'all a fucking article, the news, statistics, or video portraying the actions of black men. And all black men have to say is, oh, we tired of this shit. We don't want to hear about it. Well, you're going to hear about it today because y'all are the ones killing us. Y'all are the ones assaulting us. Y'all are the ones raping us. Yes,
And
black
we
men,
are the ones that
other
defend
men of
y'all
other races
when
do
y'all
it.
getting killed, but y'all don't give us that in return. So when we stop defending y'all, guess what? They gonna go ahead wild Billy on y'all butts because they want us to be here. They don't care if y'all are here. So if y'all want us to defend y'all got to defend us. It's simple as that. We no
Exactly.
more
And
that
y'all do not
unbalanced.
do that as a collective. Y'all do not. Y'all have not for decades. 13 years off the goddamn plantation. Y'all were petitioning the court to be with goddamn Becky. And at the same time, in the same breath, talking about welfare took you out the home. I just had a conversation last night with one of my white homeboys, and we were talking about this exact situation about black men saying welfare took them out the home and all this other shit. And he was like, well, welfare ain't take white men out the home. And I was like, I know that. Y'all be on that bullshit. We are pointing out what the fuck y'all doing. And then y'all get mad instead of trying to fix the situation. That is why black women like me are fucking done with y'all. That's why women like me don't even fucking date y'all. Don't give y'all the time of motherfucking day. Don't hit y'all back when y'all slide in my motherfucking DMs. And if I do, it's just to say you ain't my motherfucking preference.
Yeah, because just like any black leader, they're automatically going to attack that. They're going to find something wrong with any black female leader because black females are out here leading. And every time you get an attack, like Oprah Winfrey has done a lot for the black community, yet they're always finding fault. Just like I'm bringing up the Black Lives Matter movement. The Lives Matter movement is just pretty much, like they ignored Breonna Taylor. They ignored Corin Gaines. They ignored was Sandra Bland. But every time I looked around, they were stepping up for the black male. They were stepping up for what's his name?
George Floyd
George
and
Floyd.
Judas Redemption. I don't give a damn if these talking points could potentially justify cops killing black men. Because who the fuck gives a damn when y'all the ones putting us in goddamn body bags? Why the
And
fuck
do
should I
not
give
black
a
men
fuck when Derek
and
Chauvin kneeled on y'all fucking back? Why should I care? Y'all don't give me a good ass reason to give a fuck, so I don't.
black men are shooting at cops. So how can
Thank
we,
you.
so it's just like you're shooting at cops. Like black men are shooting at cops, pulling guns on cops around here acting barbaric. But then y'all like putting us in a situation where we like either way it goes, we're gonna have to fight for ourselves. So we might as well start now. Cause y'all like doing stuff to pull us into this so-called endless or genocidal revolution, because it's genocidal, because you don't have nearly the capability to fight these folks, but you starting these wars without that capability. And then then you're expecting us to come fight your battles and be on the front line. No more. Because it's chess, not checkers. You have to be smart.
Facts.
Like from what
And
I've
you'll
heard,
never
it's
catch me on the front lines.
the
You'll never catch
revolution is
me advocating for
it's
y'all.
not it's this is not about a physical war. It's about a mental and a spiritual war, and y'all are lacking. Black women are leading in the mental and spiritual. That's why we participate in politics. Y'all say don't participate in politics, but what else are you gonna do? What else? Because y'all out here, we have no capability of standing on our own as a black race without a system in place. But y'all anti-systematic, yet y'all have nothing in place, to even
Replace that.
replace that.
Exactly. And the thing about it, Asiatic line, I'm not a big fan of the police. And yes, I can point out flaws in the police when it comes to police brutality. But one thing you're not going to see me do is talk about it online. You're not going to see me talk about it on a panel or none of that shit. Because at that point, I don't give a fuck. Because as a collective, police don't fuck with me. It's the black men as a collective. That's not the police is not my problem as a collective.
It's
It's
not
y'all
as much
problem.
that it's not as detrimental as the black man to black women. The
Exactly.
police
So I'm
helps
not
the
going to
black.
advocate for the destruction of the police department. I'm not. I'll talk about it within my family, within my friends, about how, a certain situation may have been wrong when it comes to the police and black men. However, I'm not going to get on social media and promote that shit simply because the black men are my biggest enemy. Black men are the one that's killing me and putting me in a body bag. Black men are the one who are touching me before the age of 18.
At the end of
68%
the
of black
day,
girls.
Moonflower, you can advocate what you want, for what you want and for what you see. Everybody has their own interests, topics, the things and causes that they fight for. Moon is entitled as a grown-ass woman to make that choice for herself. Like,
Thank
you
you.
guys are draining the community, to the tune of 50 billion pounds. Oh, sorry, not pounds, dollars. You're draining black women's resources.
Yep.
You complain and yet still do nothing. I'm sick of this SSS defeatism and victimhood.
And then you want to
Get on that
lead.
shit.
You want to lead, but when have we seen a new black leader? Every time I look around, y'all still talking about these old people that we found flaws in, like Marcus
And
Garvey.
then the old people that be married to motherfucking white women, non-black women, and y'all want to tell black women how you gonna be pro-black, but you married to a white man. Like, what's that woman
Half of
name
these
that
pro-blacks,
who
half
played
of the
in that
pro.
movie Slim and what's that Slim and something where the police was after them and old boy shot the police for his girl, but it came out that she actually is married to a white man and black man was mad at her. I
Half of the
forget what.
pro-blacks are married to white women or dating white women or in interracial relationships. What are they talking about?
Thank you to
It's
Tariq
only a
Nasheed,
problem when
y'all,
it's
y'all
it's only
daddy.
a problem. It's only a problem when it comes down to the black woman, because black men want to enslave black women. And that's not what we're not here to be enslaved. We're not here to be mistreated. We're not here to be beaten and abused. We're not here for our children to be beaten and abused by the hands of y'all. We're not here to take care of grown men who are supposed to be providers.
Thank you. And then Shui, yes, we do need to reevaluate what pro-black and B1 is. And I mean, like, I'm B1 because I fuck with Taz, and Taz has no problem calling out the degeneracy of other men. So yes, but for me personally, I am black woman and children first.
And let's pose this question. Let's pose this question. When you say black, you know, like when you're saying black first, are you only saying, because to me, what I've heard from all these years of black first and consciousness, black consciousness is black male only. We're tired of the black male only, and y'all expecting black women to be concubines, polygamists, being pimped, because all polygamy is pimping. Y'all expecting all of this stuff. Y'all want to run all of these games because that ain't nothing but game. And all y'all trying to do is normalize normalize a different form of slavery, which is sex slavery.
Thank you. And y'all be looking wrong anyway, because polygamy means that the woman and the man both have different relationships outside of each other. So y'all be doing polygamy all the fuck wrong. And then on top of that, polygamy isn't even for the benefit of the man. It's actually for the benefit of the woman if you do your real research, because there are countries like India who practice polygamy as a cultural thing. And it's the woman who has multiple husbands because it cuts down on the field work, the hunting and gathering they have to do, the work on the home, the raising of the children, and all that other stuff. So polygamy was actually made for the benefit of the woman, not y'all. And y'all be practicing this shit hella fucking wrong. Don't even know what the fuck you talking about. I ain't never looked it up, read the fucking definition of it. But y'all want to practice, don't even know nothing about. I want to welcome Claire John to the panel.
Mute your second screen, sister.
Hey, family, how you guys doing? I'm not going to be on long. This once again, another fiery and very good topic, very informational. I do want to put my little 2 cents in it based on my observations or my experience, but seeing what's been a bad habit around my whole area. I want to say that it took me a while to realize that I was in a vulnerable situation. I mean, I knew I was in a vulnerable situation, but I put that to the side. I slapped that to the side, you know, because I was like, well, not all black men. But come to think of it, it's nothing but black men. The first issue is they have an issue. And I kind of feel like they want to replace us and be us. A lot of them do. And I don't give a hell about the police. If they shooting at police officers, I don't give a hell. And I'll tell you why. It just seems like when we do call the police to get rid of these degenerates, they tend to think that black women just make all this hoopla and yah, rah, rah, rah. And next thing you know, you don't even know. You thinking you're safe. You think, okay, the police did their job. They did the justice. They done put this derelict, locked this derelict up. But see, they don't tell you they let them damn derelicts back out. See? And then you be shocked that your abuser is back out of jail. See, they don't give a hell about our lives, period. So I don't give it. So if they having some shootouts between us two, I don't care. I feel absolutely nothing.
Because why should they care about us if we don't care about ourselves? And just like Asiatic Lion, he's talking about B1. You're not black first if women are being killed and abused. That's not black first.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And B1, listen, when I first heard about B1, that made me feel so good about claiming B1 is because it was a brother, and I think his name was Sechihito, but he said I love the brother to death because he's all about black men, black women, black children. He's all about all three together. And that's where you call B1. He's always been about that. And he loved the women. He's never dogged black women, never. And but he's a geek. He's a gamer. I actually really love the fact that he comes out and he protects, the collective of black people when it comes to outside communities doing other things and thinking they being slick. But I'm digressing. What I'm saying is, what's happening is, I'm starting to see that Black women got to do all the work by protecting ourselves and everything else, and we do got to stick together. If anybody haven't seen that series called The Purge, in the beginning of The Purge, there was a Black woman who literally felt like she just was in on the same level as some white folks, you know, getting the high value businesses and things like that, where she was just so out of touch with herself. And her mother tried to tell her. And what happened was, when she was running from someone who tried to kill her, who saved her first? A bunch of Black women. A bunch of Black women. Because they was it, and they was in the church. They said, girl, she said, only one that was crying and was upset about what's going on because her husband tried to protect those, and he ended up getting caught up in the crossfire. And she said, that was my husband. He was my love of my life, and they killed him and my baby. And so she says, I'm gonna kill every single one of them. And guess who killed her husband? A Black man. So it's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that's been going on, you know, that we are trying to avoid, and we need to stop avoiding that. I think that's where we have our own demise. My thing is, as long, yes, and my thing is, as long, and I'm gonna say this, I don't know how to say this, but I do have a couple of cousins. Now, I told people about this. I do have a couple of cousins. One is in prison, rightfully freaking so, because his mother's Black and his father's white. Now, his father was a woman beater. He always, every now and then, throw the N word around. He thinks just because he got him a Black woman, he can sit there and just say whatever the hell he want to say because he's white. And his parents is a straight up white supremacists. I can give a hell about Hazel. They're white supremacists. I watch their asses. But my thing is, the grandson felt that he can get all the privilege he want on the white side, and he kept on abusing my auntie. Okay, he kept abusing her, and calling himself hanging out with some white thugs and breaking in windows too. That's why I said, you know, we gonna divest and be out of the relationship. Don't go back to the plantation shit. Get your damn Polynesian. You know, we ain't giving them islanders a chance. I think them islanders.
Stop thinking that y'all have to depend on having a man. You can have children.
Yeah.
Without having a man.
Now I think
that you have to rely. Because there's a reason somebody needs to mute their YouTube, though. And I think it's you, Tay John. I think you got a YouTube up. But then it's like this. They suppress the real female history, feminine history, or Black female history. The world used to be a matriarch. All ancient societies was a matriarch. That's why you have goddess and all of these things. That in our religion, it leads back to a goddess. It leads back to a woman. 9 times out of 10, it was a Black woman or a Black goddess. We don't hear the details of that history. We don't hear it from white society, nor do we hear it from Black society. They suppress it because they don't want Black women to know how great they are. Because we had Black female warriors. And just like we stand here today, right, we are Black female warriors.
And QI, we're going to take a pause real fast, y'all. We're going to take a pause real fast. We're going to replay the video for all of those who are just now coming in that's kind of confused on what we're talking about. We're going to replay this video. We're going to play it twice because it does go by pretty fast. It's a pretty short clip, but we're going to replay this video right quick.
Wait. Before you do that, let me say this real quick. As far as that polygamy is concerned, them African women over there in Africa, let me tell you something. They're freaking relieved if their husbands pick them in 4 of the 5, 6 wives. Because guess what? They get a goddamn break. You know what I'm saying? And they stick together just in case that husband F's up. They all turn on that MFer. So
we talking about community again.
Oh, well, wait. Yeah, right. These dudes be acting like, oh yeah, well in Africa they do polygamy. Nah, that man got money. See, he can afford to take care of 4 or 5 wives. They got their own spots. And if he wants to have sex with one and she says no, go to the wife number 2, she gets a freaking break. She's gonna nurse her baby. She don't want to be bothered. She gonna send that nigga somewhere else. I'm sorry. He's got to do what he's told by his wives. If he can afford it, he'll take care of that. See, these dudes don't want to talk about the fact that he's submissive to them 5 women he's married. Because he's trying to get a tribe. See, he's trying to make a tribe so he can have a big family for his heir, to hold his heir and build the wealth and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, we all these community peas, all this simping for panties and trying to simp for free Section 8 housing. I'm not for it. I just think they're gonna die. I'm glad we're waking all up to it. I'm glad more women are waking up to it. And I thank you very much, Moonflower. You keep up the good work. Sister Koja, y'all do the goddamn thing. I'm gonna be out because I gotta deal with my son right now. He wants my attention. He gonna have to learn later on as he gets older. Responsibility real quick. I don't play that. Love y'all.
Right.
All
Love
right,
you too.
That's
Have a great day.
You better teach him. Don't call
I'm not
him.
on mute, right, y'all? Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right.
Okay, John.
Okay. Here go the video again.
Say yes.
Where did you shoot that?
Is you gonna have my baby? Say yes, or the next one gonna hit you.
Yes.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Where did you shoot it? Did you put a hole somewhere?
Is you gonna have my
yes.
baby?
Yes. Stop pointing at me.
For you wake the neighbors up. For you wake the neighbors up.
Like, where's even?
Is you yo?
Yes. I said yes. I want to have.
Say you swear to God.
I swear to God.
Oh.
You did shot the fucking walls.
Say yes.
Where did you shoot that?
Is you gonna have my baby? Say yes, or the next one gonna hit you.
Yes.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Where did you shoot it? Did you put a hole somewhere?
Is you gonna have my
yes.
baby?
Yes. Stop pointing at me.
For you wake the neighbors up. For you wake the neighbors up.
Like, where's even?
Is you yo?
Yes. I said yes. I want to have.
Say you swear to God.
I swear to God.
Oh. Say yes.
Where did you shoot? But yeah, that is the video for anybody that just came in confused on what we talking about, confused as to why the title is that our options, because those are your options. At the end of the day, it's not like this is an isolated incident. This happens too often than not, where we have the highest killer of pregnant Black women being homicide at the hands of Black men. We have 68% of young girls that have been touched before the age of 18, and those are only the ones that are reported. For every one Black woman that reports her abuse at the hands of a Black man, 15 others go unreported. So there are more incidents like that one that I've just showed on the count of 6 times that happened that are not recorded, that are not reported. And imagine if we were in the 1950s right now with no social media, we wouldn't even know that this be happening. The same way that y'all say police brutality always been happening, it just hasn't been recorded. This shit has always been happening. It just ain't been fucking recorded.
And that's why they don't like the women's suffrage movement, because, the women's suffrage movement gave us a right to not be abused, to not have our husbands take our money, to, and all of that good stuff, to not be property of a man just because you're married to him. So, they can speak all this stuff they want to about the women's suffrage movement, which they mislabel feminist movement. But, you gotta, we have to, how you gonna protect your children if you yourself are not protected?
Thank you. And y'all want to have this conversation about this goddamn Black family, but y'all be preaching Black family this, Black family that. But the marriage rate among Black men is only 30%. How the fuck are we preaching about Black family if the marriage rate is 30% and then half of that get married outside of the race? What fucking Black family? What fucking Black family? Verbal. Your audio is
you're
choppy and robotic.
You're borging.
I'm going
And come right back in. Go out and come right back
Yeah.
in. Make sure your audio is good when you
But yeah, no, this shit is fucking ridiculous. Y'all want to talk about black first and like Asiatic said, black first was supposed to be black family first, right? How the fuck are we having a black family with shit like this going on and the marriage rate ain't nothing but 30%? Make it make sense because you can't have a family without marriage, a real family. You got 50 million baby mamas and you want to call that shit a family when it's not. That shit is a broken goddamn home and your children are bastards.
actually I just say we should, like black women, they say single mothers, right? Keep doing it. You can go to a sperm bank. You can pay you a donor. You can have you some beautiful little black kids, and continue to raise them on your own since we're doing it anyways. You know what I'm saying? So we can continue the black family, but the thing that I say is that you have to stop coddling your sons. You got to stop raising them the same way that these other, because that's the problem, the coddling. They've been coddled. This black male worship culture of our
Yeah.
big mamas and things like that, with big mamas, and I don't even know why, because, it's like when we need these black men that has been coddled, they're not there. They're not there to cut the grass, put some fences up, to do the things that they're supposed to do, to provide, to make sure the family is protected and stable. They're not there. So, it's like at the same rate, we're the first one to show up for the forefront when they're being harmed. You find more black women speaking out when black men are being harmed. You find black women these days are speaking out more for the black man going to war for the black man and not going to war for themselves. How are we going to continue to have children? How are our children going to be safe if you are not safe, black woman? Yes, I'm down with that. And they got the 2021 Act too. That might be the last one, HR 8190, 96. But this is stuff that we don't know about. And this is stuff that we
Right,
need to
right. And it says
stand on. We need to be
right.
going to
And the
our
overview.
black women. We need to be going to our local politicians and telling them, look, we will not, because we're the voters. Most black males, they've been considered felons or they choose not to vote or whatever. We showed in the last election that black women, we have the power because we pulled through the Democratic election. I don't care what they say about Democratic, Republican, or whatever. We have to. It don't matter. They both the same. So we choose a team and we put pressure on them. So we've chosen to put pressure on the Democrats because the Democrats are more for the black women issues. The Republicans are not. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's why Stacey Abrams is there. So we have to put pressure on it. We don't just sit back and just like think that they're gonna wave a magic wand and know what we need and what we know. We have to stand up. We have to speak out. So you have to start with your local politicians and tell them we need this HR. What is it? 8196, the Act Against Women passed. The Protect Black Women and
Mm-hmm.
Girls Act of 2020 passed, or 2021. I think it's one that's 2021 now. We need that passed. Like really, we need women across because America, unfortunately, is the safest place for women. And as we can see, it's not so safe. So we have it
And
better.
then when we look at the sponsors of this bill, it's majority women. You got this Republican here, Brian Fitzpatrick. That's obviously a white man. William Hurd, I believe that's a white man, but we finna take a look and see. Let me see. A white man or a biracial man,
Probably with
whatever
a
that
lot of
is.
sisters, probably with a lot of sisters that loved his mother and etc. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Probably with a lot of sisters,
And I see
and
one name. I was just about to see. I was about to say I only see one name that looks like it would be a black male. Where is it at? Where is this Andre person at? And we're gonna see what he looked like.
And if we look at his family dynamics, he probably has a lot of sisters that took care of him.
Yep. Let's see who this is. A light-skinned black man.
And if we go to his
A
genealogy,
light-skinned
9
black.
times out of 10, he came from a lot of women in his family. Because just like my family, we've always been a matriarch. And oh, if I could tell you about our family dynamics,
Old white man.
it would trip you out.
Old
So
white
is
man.
it really
Old white man?
right? So is it really white supremacy? Or is it the fact that we're not standing up for what we believe in? We're not standing up for our rights. And then we got black men telling us that it's wrong to stand up for our rights because they're anti-feminist. No, baby, we, like Maya Angelou stated, yes, I'm a feminist.
They want to
It's about
complain so
time that
much
I
about
stood up for
goddamn
my own
feminism,
rights.
but without goddamn feminism, you wouldn't be able to go 50-50 with a woman. These niggas out here advocate for 50-50 in a relationship where a woman pays 50% of the bills, but without feminism, you wouldn't have that shit. You hate feminism so goddamn much, but you wouldn't be able to go 50-50 without feminism. You'll be footing the whole goddamn bill. That means you will be buying groceries. You will be giving her your goddamn credit card to go buy whatever the fuck she want to buy. But you hate feminism so fucking much.
They went out, they
Feminism
had 2 or 3 different families. Back in the day, that's what used to happen. They had 2 or 3 different families. The man went out for a loaf of bread. Next thing they know, he done died. And they found out they got other sisters and brothers. And, you know, the woman have had to sit there and figure out how she was going to feed them children. And, you know, then it comes down to which family is going to get his fortune, if he has any fortune.
Thank you.
We just gotta wake up, Black, because like the whole world is waiting on like us to wake up. The whole world, like we've always been a catalyst for this. If you look around, whether it be political or anything else, we're leading. And if we want change, if we want betterment for us and our children, we have to stand up and do it. You got to stop being silent. You got to stop feeling like you're less than, you know, that you can't take charge, you can't lead, and you can't, you know, bring us out of this. Because, you know, look around. If we sit back and wait on, you know, Black males to do it, it's not going to happen. Because most of the time, even when bringing up the conversation, they want to switch to something else. They want to ignore the facts that Black women and Black children are being killed and abused.
Thank you.
So
and every time I come up here with these facts, with these reports, with these damn news stories, with these fucking statistics, the only thing they gotta say is feminism this, feminism that, welfare this, welfare that, hood rats. Y'all don't never address the issue. The issue is y'all killing us. That's the fucking issue. Y'all don't never want to address the real issue. Y'all just want to talk out the side of y'all motherfucking neck and wonder why folks don't give a fuck about you.
Because you don't give a fuck about yourselves. How do you expect somebody else to care more about you than you care about yourself? That's crazy. Think about it. And if you sit back and you're silent, if you sit back and you're a defeated, slave-minded Negro, a slave-minded Negro, oh, they're going to do what they want to do. We can't do nothing. You know, I'm not a defeated. I will never be. I'm going to fight until I die. Real people fight until they die. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean the physical fight. Because, you know, we can't win that war. They got weapons that we don't even know about. Yet people up here talking about some go to war. What you mean go to war? Because they can take all y'all out in 5 seconds. They can take all y'all out in 5 seconds. Okay? So that's not the smartest thing in the world to do. So let's start being smart. I'm tired of y'all saying this dumb stuff in terms of Black progress, Black liberation, be one, consciousness, whatever y'all want to call it, all this crazy stuff that at the end of the day doesn't make any sense, or it's a scam. Because most of this stuff has been a scam for the benefit of a few Black brothers' pockets, to sell some T-shirts, to do some lectures, something like that, but never for the betterment of the community. Because you ask them, what have they done for the community? Yet they speak against people who are. Oprah Winfrey gave scholarships out. Oprah Winfrey has done a lot, yet she's one of the most dogged women. You know why? Because she's one of the Black millionaires. But do you hear them speak on Jay-Z like that? And what has Jay-Z done? He's one of them. He's a Black millionaire. Do you hear them speak on Michael Jordan? And he's
and Michael Jordan don't even like goddamn Black folks. And
right.
Thank you to Miss Lucky for the super chat. She says, ladies, continue doing God's work. This is much needed. I'm gonna drop my Cash App into the comment section just for anybody who wants to use it. And then y'all can always go to my channel and do
Michael Jordan hadn't
on my channel as well.
Michael Jordan hadn't done anything, but he's not out here being slandered like Oprah Winfrey, because you got this patriarchal, misogynistic society. Anytime you have some Black female leaders who have been saving y'all Black male asses, y'all go against them. Oprah has been saving y'all Black male asses, but y'all going against them. We need to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And Black women stop falling for this propaganda. Like, we roll on Black men was taken out of the home because of welfare for 10 years. We wasted all that time over that false crybaby ass propaganda. We got to stop listening to, and then we got to stop like all this hero worshiping. Like everything, when you start talking about Black progress and what are solutions, first thing they go to is some of this old shit that didn't work. Only what's the definition of
insanity?
You keep doing this insanity.
Doing the same shit over and over again, same goddamn result.
And that's what we're doing. We're doing the same dumb stuff over and over again, and it's not working. Then we're not willing to, because what will work looks different from, the ego, looks different from the patriarchy, look different from the selfishness, look different from, the elitists, look different from the elitism. Because within a lot of Black people within their own rights have found a way to, feel good about themselves by stomping on the next Black person. I see it in my family. It's Carter. Y'all always hear me say Carter G. Woodson, the miseducation of the Negro, and that's included. One day we need to go over that, or we need to have a debate on that, or we need to break that down so we fully understand. And how to sell a Negro. Another thing, whenever Suave gets a chance or whatever, whomever, we need to go over how to sell a Negro, how we got into this frame of thought. Because we're misled and we keep misleading because we found comfort zones within this oppression. And we keep, we don't want to give up our privilege, whatever privilege we found within this oppression. We don't want to give that up. So we're going to keep riding it. That's what you got. You got the mammies who like not having to do nothing. The mammies who don't mind being abused. The mammies, so they trying to keep that going because, they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look like they've been the stupid ones all their life. That's the kind of stuff we got going on. We still got these colorists out here that are riding on their colorism that's causing division. We still got this, I got a little education and stuff like that. And, I'm better than the next person because I got a little education or I went to the military or whatever. We got all this elitism, and that's what's miseducation of the Negro. That's in Carter G. Woodson's book. And that's why we're so divided over some bullshit. That's why we don't have family reunions no more. Because when you talk about the Black family ain't just man, woman, child. The Black family is grandma, granddaddy, great aunt, uncle, great uncle, cousin, third, fourth, fifth. Your bloodline, your entire bloodline, that was our ancient system. Now it's like everything is so selfish. And then you want to be better than the next. That's our fucking problem. Everybody want to be better than the next. Everybody want to stomp on the one person so they'll feel good. That's our fucking problem as black people. You want to stomp on the next so you can look like you better than the next. And that's some slave minded thinking.
That's that house
I'm gonna
nigga
digress
thinking.
for a minute.
That's what that is. Girl, I'm not on you. You just said that.
Oh shit.
But yeah, that's that house nigga thinking. You putting down other black folks to make yourself look better in the eyes of master. And I mean, that's all you black women hating divestment among black women hating ass dudes are anyway. House niggas. Y'all ain't no better than coons and sellouts. Cause at the end of the day, that's what the fuck you are too.
Yeah, because we've seen a video where they be over there kissing white people butts. Then they come right back over here dogging on black women. Like, what?
And then you see that video of that black man in the club propose to his white Becky and then get on the ground and fucking twerk after she said yes. Got on the ground and motherfucking twerk because a woman of no color said yes to his proposal in the fucking club. First off, who the fuck proposes in a goddamn club? That is not cute. Ratchet and hood as hell. Two, why the fuck, as a grown ass man, you got on the damn ground, hit a motherfucking split, legs open, popping your pussy. You really want a white man. That's really what it is. You really want a man. As Cynthia and Nala would say, your first step before getting with a white man is getting with that woman of no color. What you really want is her brother, her daddy. That's really what you want. Let's keep it 100% a buck. Let's keep it real, because that's what the fuck y'all want. Me.
Hey, ladies, let's keep it real. With the fact that black women and black girls are dying every 5.5 hours, as far as I'm concerned, that's an emergency. That's an emergency. It's like you guys that are out there, you know, they say that it takes admitting that there's a problem in order for you guys to be able to move on. We as women realize there's a problem. It's you guys that are in denial, and denial is not a river in Egypt. We're talking about the kids, but it takes parents and the mothers around to help raise these kids. Like, I want to see my sisters succeed. I want to see you guys continue to thrive, not just in education, but in your personal lives. And there's a whole heap of guys that are leeching off you, abusing you behind closed doors. So these men that are out there saying about it's genocide, you guys are already committing genocide. In that video that was played, that young lady is sitting there with a gun in her face. That guy shot. No man's daughter should ever have to experience anything like that. And the violence, the SA, the grape, the DV, no woman, child, girl, or little boy should ever have to experience those things. But this is what has become normalized within our community, and it's not okay. We have a right to say what happens to our bodies. We have a right to change direction with the course of what is going on. Your brothers have already been committing genocide. The attacks, the dating out, the generations of other generations of biracial children that you seem to ignore that are already there because you're calling them black and not admitting the biraciality that exists already. And why should women have to be in a relationship with a man that doesn't want to be with them? You're telling us this every day, that you're not going to protect us, whether we're with a black man or if we're divested.
Moonflower, the verbal assassin, wants the link.
Oh yeah.
Keep going, sister.
Ladies,
so one of y'all
I
put the
really
link in the back chat because I accidentally erased it.
Okay. Ladies, you really need to work together on this bill and help push it through. Do you get what I'm saying? There's only so much that those that are like me, who are out of the country,
I
that
don't
are
have
seeing what is
access to
going
it
on,
though.
but care and sign petitions. There's only so much that I can use my voice in making it heard what's going on. You ladies out there, you guys have got to work together, build this sisterhood, and do the work. Fuck these emotional dust mites, these popcorn pimps that are spreading dick and dust in our community. It is not fair to the children what is going on, what they are having to experience, what they are having to now call normal, which is not.
Moonflower, excuse me, sister Queen Cascade. We're gonna pick up right there. Like it's several women that wants the link, and then some males too, because I'll debate. I'm ready for that intellectual debate, but then at the same time it's several women that wants a link. And then yes, Queen Cascade, you're right. Queen Cascade just dropped the link as well. What we have today is, slavery is money. You got to think of that. The most economic industry is selling people, the selling of people, labor, all of that, right? So they came up with a new industry, and it's being produced by, I said I was going to get deep. The Masonics. The Masonics is a patriarchal organization that pushes male supremacy. And pretty much, like the sex trafficking and all of that is all included. Just pay attention. Just pay, like T-Duck, he's a Mason. Pay attention. They're trying to normalize certain things. They're trying to, they want us to be desperate. They don't like feminism. They don't like us making our own money. They don't like us making our own choices because they want us to be desperate and in destitute, so we'll be out here doing anything just for a meal. But continue on, my sister Queen Cascade.
No, like I was just saying, it's about the ladies working together in the groups, pushing this bill forward. When I looked at the bill originally, it's been a few months since I looked at the bill. There was a clause in there about identifying as Black. So I think that's something that the ladies need to look into what are the identifying factors within the bill, the deeper parts of the bill when it comes to Black, because then you've got everybody just claiming it. Do you get what I'm saying? But I do think it needs to continue to be pushed through. We're now in 2022. The rates have gone up. Do you get what I mean? We need to come together and work on this and push it forward and see what can be done to make the amendments. But it's on you ladies out there.
Facts. That's what we
But
need
y'all,
to be
I'm gonna
talking
play
about.
this video
Yeah.
in the background right quick. I'm about
And
to play
one
this
quick
video.
little thing before you before you get started. Yes, we have to stand on these bills. We need to pass out the links. Y'all need to go to y'all local politicians, and things of that nature, because in this case, we're fighting against our own brothers, the Black man. So who else do we have to depend upon? And that is the law enforcement. And they have a right, they have a obligation to serve and protect us. So bam, there it goes. And we have to make them do it.
Okay, so here go this video we was talking about earlier about this pussy popping Black man who proposed. They always do that when I put it on full screen.
Was he trying to hump the floor?
No, he was twerking out of happiness. Like I said, these men, y'all don't want women. Y'all want men. You out here twerking because she accepted your marriage proposal.
I mean,
And we proposing
that's
at clubs
ridiculous.
now? At motherfucking clubs now? The ghetto,
Dang.
the ratchet.
All I want to do is just
What
get
type
out
of
of here.
is that? What fucking woman wants to be proposed to at a goddamn club, out of all fucking places? A club?
A Becky
woman wants
throwback.
T Dust
yes,
is on
a
the
Hi,
panel.
can y'all hear
Let's
me? A
get
Becky
ready
throwback.
to rumble.
Can y'all hear me now?
Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, we
we
can
hear
hear
you
Let's
you
get
verbally
ready
verbally.
to
loud and
rumble.
clear.
Okay, all right, good. I'm sorry, y'all. I was in the bank and that reception was not good at all. But it's probably better because people were starting to look at me funny anyway when I was talking. But yeah, oh wow, the twerking thing. That's just like I don't know any heterosexual men who twerk. So if your man is twerking, even if he's play twerking, be on notice, ladies. Okay, heterosexual men just wouldn't be caught dead twerking. It's just not what they do. I don't. I
Especially
It's
with
don't.
just
the
like
because if you and
sis.
your man
If you
playing
don't have
and
any
he do a little
discipline,
twerk
they
for
say,
you, it's at home, not in goddamn public.
Child, I
well,
don't
look,
want my man to twerk for play. Do not
but
twerk.
Yeah, I don't want him play. Yeah, not for play
Yeah, I
either.
don't want him
Not for
twerking,
But
but
play
I'm
look,
just
play.
saying,
check
Throw
this
me
out
you
though,
completely
know,
off.
sisters. Anytime a
Exactly,
man
girl.
tells you that how you dress determines whether or not they will argue or not, that means that they lack self-discipline. Anytime you keep hearing, oh, that's just a man to go around and be community ping, that means they lack self-discipline. So if you lack self-discipline and you're easily aroused, what are the limitations? Come on, common sense, critical thinking.
Well, I wanted to
A lot of
mention
them.
something about the whole. I'm sorry, sis.
I was just going to say a lot of them don't have self discipline, and a lot of them are gay. That's just what it is.
Yeah, they're bisexual. And you know what? Look, I have nothing against anybody who's bisexual or anything of that nature. I just say you need to keep it real because people have a right to choose. Okay? But a lot of these people, they want their cake, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. Like
We
in,
also gonna have
like
to
in other
deal.
words, a man expects to be able. Most of these men, what they're telling most women is, we can do anything that we want to do, but you can't. You have to accept any of my derelict behavior, but you can't have any derelict behavior. That's what they're out here doing. They're
uh-huh.
out here normalizing. They're out here trying to normalize Black women to put up with every type of BS that there is while they do whatever they want. Because at the end of the day, what's that old statement that Big Mama used to say?
A piece of
It's a
man is
man
better than having no man.
with a man. Yeah. This is all of that comes into play. It's called
Well, that's why I
uh
don't.
it's indoctrination, brainwashing, and bullshit.
Well,
It's
that's what
the
I'm saying. I think it's just
patriarchal,
more.
the pushing
Is
of patriarchy.
I just think it's more about them keeping it up, right? Because it's not necessarily that they're trying to indoctrinate um more women. They just notice that it's dying out, right?
Yep.
There's more options. Women are more educated. Women have the ability to research things and not take things at face value of what somebody says.
Facts, and that's why they've always been against sisterhood. But can't continue, Sister MJ.
Yeah, definitely. So like now it's about we and I'm not now it's like we have to continue on this course, right? We have to continue this course because now it's dimmering down. Now when you're removing all the protections and the covers of of being a degenerate, now they're going to have to be held accountable whether they want to or not. And this is what we're experiencing now. This is what we've been experiencing for 10 years, especially in 2021. We're hearing the last battle cry of
Have you
a
heard of the Great
sister.
Awakening? Have you heard?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I was saying. The
the
veil
rise
has
of the
been
divine,
lifted.
the
The
rise
veil
of the
has been
divine.
lifted.
Right, the
Mm-hmm.
rise of the divine feminine energy. Nature's on our side, but we have to keep walking with nature and walking with our ancestors to make this happen. Nature is on our side, sisters. This ain't a mistake. It's meant to happen. So we got
This
to
was
keep
meant to
on.
happen.
Yes,
it's
we
the
got
age
to.
of
Absolutely.
it's the
We're
age of
right where we
Aquarius.
need to
It's the
be,
great
and we need
reset.
to get stronger.
Hmm.
You know,
We need a reset, and the reset is happening whether people like it or not. The veil has been lifted, and we're waking up. And the sad thing about it is, we're going to have to really leave a lot of people behind. I don't know how many times I've said that, but we have to let people go, be it male or female.
When they say 144,000, they didn't mean Hebrew Israelites, because a tribe to me, when it ain't 12 tribes, it's 13 tribes and it's 13 moon cycles. So what they've been saying is totally obsolete. So what I look at is, when you say 144,000, that means that it has never been a time when I was going to make it. So we have to take who's willing to go and then leave the rest behind. And that's just human nature. If you're not willing to rise, then you got to get left behind.
And this is the
Hey,
thing in regards to moving forward with the future. Obviously, for those of you who are men out there, this us moving forward in the direction that we're trying to go also affects your daughters. It also affects your sisters, your mothers, your aunts. It also affects women that are deciding or making those plans for the future in terms of wanting to have or look at having a family. It's important for us to do what's best for us as a collective of women. We can't wait on you guys to sort yourselves out. You've had 50 years, 100 years, and how many generations? You guys don't want to sort out your health. This is part of the reason why some of these grandfathers and uncles are not in children's lives, because they're either outrunning the streets. Sometimes they didn't do the work that they were supposed to do when they were young, so that they could have their government pension or whatever they were supposed to save for. They're now reliant on coming back into the children that they left when they were younger, leeching off their daughters and their nieces and other women, expecting them to look after them in their old age. Enough is enough. You guys need to work on sorting yourselves out as a male collective, and let us women get on and do what we need to do. This is not about skin color anymore, because you guys are proving, even with having whatever complexion we have on the ebony wheel, it doesn't matter to y'all. If
It's
every
about
5.5
survival.
hours a
Let's
woman,
bring it to the obsolete level. It's not about skin color. It's about survival. Who if don't settle for nobody who don't treat you right. Period.
and that's in
Period.
any race.
Period. Any race, any gender, or whatever. Stop settling for being abused, Black women.
But see, but here's the thing, to your point, Queen Cascade, there is no let us. There is no let us. We don't need their permission. We never
Yeah, because
have,
we're the
we don't
mothers.
now, and we will not in the future. We do not need black men's permission. We do not have to keep explaining to them what we're doing, how we're moving, how we're about to move. We don't need to. If they don't get it by now, they're never going to get it. And personally, I don't care if they get it anymore. I don't give a damn. I don't
Because we're
care
the
what they say. I don't care
mighty
what they think. I don't give a damn. Or what I care
right.
about is black women and girls doing them and getting the best out of this life that they can possibly get.
Because
All
we're
right.
the
Because at this point,
mitochondrial. We're
we're
the
in a we're
mitochondrial.
right, and we are in an abusive relationship, collectively an abusive relationship with black men.
How you gonna be the mother of our earth and the most abused, according to even Malcolm X? The Black woman is the most abused and ignored. How you gonna be all of this greatness and you're the most abused? How you gonna be the mother of civilization and you're the most abused? You got to stand on and in your greatness.
because
Period.
in their mindset, the abuse is what make you great. This is why what verbal say is absolutely correct. You just have to stop and just move forward. You don't have to explain yourself anymore, because it's that's the only time when you're great is what you endure. And this is how they even speak about everything in history. They only celebrate the ones who endured. They didn't celebrate the ones who was like, nah, I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna
Like
go
the
the
queens in
difficult route.
Africa, like the first, like from when you look at the Nubian dynasties from the 1st to the 25th, there were women ruled. We were matriarch all over from Africa to America, but they suppressed this history, and they suppressed it for a reason. You know, they said the Greeks created patriarchy. Romans, Greeks, Romans, they're all the same. You know what I'm saying? So so basically they are ran off of patriarchy, misogyny, all of these organizations, including the Masonic organization, because you got Mr. 33 degrees up here right now when there's 360 degrees of knowledge. So y'all have baked in the first place. The only way you're going to get the rest of the knowledge is through our mitochondrial DNA. So you're limited. So take a seat. But anyways, like I'm saying,
I just get tired of them coming in and talking to us and trying to tell us shit. I get so tired of them. They're like children. They're like fucking little spoiled ass toddlers. And what do you do with toddlers? You stick a fucking nipple in their mouth and they shut the fuck up. That's all that, I mean, like what we're talking to them as if they're actually logical, as if they can understand. They're remedial.
Feelings though, sister. 33.
They're remedial. They're remedial though.
They're very remedial.
I don't,
I'm done. I'm done
yeah, I
too.
don't have, I have no compassion or empathy for them at all in any way, shape, or form.
None.
No compassion. And when if I do speak to them, I'm speaking to them for women. I'm speaking to them so that the women can hear. That's it. That's the only time. That's all I care about. I'm not trying to convince them of nothing because I don't give a damn what they say. I'm going to do what I want to do when I want to do it. I'm going to date who the fuck I want to date when I want to do that too. I don't care what these niggas say. Look at them. Look at their lives. What in the hell have they provided for us? Nothing but misery, abuse, poverty, and then they want us to smile while they give us nothing.
33, there's 360 degrees. Let's do the math, y'all. Come on. Like, I'm trying to get us to think. Think. 360 degrees of knowledge based on 33 degrees. So you got the whole world, including white supremacy, patriarchy, black patriarchy, who don't even have that much of their own knowledge. You know, running around dumb as fuck, trying to tell the creators of our civilization what to do, when most of that knowledge that they need. The rest of that knowledge is embedded in our mitochondrial DNA, our genetics.
Dumber than a bag of damn bricks.
Well, if y'all want to know why they twerking and stuff, and it's a high level of femininity within them. I was watching Sin's show earlier, and I'm sure you were there, Cascade. Maybe you too, Moonflower. But
I was.
Man, she drilled. But the data shows that black men. Hey, the data shows that black men have a higher level of estrogen than any other male group.
Because they need to stop riding them goats. They be riding them goats. Stop riding them goats.
And they're so busy passing dick and dust out into the community that you're creating the high rates of STIs and STDs. And if you're not careful, you're going to get to a point where the typical antibiotics won't work. And
y'all,
the way that people think of
Yawa?
Let them on. I'm ready for the
way that
STDs and STIs work. Who is Prince of Yawa?
Know.
Oh wait, Moonflower. He's a debater. So
yeah, I know he's a debater, but which one is it?
He's Hebrew, the younger one. So he's Hebrew, Prince of.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He more than likely one of them Hebrews.
Just you worried about if we married or got a man, big dog? Why are you worried about that?
No, like we either gotta let's handle them. Let's handle them intellectually.
That does not even matter.
Let's be some verbal assassins.
Remember from the last panel and channel,
let them on and let them.
You know what they're gonna say. We know their tactics already. We know
and
when
the minute they go to ignorance, we're gonna drop them. If you can't come with
hold on, I'm trying to hear the other lady. What are you saying? Yeah, I'm sorry. Who's talking?
MJ. What do you have to say?
Oh, hey MJ, you were just talking. What were you saying, man?
No, I was like, from the other panel that that Taz had, and he gave a lot of game and facts. We know their tactics. We know what they're going to say when they're going to give pushback. Usually, when they want to give pushback on your points and your facts and your proof, they love to turn it into a personal type of dig. Like
Absolutely.
you can't speak unless you have a husband. So that was the first thing that came out of his mouth. Oh, do you have a husband?
Well, but see, this is how remedial they are.
Or
This is how
attacking
remedial they are.
mothers.
They don't listen at all. They don't listen to what we're saying because we're clearly saying that we don't give a fuck about a fucking dusty ass naked husband. We don't give a fuck about that.
But I can beat your ass.
Shit.
Right. Or about
They
mothers
all say the
because
same
they
damn
wanted
thing.
to attack me because I told them that I personally don't care who my daughters date anymore, and I'm teaching my children to be divested now. You will not.
Oh, yeah.
You will not.
So he
I had.
disrespected you.
You will not show loyalty to the black race
Oh,
in
I
that
tell my
regard.
daughters, yeah, I'm
No.
schooling my
Okay,
daughters
but
too.
see,
Y'all
here's
gotta
the
forgive me, but one thing I am B1 for real. I've always been, and I've been
And
divested.
I've always been that too. Like I used to be a
But I'm not.
diehard
I got you, sis.
pro-black. But
Right.
at this
But I'm
point,
not.
when I
I'm
see
not
how
bound
black
down.
men are
Mhm.
treating black women and girls, there's no way I would subject my children to that type of treatment. No, you go
But
for who's going to treat you
My
best.
daughter is only my daughter's only 24, just turned 24, and she's already disgusted by black men. She's like, I don't even want to deal with them at
like
all.
at the same time, sisters, we got to start looking at this as bigger than relationships. We got to start looking at this because this is what it is today. It is about survival because we're looking at black women getting killed, but and they're saying that it's domestic violence, but at the same time, it don't have to be nobody that they were dating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we know that. We know
Yeah,
just the
we know that.
proximity of being with. We know that. It's the
So
proximity
this
of
is
even being
about
around them at all,
survival,
working with them, being friends with
right?
them, doing business with
Economically,
them.
everything. And then
So
at the
yeah,
same time, we're not going to ignore that we do have supremacy in all formats. Supremacy, white supremacy, black male supremacy. So we're rising above. We should be focusing on rising above supremacy.
well, I'm good. White supremacy ain't never done nothing to me, so I'm straight. But
With
No, I
hey,
ain't
I'm
saying
talking about,
I ain't
and
doing
when we're
nothing.
talking about this, and see, this is where it gets dangerous because this whole white supremacy, that's the excuse that makers use in order to be
But
mediocre,
see, I'm not a
in
maker.
order to say that they, can't do shit. You know what I mean? And it's just a lie. They don't want to do it. There is
Peace to the
Right.
nothing that
panel.
is stopping
I agree,
anyone
but
from
I'm not
doing
a
anything.
maker.
I'm
I'm
a
not a
woman.
maker.
I'm a woman and I'm a black woman, okay?
Easy.
And living in this society, that means I'm supposedly have two strikes against me being a black woman, right? Yet I can
What's
succeed.
the other one?
I
What's
can
the
make
other one,
money.
Cisco?
What is their
What's the other
excuse
one?
really? They don't
No,
have
you
one.
said you got two strikes against you. One
the
of them
first strike
is
That's what
is
they
being a
being black,
claim.
and the
female.
second strike is being a woman. That's
Right.
what she was
What's the
saying.
other one? Because we have to acknowledge all
I
of them
just said
strikes
I just
if
said
we
both
really
of them.
want to look
I
at
just said being black
sisterhood
and a woman.
and
Not
feminism.
only am I black and a woman in a society that is, what
But I
is
thought
called
racism, I thought
white
I thought white
supremacist
supremacy
society,
never
but
did nothing
also
to you.
with black men who expect me to struggle with them and not rise above my own station.
So
No,
are you
no,
saying
Suave
That's a
got
peace?
a quick
problem.
But
question. Suave got a
Let's
question.
swab.
are you
Let's
admitting
swab chime in.
peace? Yeah, I just wanted to ask. So are you saying that white supremacy does exist?
Is it
Uh,
me? This was
Yes, we all understand that
or
white
hey,
other
Suave.
supremacy is
No,
Suave.
Peace,
Moonflower,
peace,
that
peace.
ain't for you, and that ain't for me. He was answering certain people. He know who is who.
No, because she said white supremacy ain't never did nothing to her, but then she said one of her strikes is that she was
Right.
black.
Right. So
So I
so
was
so so let me
wondering.
unpack it because it's really hard to get everything out when people are
We
talking
gotta
over me,
unpack
right?
it. We gotta unpack
So as far as I'm concerned, We all know, of course, that there's a thing called white supremacy, right? However, we are living in a society, now we're in 2022, that even though that exists in certain institutions, we have laws that have been put in place that if uh we uh uh we go in and we know what we are allowed, what we can have, we don't have to what I'm saying is white supremacy does not have to keep you from doing anything unless you allow it to. There's nowhere, where can you not go that white supremacy because of white supremacy?
It's not about
what can you not do because of white supremacy?
I can't claim independence of myself as a black nation, which we was before white supremacy destroyed that. And so if all these other people can get recognized, what the black family want is their own independent black nation, not to always be up under the cuff of their supremacists, of their oppressors.
When have we
hold on, let me finish this thought right quick, my bad. Not to be up under the oppressive, people that waiting on their hearts to change so we can get more and more comfortable to the fact that we forget what the whole point was. So, I mean, I never left the original point. Yes, you can get a job. Yes, you can get a bag. Yes, black people can do way more than what we are acting like white supremacy can allow us to do. I get that. But at the end of the day, we want our own governance. We don't always want to be ruled by this
so
scale
how
and influenced by this
how
scale.
are we supposed? Okay, first of all, when did we actually truly have that? We don't even have that. We don't have that now. And how are we supposed to even get that? What would that even look like?
The same way everybody else got it.
What would that look like, though? That means fighting. Everybody else got it because they weren't afraid to die for it.
If you want to fight,
they weren't afraid.
If you want to fight,
no, black men are afraid to fight. They're afraid to die.
You're kind of talking over me now, and it's hard to get the stuff out when you get talked over. Remember?
Go ahead.
But all I'm saying is that,
yeah.
So all I'm saying.
Debate. So let's
go ahead.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
Hey.
It's a good debate.
Come on now.
It's a good debate. We only learned.
Go ahead. This is Suave.
Let's build.
Is this Suave? Yeah. Okay. Hey, Suave. What's going on? What's up? So
Man, so got it. Peace to everybody.
Go ahead.
So it's sure it involves fighting, and I mean that's a given. But like you said, it's 2022, right? If the black people of America see themselves as a separate people, want to establish another state, why should we have to go to war? Why should we have to turn on the government that promised us this route? This is how they did it. You see what I'm saying? And we helped them fight to establish this state and hope that in the future it'll help us establish our state. That's always been the goal. We had states before this in America, in Europe, and in other continents.
You have to go to war. You have to go to war. You said like how the other groups did it. The other groups went to war. They were willing to die for it.
Yes, but the other.
Which type of war? Because there's many forms of war. Which type of war?
The war.
I mean, can we start with the war on the war on our minds first before we do anything else?
Facts.
Exactly.
Exactly. When you don't acknowledge this system as your mode of entertainment and all of this stuff, that's a declaration of war. When you're saying I'm like, okay, I'm in the system, but I'm not of the system, that's a declaration of war. They call you unpatriotic. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you sit up here criticizing the system to the point that we do, that's a declaration of war. Now, if there's a collective of people you could run up and shoot and kill and change your life, I doubt it. It ain't like we could just run up in the White House and all of a sudden, yeah, this is what it is. No.
Okay, so what is the solution then? What do we do then?
Can I say something real quick though? Can I chime in real quick? What you said was absolutely correct, because it's like this, and it's not even so. It's like we're in war with each other. We're in war against white supremacy. We're in war with gender. We're in war with colorism. We're in
economics.
War. We're in war with whatever differences or whatever ideology or whatever. So
hey y'all, I'm gonna drop. I gotta go back in the office, so I gotta drop down. But it was just getting good. But I'll be listening in the chat.
Come back, sis, though, when you can.
I'll
Peace.
try, but I gotta go in the office, so I'll just be in the
You
chat.
gotta get
Come
to
on,
it.
give some of that assassin. Come on, cause we ready for this.
Who is this I'm talking to actually?
QI and Suave.
Okay, I thought it was QI. I know Suave, but I thought it was QI. But you sound like this other lady, so I wasn't sure if you were her or
Please
not.
don't
Okay,
make me
so
sound like nobody else. I'm country in my own right, and I love it. I ain't proud to be a country person.
all right, okay, I'm a be in the chat.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's conflict and war. However you want to use
Sorry
the
to interrupt
terminology.
you,
You know what I'm
Suave.
saying?
Suave, is it just
Go ahead.
me? But I'm hearing you, Borg. It's like you're partially
Drop
fried.
out and come right back.
Yes,
Come right
Rob,
back.
no,
Oh,
I'm
am I?
steady. I
I
We
just
can't
want to
need
hear what you're
this.
understand
saying
because we can
clearly.
Drop
make
out
out
and
what you're
come right
saying.
back because we need this because we about
Okay,
to
my
build,
bad.
bro. We about to build. Come right back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
Ms.
say real quick,
Noel,
I'm
I
just
Rob
put
was
2
listening.
videos
staticky,
in the
but I
back
wasn't
chat
saying
for you.
nothing because we could still make out what he was saying.
Yeah. We good. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is Miss Legit.
Hey, I
Miss
was just
Legit, come on
listening.
on the panel. But don't take over though. You got to give everybody a chance to talk. Come on, Miss Legit, because she finna be. Miss Legit is the queen of pro black, the queen of it all. She is like, she's a great debater. I respect her. I don't agree with everything, like a lot of what she says or everything that she says, but Miss Legit is a great debater, and I
Yep.
do appreciate her presence. So, Miss Legit, if you wouldn't mind gracing us with your presence.
And
Ms. Noel,
I
did
was
you
just
see the
listening
videos I
in.
put in the back?
Yeah, I was just listening in, and I don't really have no say on anything, but I did catch Verbal
Yes,
Assassin
I see
stream
it
the
in the
other
back.
day.
I
I seen Verbal's Assassin. She did a stream the other night, and it was beautiful. It sounded like a novel, and it's just like it's
my
kind of
bad. I wasn't
different
trying to
from what
say
she's
it. I
talking
just was
about
trying to
now.
open the link.
Let T Duck was saying something I think that was positive, in which I know is gonna turn to some bullshit later, but let him have his few 2 seconds of positivity, please. Go ahead, T Duck,
Yeah, I
with your
was.
2
I was just
seconds
saying
of
it. I wasn't meaning to play that
positivity.
video.
Nah,
Okay.
I was just saying that like I don't have really. I'm just listening in. I don't really
Yeah.
have no sway or pushback or nothing. But I did see Verbal. She did a stream the other night, and it was just like beautiful. It was like a novel. Like she could put it in a novel, and just to see her come up here, with the behavior she exhibiting now, it's just like different. That's
I,
all.
your 33 degrees of knowledge makes me not trust you, but okay, T Duck, I'm gonna let you ride, bruh.
Yeah,
You
can y'all
got
hear me
to.
now? Am I still barking?
Say it again.
Say something
It's
else.
still a
Say
little
something
rough,
else,
but
Ross.
it's okay. We can't hear you.
It still sound crazy though.
A little
No, it
bit.
don't sound too bad.
Okay,
But
yeah,
bring
I
it.
was saying, however we use the terminology, in conflict, at war, that's cool. But I mean, at war, you have to have a strategy. At war, you have to
Mm-hmm.
have, certain things that we just not consciously trying to put forth the effort to have. Now, it does start in the mind, right? In the spirit, right? Where there's a separation of thought. Where I'm like, well, I don't look at that as life. I don't look at that. And a lot of people are against capitalism. A lot of people against the white supremacists. What's the name? And there's different things. But at the end of the day, I believe the plight of the black family is to always establish themselves as a separate people and create a nation that is made for that, is crafted for that.
Why you had to
Instead of
bring that up,
because
Suave? Why you had to bring that up?
bring what
I've been
up?
trying. I love you, bruh. But that Black Lives
Bring what up?
Matter debate. Okay.
Hmm.
So when we say black family, I feel
Hmm.
like you considers the the black family is only the nuclear family and not what Black Lives Matter was including, which is the extended family. And when we say extended family, we talking about aunts,
Yeah.
uncles, great aunts, great
It's in the
uncles,
arm, right? Let me
fifth,
get it.
third, second, third, and fourth, fifth cousins, and all of that.
Yeah, no, I can nip that in the bud right now. I'm talking about all black people. We are all a
So
family.
nuclear, that like
We are
when you
family.
say
So
nuclear though, that's just man, woman, and child.
I didn't say nuclear. I didn't say nuclear family. That was in the debate.
I got you.
I didn't just
for
say
the debate purpose,
yeah.
right? I just needed a
Yeah. So
clarification
for
on
the
that.
black
I
family,
needed a clarification
yeah.
on that, though. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe like I feel like that's our problem. We only look at, you know, they be like, oh, there are no males in the home, but what, do you not have an uncle or a great uncle or, you know, like a granddaddy or a great granddaddy in your?
Yeah, but the thing is, their authority only goes so far. Your uncle and your grandfather is not going to have more
Shoot,
authority
I
than your mother.
respect, you know, like
You
really, to
respect
be
them
honest,
both, but at the end of the day, your uncle and your grandfather does not have more authority than your mother over you. So the father is the
it
only one that
depends
equals that
though.
out.
No, Suave, let's look, like I'm from the South though.
I
I
mean,
guess we
there's
different in
an
the South.
exception. There's an exception. There's an exception to the rule. But at the end of the day, nobody is finna let their brother tell them what to do with their kids.
Not a brother,
More
but
than
maybe
them.
an uncle, a great
Okay, your
uncle,
brother.
or
The
a
brother is the uncle. The
granddaddy or
brother
a
is the
great
uncle, though.
granddaddy.
The brother is the uncle. QI. The brother is the uncle. Your brother is the uncle to those kids you're
Right, but
talking
I'm
about, and
saying,
you're gonna
well, then
always have.
maybe a great uncle.
Okay,
A
I'm
great
sorry. I
uncle.
don't know what's going on.
No. Listen to me though. A great uncle. Your great uncle is like the same with your grandma.
Nobody's gonna have more authority than you than your mother. Nobody. I don't care how great the uncle is, how uncle the uncle is. Your mother is God.
But see, to
Your
me, it
father is
depends on,
God.
like, that's like we're
Well,
generalizing that
see, this
statement
is
when you
what.
say that, because it depends on the relationship that you
Well, this
have
is what
with your mother.
I agree with both of you, and the reason why is I think that the neutral family is important, as well as the collective family, which is QI is saying the extended family. And what we have to say, the nuclear family is a personal responsibility, whereas your collective family is, you know, a group responsibility. I think that what's happening is that one is taking precedence instead of both being worked on at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly.
And my point was only to her saying, because they saying there's no man in the house. Don't you have uncles? I wasn't talking about the nuclear family versus the extended family. I was just saying, when we're talking about there's no man in the house, there's no man of the house. Like your uncle and your great uncle is not the man of the house. That's your uncle, your great uncle. They got their own house to be the man of.
Well, see, I don't
So,
know. I'm from the South, so it could be different where I live. I'm just basing this on my own experience, right?
okay.
I'm from
Yeah.
the South. We
But back to
country
the
as hell.
primary point.
We country as hell. And in my family,
Okay.
it's like,
Did you get my black?
okay, well, if the man died, the man, like, I haven't had any men to go to jail. But I mean, I'm just saying, if the man died, then the other men in the family would fulfill what what that man of the house would do, like cutting the yard, you know, and you know,
Yeah, that's if the man died. Yeah, if the man died, I
and
agree
that's
with you.
tribal to
Yeah,
me,
but
and that takes us back to our ancient thinking of tribalism, the village. It takes a whole village to raise a child. That takes me back to that. And I think that that's where we're going wrong, because we're thinking too nuclear. That's why I agree with Black Lives Matter, and a lot of people, you know, and see, I didn't know this.
yeah, well, I'm not agreeing with Black Lives Matter because they bring the trans in. And they leave the father out, and they rather it be two mothers or two fathers.
But
They
see, I
defending that.
think
So this ain't got nothing to do
that's
with
your
black.
perspective, though.
No,
Suave.
that's what they wrote in their statements. That's not me having a perspective. Anybody could go look that up. We're
But see,
destroying
they
the
were two
cisgender.
women, though. They were
The
two lesbians, and two lesbians
Yeah.
wouldn't be defending trans over being lesbian.
Right.
but
I
they're
mean,
no,
Swap is right.
they
That's what
see
they
that as one
misconstrued.
thing. My
What was
bad.
you
Go ahead,
saying,
Moonflower.
Moonflower?
I was just saying Suave is right because there is in their mission statement, but QI is also right. You know, being founded by lesbian women, of course, they're going to defend against transphobia.
Yeah, and that's like, you know, you can't look like, to be honest with you, Suave, women should have a problem. Black women should have more of a problem with Black Lives
Yeah,
Matter
that's
than
my
black
point.
men.
But they don't. That's my point. They don't.
Oh yeah,
I've
we
been said
do.
that.
We do.
I've been said
Like
that women, but
I have.
the thing is, the problem with the men supersedes the problem with the trans. So it's like women are dissing
But see,
straight
this is
men
where
because of
I
their
agree with
relationship.
Damo with you. this is where I agree with Domo with you. It's like sometimes we gotta take our own, because it's not like what you think. Sometimes we gotta take our own personal.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did. But I
And I'm
mean,
gonna
at
leave
the
you
end of the
alone.
day, we're talking
You know what?
about.
You know what? I'm gonna leave you alone with that because I know, like
I
I
would
just
love
know.
to make a statement, but
What?
Yeah, at the end, I mean, you could have took that chance to make a statement instead of just saying you would love to make a statement instead of
Yeah,
interrupting.
come on with
Shout
it.
out to T Duck though, but I mean, I don't know why you hold your tongue. Say what you got to say. But to my initial point, the black family is trying to establish themselves as a nation, not to be dictated. Because I remember the past. I talked to my grandmama. I would talk to my great grandmama. The black community is adopting things that we culturally did not embrace,
Right.
generation after generation after
I
generation.
agree.
And if we don't cause, and if we don't recognize ourselves as a separate mindset, a separate people, separate consciousness, and physically um, do that and separate ourselves, because remember, we fought with this country for that freedom so that people won't have to kill and die for that right. This was supposed to be the big boom. After this is peacemaking, democracy, liberating people, but they're just trying to blend us in with America, and that may suit a lot of us. Fine, I'm not mad at that. If you see yourself as American or white or European or whatever it is, I'm not in your way, but I don't. And the lack of compassion for those people is really what the problem is.
But see,
That's what the problem
okay,
is.
Swab, I understand totally what you're saying. The only problem that I have is that I am a original Black American. I'm a Black Mayan. I'm a tribal Black Mayan. We dark,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'm just saying that when people speak out against America, I get confused and I have to really listen. Because are you speaking out against me and my original people? Or are
No, you and your original people aren't here anymore. The Aztecs, the
I
Mayans
am
are
here and we
destroyed.
are here.
Yeah, I know, but you're not a
Why? That's not
Mayan.
what he means. That's
You're a
not what he
Mayan.
means.
You're of Mayan descent. You're of Mayan descent, and so
Right.
am I. I'm of descent of a global people. So when we put stuff in perspective, when people say I'm African because 150 years ago I had an ancestor, at that same time you had an ancestor who was a white man, an Asian, a native, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
and an
But
African. So it's
see,
like, which ancestor do you grasp and say this is what I love? But everybody kick
there
African.
we go though. There we go. I'm glad you brought that up. Because it's
Mhm.
not so much of a global region. It's more or less like a melanated mind, or not. I'm gonna go deeper than a melanated, because melanated is when people don't know. It's more or less of our ancient cultural mindset. Our ancient, because like when like I've studied both. I know some Kemetic science, and I know ancient Mayan, Aztec, Incan, American science, and it's similar.
Mhm.
It's all based on nature, and I've said this
Yeah.
before. And so when we look at our ancient philosophies versus this new wave of white supremacy indoctrination, because like when you look at history from both our perspectives, you can easily draw the line of where they came in and started indoctrinating, where we started looking at things differently, like spirituality became religion.
Mhm.
So like what I'm saying is that's the problem, because if we're gonna say we Black, we got to say we Black, because we Black all over this planet. And like our culture was similar. There might be some differences, but we Black all over this planet.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
right.
Go ahead, sis.
So we have to look at it that way. And if we're going to truly dominate, the way to
hey,
dominate is from an indigenous.
QI, why don't we just say
Shut
there's
up.
enough.
No,
Oh, go ahead.
stop. God damn it. I'm making a point, and let me make this point from an indigenous standpoint of where we belong, We belong. I got a claim in this state. I got a claim in this one piece of land. You got a claim in this one piece of land. You got a claim in this one piece of land. We all belong here, and you can't tell us nothing because we're documented. So
Yeah, I mean, to me, grabbing on the ancient things is helpless. We're a new people, and we cannot, like, everybody ancient got it wrong. That's why
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
all I
here,
was
and
going
their
to
kingdoms
say.
are
Go
destroyed.
ahead, Swab. I'm sorry. I'll go after you.
No, I'm
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 gonna
gonna step
listen.
aside now.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
No,
listen.
like
I've been
that's what I
talking.
was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say.
listen.
That's what I'm gonna say. Like, at this particular time, we are the modern people. We are not our ancestors. And yes, we are all melaninated. And yes, we all come from a source of indignious in some type of way. But I don't want to paint a broad picture that everyone is black, because everyone is not black. When the Persians went to the Roman Catholics to for help to take over the black pharaohs, they weren't white. They were swarthy. They were melaninated people. So it's always been a time where it was melaninated people taking over and destroying other melaninated people. So if we're gonna get to the point where we want to move forward, we have to put things in context. Like, yeah, we can show love and respect for where we come from as a melanated people, as an indigenous people, but as a modern person today, as right now, we are black. And I don't think we need to, we don't need to cover everybody under that, because we see what happens now when people like to declare that just because they have like 5% black in them, they now become, oh, I am the more important black than the people who probably shares the most phenotype and the more and complexion that will be geared to the black people of what we deal with and experience in the world today. And we do have to draw a line. We do have to draw a line, and we do have to come up with some type of agreement of how we're going to move forward going forward, because we can't allow everybody to come along in the same aspect. We can
Right.
build a foundation and a tool that will help these other people, because I'm not trying to say we shouldn't help each other, but what
And
I'm trying to say, we do need to focus on who we want to help, make
that
that the
targets to my point.
priority.
So how
That
do we
targets.
draw that
Agreed.
line? MJ, do
Hold
you
up,
have any
QI.
suggestions,
QI,
or does
calm down.
anyone have any suggestions on how we
I
draw
was
that
just
line?
about to say the solution is there are enough dusty women for enough dusty men. There are enough elitist women for elitist men. So the whole point of being and the solution is tolerance, because you're going to have people you can't fix. You can
Oh, fuck no.
understand,
T-Duck, you the
but you
last
have to be
person that I would
tolerable.
accept tolerance
No,
from. I'm
because check
sorry. I
this.
might accept it.
If
No, no,
you
no,
if
because
you're
you want to pimp.
divesting,
You
but you're
want to pimp.
still
I'm
in a
sorry. I can't.
presence of those you're supposedly divested from, that's oxymoronic. So
No,
evidently
I'm
it's
sorry,
not really a
T-Duck. You
real
can
sense of
take that pimp
divestment,
talk
but
The
a
somewhere
process of
situation
else.
is
help.
oxymoronic anyway, T Duck. If black
Yeah.
men are dating white women and creating biracial children, and we've had 66 generations plus of those children,
And
and
trying to
on
call them
this
black.
side, the
Yeah,
fact
they are
is,
not black.
we are black women. We are in proximity to black men, to black brothers, to black uncles, to you. You don't seem to understand that. Even in outside of our dating lives, our families and the men that are closest to us
Back,
outside of that partner, whether
back.
that whatever race that partner is you guys.
Yep, because y'all
The
remember
fact
Chris,
you
right?
see us
I
on this
fucked Chris
panel
up and
and
got
we
him out
all
the
being
house, right?
black
But that's
proves
my
that you
cousin
are in
still.
error.
I didn't, because you guys were both talking at the same time. I couldn't
I
hear what
know.
was
I was
being
trying
said.
to make a little point from experience. But go ahead,
Go ahead,
I
Duck.
T Dot.
apologize. I'm just saying the fact that we are all, and it's melanated, MJ, you got to stress the A on the end part. The fact that we're all here melanated proves that some black people are sticking to black and black relationships. So I don't see how that affects us. We got to stop
Now,
going
this
off
don't
of what
prove that
people
we're sticking
say
to Black relationships. This just
and
proves
go
that
off of what we actually
we care
experience.
about some Black stuff, some
You're
kind of way.
talking about Black relationships as if Black men are marrying Black women at a high rate. You're talking about relationships as if domestic violence doesn't exist. You're talking about relationships like STIs, STDs, HIV and AIDS isn't out of control in our community. You're talking about relationships like Black women and Black girls are not dying every 5.5 hours.
But I'm just trying to understand
We're
why is
both
everything
affected.
being reverted back to a personal, intimate relationship between Black men and Black women when we wasn't even talking about that at that particular time when I was speaking with Suave and QI.
Right.
I was
We
actually
were
just speaking
talking
about
nation.
Black people in general and what we need to be doing for Black people moving forward by identifying ourselves and defining ourselves, right?
And that's
So
when we always get confused because we always go into who's popping who's zooming who,
like
instead
it's
of
just too
what we
much
need to do
over
as a people.
sexualized. It's just too over sexualized about who's messing with who and who's dealing with who. Like, can we just not do that right now? Like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter right
Yeah.
now because at this point, Black men is going to do what they want to do, Godspeed, and Black women is going to do what they want to do, Godspeed. But when it comes down to Black people and how we going to identify ourselves going forward, how we are going to strengthen the nuclear family and the collective family
And grow
going
as a
forward,
people.
that's what we need to be focusing on.
Yeah, well, I always said, it's the same thing. It's the only thing that you can do, man. We got to concentrate our numbers. If we not talking about concentrate our numbers, I don't take it serious. I take it as comfortable, but yet with a couple of complaints. And if those complaints get taken care of, we cool with white supremacy or whatever it is. To me, it's just the original state. That's what it's not about schooling, degrees, marriage, any of these things. I don't got no problem
It's
with you
about
having but I
economics,
know
politics, power, and position.
it's about, to me, it goes because, to me, because people are born, souls come from somewhere. When our souls enter this world, I would like for them to enter an environment that we built instead of coming in this mug and then from the beginning tolerating and compromising and trying to institute a way to get that's just my personal thing. But as a collective, it's just what I hear everybody complain about. So if we could concentrate our numbers and focus on our culture, I think we'll be a lot more happier because we picked up the habits of other people. That's just it. There was a time when we was married. There was a time when we was working. There was a time, and then it was like for some reason we just chose to let's get lazy, let's get on drugs, let's become violent, and we're not even doing that right.
Facts. I
So I
agree.
know it ain't us.
I
We're
agree.
children. You know what I'm saying? Like why step in the lane where you're the child when you can stay in the lane where you was the originator of it? So it's like nobody's more righteous than us. That's what all of this is about. Like when I look at this, that's why I don't I hear all the sides. They're trying to correct stuff. They're trying to do what's right, and these are the complaints, and these are the so. Man, to me, the solution is recognize ourselves as a separate people. I don't give a fuck how dark you are. If they ain't rocking with us, fuck them. If they not rocking with us, fuck them. We got to take we can't save everybody. All skin folk ain't kin folk. Whatever you need to hear to get you past that point of trying to save everybody that look like you. The people who think and act like us need to concentrate
All
our
right,
numbers
Suave,
and
I
start
got a
building something
question
so
for
that we
you
could
from the
start
chat.
saving. So we could.
I got a question
Okay,
for
so
you
we could
from the
start
chat.
helping. Okay, hold on one second. So we could start helping the people who not as intelligent as us,
All
who's
right.
not as obedient as us, so that when our children are born into our system, what they being born is point them in the right direction instead of, well, look at all these, it's just wicked to me. I ain't even gonna lie. Go ahead. What's the
QI,
question,
before you
Appreciate?
say something right quick, I just want to address something I just read. Divestment for some people is the answer. Divestment for me isn't necessarily rooted in who I date. What I mean by divestment for myself, I'm explaining what I mean for myself. Divestment for me is no longer caring about the plight of a black man, no longer caring what happens
Getting rid of
with a
black
black
male
man, what
privilege.
a black man does, or anything in of that nature. I do not care anymore. If he wants to date a white woman, go ahead. If he does, if he wants to be gay, so what? I don't care. If he's derelict, I don't care. I do not care if he gets hurt, shot down in the street. I do not care about the black male collective any longer. Now, does that mean that
What
I
made
won't?
you think you cared before?
Hold on. Let her finish her thought,
Now,
bro. What's
now,
up?
now, what I mean, so what I mean by dating wise, if I meet a decent, righteous, good black man, of course I will date him. I will date him because I still, in some parts of me, I mean, I love black people. So, of course, I would date him. But worrying about the plight of a black man, no, I don't care any longer. And yes, I did used to care. When I say I used to care, I was extremely pro black. Like, I would barely even deal with anybody outside of our race. Um, I would also protest. I mean, I was just that girl,
But sis,
that extremely pro black female, like,
No, I
and I'm
appreciate
just
that.
no longer
But
that anymore.
but sis,
Now,
hey,
you shouldn't even had to even really explain yourself because the whole, if you actually look at the definition of divestment, you don't divest to, you divest from.
exactly.
You
So my
invest into. You divest from something. So,
right, but someone was in the chat saying something about divestment is the answer, but we don't care about the biracial kids. And here's the thing about biracial kids, and I could be paraphrasing it wrong, or but here's the thing about biracial kids. No, they are not black people. They are not. No, they are not.
Miss Legit,
but
No,
I'll
they
say
are not.
this, cause
hit the
cause
panel
one
because
thing I want
maybe we can
one thing I
use
wanted to get
that
educated
questioning.
on is being extreme. Because that's where you get hurt. That's where you get taken advantage of. That's where you get abused. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense. I know we came up out of, like me myself came up out of Christianity. When I look at black people, we came up out of religion. We're the most religious. We're the most superstitious. So we really don't think in reality. So just like when I came into black consciousness, there was a lot of extreme. There was kill the cracker, hate the white man. That ain't what we gotta be. All we gotta do is love ourselves. Everything else is straightened out. If we build a system for us, the system that was built to be against us is going to fall because we're the ones supporting that.
But see,
So I do
stop.
understand the hold on, QI, hold
Go
on,
ahead, go
QI,
ahead.
please. But I do understand the sister's role because I've seen it. And I had that decision to make too, right? Because once you find out that you're lied to, and this is supposed to be the most important thing in the world, who gonna play with black power and slavery and Jim Crow? So once you find out that people are manipulating black people on a basis that men are taking advantage of women, having them dress a certain way, change their name, eat diets, and then they can't even stop cheating or doing coke or beating them or whatever or getting financially straight. I get all of that. Fuck all that extreme shit. Fuck all that extreme shit.
Yeah.
That's not what we here to do. So don't let nobody sell you no motherfucking genie in a bottle. That's just it. We got to keep it real, man.
Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. So I with the extreme stuff, because you confused me with that Black Lives Matter argument. Because it's like,
Fuck Black Lives Matter, man. I don't give a
I
fuck about
mean,
no
well,
Black Lives
we
Matter. Let them deal with their trannies. Let them deal with their trannies. I'm not in a way. I haven't been to an anti-Black Lives Matter rally or nothing.
I feel
It's
you.
just
I feel you.
I
I
don't want
feel
black
you. I feel you.
I don't want black people to think that they're supporting black people and then walk in there and they have to fight for men to get their penis chopped off, and then you can't even ask them if they a man. You got to sleep with them as if they a woman.
It's
That's an attack against what I am naturally.
I don't give a fuck about, whether somebody get their penis chopped off or none of that.
I mean, I do when I'm a straight man and I'm looking for women,
right?
And there are men out here disguising themselves as women.
That's what I'm trying to get to now, though. To me, if somebody, just like when you say that,
it's women doing the same thing.
Shut up, T-Duck. I hate when you always do this shit. Stop doing me like that, motherfucker. But like what I'm trying to say is that just like with the divestment conversation, I don't consider myself a divester. But at the same time, I support divestors. Then I might be a divester. But at the same time, it's just like this. I am going to support Black people being free. As long
free to be Black.
Free to be Black, and as long as you're not going against, because in this day and time, what's best for each individual Black person might not be what we think or what we envision or what we feel.
I agree.
So we have to look at things a totally different way. We have to look at things in terms of nobody wants to be oppressed. Let's like the big word or the big term that we should be looking at. Because to me, a lot of this shit ain't based on racism in the same terms. It's based on oppression. Like, who's oppressing who?
QI.
Shut up, T-Duck. I need you to shut the fuck up right now, especially when I'm making this point. Shut the fuck up, you 33-degree, ignorant ass, phallic dick worshiping goat rider. Okay? So, what I'm saying is that, like, as long as people are not hurting the next, and especially because what are we looking for? What does freedom, what does the debate topic should be? What does freedom, what does Black freedom really mean for Black men and for Black women? Because it depends.
I mean, that's the ability for Black people to be Black.
It can mean something different from each person. So I look at it like, let us be free. Let us be free. What's that? Let us be free.
Give us free.
Give us free.
Yeah, I don't got no problem with that. But like I say, when we're oppressed as Blacks.
We are
so
oppressed.
The fact that I was
you
are
oppressed. No. Let me clarify this right quick, Suave.
You can't clarify my statement.
I
my statement. You can't clarify.
I can.
I can let you respond to it when I'm done, but you gotta.
I'm oppressed as Black because we say 2 strikes, 3 strikes.
Wow.
I'm oppressed as Black and female.
What about a woman that becomes
a
man?
Though we're not dealing with all forms of oppression.
I'm not here to deal with all forms of oppression.
But see,
I don't care.
But you're not.
Listen, I don't.
But
listen,
I'm a
listen,
woman,
listen,
so I got to deal with.
That's cool. That's cool.
Why are you arguing with women, bud? Chill.
We have to deal with all of our oppression, though. We
Suave. Hold on, QI.
We as individuals have to deal with all of our forms of oppression.
Hold on, QI. Suave, what she's trying to explain to you is that you may not be here to tackle all forms of oppression, but us as Black women, we are here to tackle all forms of oppression because we face.
But you're not, though. But you're not. Y'all admitted that.
Why are we not dealing with all
How are we not? How are we not?
Because the sister just explained, I'm not here for the plight of the Black man. Are you?
Not
for
anymore.
The plight of the Black man? Are you here?
Fighting for our
No.
oppression, Suave. That's what we're saying. We're fighting for our own sex-based oppression because
We're fighting
nobody
for
else
Yes,
fights
Can I
for
jump
black
into this
our
women.
own
Wait
conversation
a
and,
supply.
second,
explain
QI.
something to
QI,
Suave,
wait a
please?
second. Let me and Suave talk.
Let
What we're
Queen
saying
do it too.
is we are fighting for our own sex-based issues because nobody else fights for us. We don't have
No
black
one.
men
No
as a
one fights for
collective
us
here fighting
collectively.
for the sex-based issues of black women. We go through so much more things than you do, and it tackles us in a different way that one as a man you would not be able to understand to the fullest extent and really be
And
able to
we hear
connect with
this
us on that type of
daily
level. Wait a
from
second,
y'all.
QI. Wait a second, QI. But you
Okay,
won't be able to
okay,
connect with
okay.
us on that type of level. Secondly, when we're saying that we're here fighting for all different types of oppression, we're saying as a black woman, as a woman of color, we are fighting for our issues. Our issues may not be your issues, and we might not fight for your issues because we have been fighting for black men's issues for the past decade, but black men have
Only,
not stepped up
yeah.
only,
and fought for
only,
I haven't,
Can I say
only. We've been
something, please?
fighting
I haven't
majority.
disagreed. I haven't
And we put
disagreed
our
with you.
plight
I
on
haven't disagreed.
on the
Can I
back
just say
burner.
something to Suave,
y'all.
please?
Let
I
Queen
haven't. I
Cascade say
haven't.
something,
Hold on.
and
Hold
then
on.
we're
Hold on.
gonna
Hold on. Hold
play
on.
it.
Let me clarify this. Let me clear this up right quick.
Okay.
I haven't
Because
disagreed
even
with
Black
anything you
Lives
said.
Matter fight. They're lesbians
All right.
that
QI,
fight
QI,
for
I would
black
like to hear
QI.
what
men.
Let's
Suave was
Suave
going to
finish.
clarify.
So Queen Cascade
I
can get the
haven't.
mic.
Yeah. I haven't disagreed with anything you said. You understand what I'm saying? Her decision not to fight for the plight of black man, I support that. Your decision to fight for black women's rights, I support that, and I individually do the same. But I'm not here to fight for trannies. I'm not here to fight for pedophiles. I'm not here to fight for white supremacists, and neither are you. So we're not here to fight all oppression. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Are we
Can
not?
I,
That makes sense.
QI?
Now let Queen
I
Cascade
would
get the
like to
mic.
say something because you, okay, Suave, in what you're saying, I empathize. At the same time, over the last how many years, black women have fought for black men. Whether you like it or not that BLM exists and that black lesbian women did it, it exists. In things like having such things like the Crown Act, the Halo Act, that indirectly affects black men. You benefit from us fighting for things like that because it also, you guys are included. But you have to understand something in the way that things have gone in the protesting and the abuse and the trauma and things like looking at Black Lives Matters, like the lady, it's Sasha, that got attacked by black men in a coma. Do you get what I mean? You've
Are
got
the
black women fighting for your plight. People like Olawa Toyin, who was being raped, was being sexually abused by black men and was still fighting for black men, protesting and was murdered during the protests. So you guys have benefited, whether you like it or not, from the deaths of black women, from the deaths that have contributed towards the plight, but not been highlighted to the extent that it should have been during the plight, like Breonna Taylor, like Darnella Frazier. So you have to also understand that there's other things that we need to deal with that needs to be
And
our
I am.
focus.
I have, like I
And
said,
moving
I
forward,
haven't
let me just
conflicted
finish
with
this.
what
Let
you
me just finish
said.
this, Suave. In the things that we're
Okay,
fighting
go
for
ahead.
moving forward, yes, we are focusing on the collective of black women, but indirectly, you guys still benefit from it because your wives, your girlfriends, your daughters, your future children.
Yes, with all due respect, that message is not for me. That message went over my head.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if black women want to fight for trans people, you're on your own. If black women want to fight for black women, I got your back.
but that
If black women
trans
want to fight to
child
free
is
themselves,
somebody's
hold
child
on, hold on,
though.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. And so is that mixed child. So when it comes to mixed people are the product of a black person. I care about them. I'm not here to just write them off. I'm not here to write nobody off. I'm here to stop this unfairness. I'm not here to rule, conquer, or nothing. I'm here to be obedient to the life that I was given. That's what I am. But other people
who don't have the privileges that I had as a melanated person set up an artificial governing system that now conflicts with what I am biologically, spiritually. So I have to work within that. I'm with the black woman. I've always been with the black woman. I've never separated the black woman from the black man. If y'all ask me to, I definitely will. I'm not going to keep bringing up what black men do this too. No, I have the black woman discussion as a singular conversation. I don't bring in nothing else. I've been a nigga that been getting shunned all my life. I'm the simp. T-Duck calls me a simp. He has been for years. Other people have. Why? Because I overly speak up for women. I don't care about none of this y'all saying. It don't threaten me. I just don't want it to get confused when I say I'm not here to fight against all oppression, that the black woman's oppression get thrown in there, because I'm there for that. But I'm not here for pedophiles. I'm not here for trans. None of that.
I'm definitely not here for pedophiles or anybody who harmed somebody else.
Let him finish.
I, as a man, have a system that when a woman is around, when a woman come into my presence, my system reacts. Oh, that's a woman. Okay. If men are surgically putting themselves in that situation, so now my senses go off like, oh, this is a woman. And then I found out it's a man. And then you telling me under law I'm wrong, I'm against that. Fuck that. I'm not finna sit up here and raise my sons to sleep with men who felt like they was women because they like pink or Barbie dolls. That don't make you gay. Sexual attraction to the same sex is what make you gay. Not walking like your mama, not talking like your mama, and other children telling children you're gay is why half these people accepted the gay lifestyle. We was too quiet. So now, I'm not raising my son to sleep with other men. That's not what I'm ever going to do. And anybody who sympathizes with that oppression, I'm against you. I'm openly against you. It has nothing to do with the plight of the black woman, the oppression of the black woman. I'm fucking with all of that.
But see, I don't believe in raising
even as
nobody.
a detriment to myself.
I don't think that you raise nobody to be gay.
Listen,
well, I just want to say this.
Off track in terms of where we're going.
Yeah, I just want to say I totally agree with totally agree with Suave. You know what I'm saying? Like he's being really honest that he is not going to fight every oppression because he doesn't have a leg in that fight. Like it's something that he doesn't approve of, but he does acknowledge that it does occur, but that's just not the battle that he's gonna go. And he has already explained to us that his battle is when it comes to supporting black women, he is there for that, and he doesn't want to be wanted to be jumped into the lump sum of all the oppressions that's going on. Because I'm sure him being a male, he deals with black male oppression. He says that he supported black women's empowerment and understands their our oppression. And I truly believe that what he's just saying, that if we want to deal with our oppressions at the forefront, he said, go ahead, I have your support. But when it comes down to LGBT and things of that sort, and
he doesn't
have that support for that, but he's like, go ahead.
I don't have a problem with LBG. That's not but I don't like people getting beat up and oppressed because they're feminine and they're a boy, or they're masculine and a girl. To me, that's crazy. My only thing is with the trans because it directly conflicts with me. Not that I don't got a leg in the fight, because I will fight for things that I don't got a leg in the fight for if it's unfair. But now I'm conflicting with what I am. I'm saying I'm no longer a straight male. I'm asexual, or I'll sleep with a man.
That's I totally agree. But like I said, that was based on what I said before about what your nuclear family is going to look like and what the collective of family is going to look like. So, for instance, in your immediate family, that you're not standing from that because you do want to see your sons marry natural born women and things of that sort, that's whatever. So you're going to control your household the way you want to. However, if you do see someone being discriminated against on the outside, and you notice that this person is a part of your black extended family, right is right and wrong is wrong. Am I correct,
Hey, can I
Suave?
get
That's 100% a fact.
let me get
Okay.
in real quick, yeah. So
And I respect that,
in the
Suave.
chat
Just Roy, I respect that.
they're echoing that black men aren't helping black women. Uh uh what is it? Moonflower did a stream the other day talking about community ping. At the bottom of the study, it showed and stated that Omega Psi Phi, which is a incorporated, which is a all black, well, predominantly black male fraternity, that's
Now it's
actually
predominantly
helping
black.
with the STIs and testing and things of that nature. So there
But you know
are
why they
black
started
men
that
helping.
to help black men though? Because black men lead in STDs. So don't try to put it like they're trying to help black women because they're really not. They did that with black men in mind, bro. As a collective, black men do not help black women. So do not come up here with that motherfucking bullshit. Because use your common fucking sense. We see this shit every fucking day. As a collective, y'all don't do a damn thing for us.
And especially Omega Psi Phi, which is one of the nastiest fraternities out there.
Listen, outside of the fraternity, black men in different parts of the world, especially with the situation in America, are leading in STIs. All of them. You're spreading HIV and AIDS, and it's affecting the black women in the community, and it's affecting the children. You'll need to recognize that, understand that. You're not using the family planning centers, even though, yes, there's the history with whatever that happened. Y'all are not using contraception properly. Y'all are not, y'all are making excuses for using condoms. Y'all are not going and getting STI tests on a regular basis. So, yes, those
But we
services
trust the
might
women
be
we're
there,
dealing with.
Duck.
That's a
But
fact. That's a fact. I agree with you, and I support that because I, as a person that um speak up for women or have that mentality, it's very rarely an environment where I'm 100% supported. People will accept me and tolerate me, but it's like it come with a caveat. All my life I've been growing up, it's women adjusted to what men preferred them as,
Right.
and
But
it gave me and it fucked me up, right? Because if I'm not that man that do that, women don't look at me as a man. It's hard for, like, in a lot of these environments, they won't respect me if
Right.
I'm
We
not a
twisted.
player, a pimp,
People were indoctrinated. They
chauvinist. I'm
twisted.
like, what the fuck? I'm treating you like a lady, and you can't respect it. But it is what it is. I knew it was somebody out there for me, and I found her. So
congratulations.
I'm here to change the mind. You know what I'm saying? Or at least get with the people that got the same mind as me and build something so that people can actually see what it look like. Because once we, like, you can't be against this mentality. You can't. How can you be against making a better class of black men in order to partner with the better class of black women? Like we're fighting to stay ignorant? Is that what we're doing? Like,
Uh,
no, I want to stay violent. I want to stay STD'd up. I want to stay baby mama up. I want to stay baby mama drama up. Like, no, I'm not accepting that culture. That's not my culture. That was pushed on me as a child. I rocked with it as much as I could, but the whole time I was uncomfortable.
but a lot of these
I done got my
STIs are
ass
created
whooped for
by women.
females. I done got my fucking given to them by who?
They create
Thank you.
them from
So
bad
I done got
hygiene.
my
The women create the STIs. Then the
You
men
a
so
get
so
damn
them
liar,
men
HIV.
you
sleep
must. You
around.
Listen.
crazy ass
You don't know
motherfucker.
nothing
And you
about
look
HIV.
like
So
you
science,
this.
T-Duck,
diseased, and
okay?
you look like you created your own goddamn disease. Get up.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna speak on that. We know where the shit come from, but the thing is, once we have a collective of us that's moving like that, um, it's gonna be a beautiful thing, and people gonna adopt it. It's gonna make more sense. We're gonna be like more psychologically healthier, socially healthier, economically healthier. Like that's all it is, man. Niggas been relaxed. Niggas been relaxed. Niggas been leaning on the black market society, criminalizing themselves well into their 50s. Niggas is okay selling weed, selling dope. Niggas is uncomfortable going to college, getting careers. And then when the nigga do it, we gotta act like they God. Oh, you got a degree? Oh, you got it. Like, nigga, that ain't me. That shit don't impress me. I can do that. We all should be doing that. I just have to realize that Hey, everybody's not as smart as us. Everybody didn't get that kick in the ass when they was 2, 3, or whatever, how old it is, introduced to math at a young age, reading, language, you know, social skills. Some people just was allowed to just grow up and get older, and they've been making their own decisions since they was a child, you know, due to whatever drug problem or economic. 'Cause like for me, my pops worked triples and doubles. He was a single father. He couldn't watch me all the time. He couldn't. And even, you know, he put a lot of good things in me. I still lost my virginity at 15. I could say, well, all my friends lost it at 11, 12, but that shit don't mean shit to my father. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just wanted to be better for us, man. And if it take a little ass whooping of a generation or two, I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm against the same black men that they're against. Like, we got to step our game up, man. It's just simple as that. I'm tired of the most ignorant, most quick to get violent ass niggas being the kings, wearing the crown, getting all the props.
To wear
While I'm
some
being called
gold drip
lame.
and shoot the next nigga.
While I'm being called a
Well, can
lame.
I say
You
something?
know what I'm saying? In my own environment.
I want to
Go
say
ahead.
something. What you just said, T Duck, before Suave started speaking, um, disturbed me when you were saying that our bodies create STIs. Um, that is part of the reason why I gave up on the collective of black men, because a lot of you think and behave the way that you do. I'm not coming at you, or but a lot of you do. And it's just disappointing. So with that being said, I'm no longer going to disappoint myself. Now, I
Don't worry,
personally,
sis.
listen, I personally, me speaking for myself, I personally, the aesthetics of black men, I love it. But the mentality of them, I hate it. I hate the collective, the way, I don't hate the collective of black men, but I hate the
Mhm.
way that their mindsets are.
Okay.
And it just disturbs me.
Um, yeah, I sis, because I'm not able to fully go into explanation because I usually just try to get in the bulk of what I'm saying. But if I'm able to explain it right now, yes, they are STIs, sexually transmitted, as Verbal tried to say. And but what happens is these bacteria are harnessed and manifested in women who do not
Blah blah
have a
blah
good hygiene.
bullshit.
And so what they do, they root in the woman. And then the woman has sex with a man. So that's where it becomes an
Bullshit.
STI.
That's totally
Tita,
opposite. How many of y'all
Tita,
That is
have went to the
science.
doctors? The
Tita,
diseases are passed on through you men, through you men,
you
because
men
Well,
are
you
even if
go
that
causing the
was the
inside
death
of
of
a
case,
black
woman
women.
and you
okay,
inject the disease that
Lady,
you
hold
give
lady,
on, hold
don't
on,
even
let me
argue
speak.
inside
with
of
him.
a
Just pull
woman.
up the stats, though. Like,
Let
just
me
pull up
speak,
the
let me
science
speak.
reports that says
Even
that says it.
even if that was the case, what he said, even if what he was saying was correct, even though we know that it's not, the 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 way that it's getting spread is through men. Period. Men are being nasty,
Correct. I
sleeping with
agree with you.
several different types of females, clean and dirty, and you
Men
guys are
are
still
carriers.
passing it on.
I
Men are
Men
agree
can
with
be
you,
carriers.
carried,
sister.
right?
Yeah, they can. Men are carriers, which means that y'all can carry a disease for a long time before it
Yes,
manifests.
because it can lie
So
dormant
you
inside of
can
your
spread
body
that
for a
disease
long time.
tenfold before you even know you have it. So
That goes
goddamn
for
it, shut
women
the fuck up,
too.
Exactly.
you ignorant motherfucker.
That goes with women too.
Hold on a second,
No,
No,
it
it
Taylor.
does
don't, you
not.
Listen,
No,
asshole.
hold
now
on,
you are
hold on a
wrong.
second,
You
ladies.
are
Hold on a
wrong.
second,
33
ladies.
degree
Hold on a
Masonic
second, ladies.
dick
Men are
sucking
more, men
goat rider.
are most because of the way that your body operates. Our bodies operate at a different temperature. Yeah. Men, because of your genitalia being out on the outside and the way that your factory cools itself, you guys can have STDs, STIs for months and not be aware that they're there. Yeah. Our function is different in the way that our bodies work
So
and
stop
operate,
playing us
Tito.
like we don't
There
know.
has been
I
numerous
do know.
cases and
Let me
numerous
have
No,
Stacy
stop
finish.
articles.
playing us like
Let me
Let
we
Gas
don't
finish.
know,
Stacy
because you
Let me
finish.
fucking don't
finish.
know.
Let me finish. Let me land. There has been numerous articles where Black men have gone on sprees of giving STDs and STIs to women within the community. That is a fact on both sides of the globe. Here in the UK, and I've seen numerous in the USA. It is wrong. The kids that are growing up do not deserve this because people can't control themselves and have discipline. And you guys are not going and getting tested. You're not using the facilities that are available for you to access. You're making excuses for not looking after your health and not looking after your bodies.
Facts.
Stop making excuses for it.
I'm not.
That's what
I
we
just
tired of,
understand
this
that there are women
bullshit.
doing the exact
We
same thing.
tired of your bumpy ass, hairy ass,
T-Duck, if you want to
nasty
know
ass
the truth, if
bullshit.
you want to see the statistics, Moonflower did it on a previous stream where you can go and see the statistics showing double and nearly triple on certain statistics on different ones of what's going on in the USA.
And T-Duck know it's all love
No,
for me
I
because I
watch
ain't
it.
finna pussy
We're
pop
more
or pedal
sexually
pop with
active,
him.
yes. But the women are doing the same thing. Not at the
No,
rate.
not in the same numbers.
No,
Not in
exactly.
no,
Not
we
at the
don't.
same
No,
rate.
we don't,
Listen,
T-Duck.
I'm not
And
going to
no, we
continue
don't,
to
you
argue with
nasty
him
ass
because you just want
You
to
motherfucker.
wouldn't
You
have a
derail
was
the
on here
conversation if
conversation.
stripping
y'all
and
weren't
shit
doing it.
with your bare
I
hairs
You
digress.
out.
just
I'm
want
not
to
You be
arguing.
out
derail the
sliding in DMs,
conversation.
ready to fuck anything. No, we don't. Let's keep it real.
We have videos of women on YouTube talking
You
about how
just
they
want to
spreading
derail the
AIDS. Stop.
conversation instead of men
They act
taking
like we don't know
responsibility
real
and
society.
accountability for the choices that they make in spreading diseases in our community, not using contraception, not getting tested, and not accessing health services. That's a choice you make.
It's
Stop
not because
blaming Black women for it.
it
Moonflower.
it takes two.
Moonflower, did you get a chance to look at the videos that I
Look,
put in
your
the chat?
ass. When was the last time you been to the doctor, T Dizzle?
It's been a minute.
Yep. So you don't
This
know
is
what all the disease
Exactly.
you carry after all them women. You've been sliding in
I
the
don't have
DMs,
multiple
all
partners.
on YouTube, getting stripped buck naked, showing all that hairy, what they call it, taco fucking bear meat and
minimum.
all
You should
that
be
shit.
going to the
You
sexual
don't
health
know
clinic and
what
getting
the fuck
tested
you
every
got.
3 to 6 months as a sexually. If you're a sexually active person, you should be getting checked on a regular basis with your partner. But the
Every 3 to
minimum you
6
should be
months.
doing is 3 to 6 months and
Yeah.
getting checked. You don't seem
Especially
to
if you're
understand,
sexually
Tida.
active. Sorry,
Children are
Queen.
being born with
You gotta
being
keep it
blind
real.
because of men passing on STIs to women in pregnancy, damaging our wombs, damaging our
You
tubes.
gotta, yeah. And see, we giving it different levels to the audience, right? To the audience. We're giving it because I could talk just like Cascade. I could talk just like Moonflower. But I choose to talk like me. And it depends on who I'm talking to. And with T Duck, I know, and he knows his love too. Cause he'll tell you he loves me. And this motherfucker harassed me. He only harassed the people he like. Watch who he harassed. You know what I'm saying? He harassed the people who he knows that have sentiments. I'm just gonna put it that way. T Duck is not a dummy. T Duck knows what he's doing. T Duck comes up here and plays ignorant and a lot of different things. But I've been knowing T Duck probably longer than a lot of y'all because we veterans up in this game. We came back from the old school. Like, ain't nothing new with T Duck. He been doing this harassing women for a long ass motherfucking time. That's how y'all sitting up
Harassing
here
women.
giving him
Shut up.
what y'all say, my court. I'm like, for what? Cause this nigga ain't finna stop. You know what I'm saying? I know this nigga ain't finna stop. But he know I would beat that ass. But at the same time, it's just like, and I ain't gonna say the rest, but it's like, y'all gotta stop falling for some shit. You know what I'm saying? And T Duck full of game.
Wait, hold
He
up.
know he
You
full of
can't
T Duck know
pass
he's full of
responsibility
game.
on one
T
party
Duck
when it
knows
takes two
he's
to
full of
tango.
game. T
You're the
Duck
one
is a
here
pimp.
standing
T
up
Duck
here
thinks that
defending
he's one
the
of the
black male
greatest
collective.
pimps. T Duck thinks he's one of the greatest pimps. That's why he steps to the plate first. Because he thinks he's one of the greatest pimps.
One of the greatest black
Now
philosophers.
continue on.
I'm a
Listen,
black
can we
philosopher.
stop derailing the conversation, Tita? Moonflower, are you there? Are you there, Moonflower? Maybe she stepped away. Listen.
But keep in mind, let me just reiterate. I've been knowing T Duck. We came from the old school. We came from the real conscious movement or whatever. Like when T Duck was his real name. Before he changed his name to all this other bullshit. New Era King, he was doing the same damn thing. Ain't nothing changed. And he knows I know. That's why he comes after me. Because he know I know who the fuck he is.
Why is
and
you
I'm
going
not
into the victimization rhetoric when we having a whole discussion about
who's
our
a
people?
victim? I'm never a victim. What did I say that
I
was
just
victim?
think
You wish, Negro.
Like I said before, there's enough dusty women for enough dusty men. There's enough elite women for elite men.
And we tired
It's
of
all
dusty.
about
Black
toleration.
people don't need dusty. If you pro-black, we
rather
don't
than
need
try to
this
fix
dusty
people, it's
movement
better
that you're
you
trying
just
to push.
understand people.
We don't need your dusty movement that you're
Tita,
trying to push.
you don't seem to understand and correlate the fact that you're out here as black men killing our best and our brightest. You're out here killing
You
women
are
and
killing
children.
them. You are just as much as a killer as the people who actually
How you can? I
because
cannot
you
hold
spread the
responsibility
rhetoric.
for
Because you
people with the
spread the
lack of.
rhetoric, you spread the energy, and you spread the vibe, my nigga. You
Yes, and by
spreading it.
spreading the
But I have a
rhetoric, it
daughter
makes you
at a
My
complicit.
UC
nigga,
majoring
you're
in
spreading the
biology,
hate,
is
my
in
nigga. So
pursuit
you
of
just as
becoming a
guilty, my
PhD.
nigga. You're just as
So
guilty,
what are you
my
talking
nigga.
about? I have
You're
a
just
track
as guilty,
star
my nigga.
as a
You're
16-year-old now.
more guilty because you know better.
What are you saying?
My nigga? You're more guilty because
My
you know
kids
better,
aren't
my
out
nigga.
there being
My nigga,
wild and
there's
everything.
no
They
excuse
get
for
high
you.
marks. They're
You
on honor
cannot come
rolls.
up with
What
the
are you
words to
saying?
excuse your behavior like you keep trying to do. You're guilty, my nigga. You're
Guilty
a piece of
of
shit,
what?
my nigga. Until you change your behavior,
Producing
my nigga,
successful children.
you're
Thank
guilty,
you.
my nigga.
Producing successful children. Yes, I'm guilty.
Them children are derelict. Cause the other day I done seen your children online saying some bullshit because you told them to say some bullshit. So you can talk to the next person about that bullshit.
Listen, T-Duck, have you had enough attention now? Can we get back to the conversation? Because I don't even know why you're giving him this much attention. There's better things that we could be talking about right now.
Tito, don't say shit else or you getting kicked off the fucking panel.
Listen, these are kangs with no kingdoms.
Going off.
But he's the first one to jump. Abdul,
Froggy,
Brandon Tabe. Maybe you should come up. Because
Moonflower,
we
can you play
want
the video that I put in the back?
to have a conversation, but not with this kind of shit.
Yeah, Brandon, you can come up, but
not with this kind of shit.
Yeah, T-Duck
And
always
he's
saying
the
some
first one to jump
shit.
up, and y'all let him. That's what I mean. Y'all let him. Y'all let him represent y'all. That's your fault, Abdul Brandon Tabe, for letting him represent y'all. Goddamn it. That's what I mean. Y'all don't speak. If you're a good black male, you don't speak out enough. Goddamn it. That's y'all fucking
every
problem.
Every time I say men hit the panel so we can have a conversation, every time I put in the comment section at the beginning of the stream, the only person that hit the link be T-Duck. So y'all sit back and y'all let this motherfucker represent y'all. That's
him
y'all. That's
or Yara. Him or Yara.
Sorry to interrupt. Moonflower, I sent you the links in the back chat. There's some videos there to do with the trajectory of the black family. So can you play those, please, so people can get a better understanding of what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I had stepped away. I was doing my hair and repiercing my nose and shit.
No problem. Because
Come
it's
on,
like
babe.
whether
Come on, babe.
whether
Drop the link for babe. They said
hold
it's
on a
pinned
Yeah,
at
second.
the
somebody
top, babe.
post the link
It's
so I
pinned
can
at the
get it
top of
because it's
the
not on
chat.
my browser no
For
more.
anybody new who wants to come on, it's pinned at the top. We
Is
want
it?
some intellectual conversation,
Hold
Oh
on.
yeah.
please.
Let me say
Let me
something,
see.
okay? Because I want to definitely give respect to Suave's channel because we are using it. We're not necessarily having a
Mm-hmm.
divestment talking point or discussion to coerce people to divest. We're just showing what Black women are going through. We're showing the systems and oppressions that Black women are going through, whether it's with their natural counterpart, as well as we will discuss things that's happening within law and things of that sort. um I do want to just give that respect because I'm not sure, but I do believe that Suave would love to see more Black families, and probably not necessarily agrees with
Mm-hmm.
divestment, but he do support Black women, and this is why this is being allowed. So I just want to just take the time out to say that.
And then we're not swallowing in the mud, Astro. We're discussing something that is reality today.
Listen,
That's a
QI, some
difference.
of these
Something
dust
we got
mites
to do
are gonna
something about
talk and say some
immediately.
dust mite things.
That's
Let
that's
them talk
no,
and say
no.
their dust mite
It's not
things
dust
because
mite. It's not. We gonna stop saying dust mite. We're
no,
gonna
no, no,
say
no, no, no.
this needs to
I'm
be
if I want to say
addressed.
dust mite
No,
or if I
we
want to
ain't,
say
because that's what the
emotional to
fuck they
certain
I
are.
types
We
mean,
of
not
yeah,
gonna
I got
behavior,
stop
you,
saying that because
Queen.
that's what
I
the
got
hell
you,
they
then
are.
Queen.
then I'll
I'm
say that.
just saying. I'm just saying. This is something that needs to be discussed today. And
I
if
mean,
you're
it's
Listen,
not
better
what
than
I'm
willing
us
to
saying,
have
on
the
ladies,
them
is
bitches
if
though.
go
you're
to the
not
chat.
willing to, if you're not willing to have an intellectual conversation about it, then you don't care. So why even say anything about Black women divesting, period, or aborting, period?
No, I just wanted to just
Yeah,
just
I'm
to
not trying to, I be coming
mention
up here to
because
convince folks to
I don't want
divest.
anyone to think that by us speaking about things that Black women are dealing with and what's going on in the community, and even though people us on the panel might give our personal opinions of how we feel about divestment, whether we're there or if we're not there, I don't want anyone to link that as in Suave is
Oh yeah,
agreeing with divestment when all he is doing is supporting
right.
Black women on his panel. So we just gonna
And
have to
yes,
just
I
respect
know
it on
about
that
Black
level.
Sun. I'm sorry. I
No,
know
no, that's
about
all
Black
right, QR
Sun.
babe. That's all right.
I know about Black Sun, and I'm not with that behavior. I can't tell people what to do on their channel, but of course, I am not with supporting that behavior from Black Sun.
I had
Listen,
a
in regards
question
to
for
what I was
Glitchy.
saying, it
Hey,
wasn't a case of I'm not even looking at the chat right now, so I don't know who's being emotional and who's
But
being
I
dust
want
mite.
Miss Legit
I'm
to
not.
come
Let
on
me
the
finish,
channel, though.
QI. You said what you were saying a minute ago. Let me finish.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know. I'm not looking at the chat to see everybody's behavior right now because we've got mods in the chat. But what I am saying is, if there is dusty behavior, if there is emotional behavior, let the comments stay there so that people can see who these people really are, what they really think, and how they feel about women. Because at the same time, when we're doing this on Taz's channel and other people's channels, do you get what I mean? You're on the panel and you're seeing certain behavior, like we're seeing certain behavior from T-Dot. But the women also
mm,
need to understand that this is how these guys and some of these mammies, and I'm not saying all of you are this, but the ones that are there doing certain types of behavior, this is how they feel. And there's nothing wrong in that.
No, no, no.
um,
The
two
chat
things I
is
want to
not
say
bad.
before we get back into it. Glitches K, who is Sister Noble, and why does she want us to read her comments? And then to Miss Legit talking about the title or whatever. The video I played earlier should explain the title, but Divest or Die basically
She
is
wants
showing
to know
that
how specifically, Miss Legit. You
I,
gotta break it down.
divest or die means that we're seeing that black men are killing and raping black women at such a high rate, destroying our lives, assaulting us. At this point, it's really a life or death situation if you decide that you want to deal with a black man. So the statistics show that we have a more successful likelihood for dating out than we do for dating within our race. That's the point of the title. But Queen Cascade, you talking about the Wealth Summit video?
Yeah, I found some information via some videos and some other research. I haven't been able to because I've been dealing with the kids and stuff. But I sent
Yeah, I'm
you
about
two
to
links
do
in
it
the
right
back
now.
chat to, because even if it's a
Miss
case of
Legit.
you decide not to divest in the way that everybody else is talking about, for me, divestment is about your mind state, your body, your soul. It's about self-love. It's about getting away from degeneracy, whether it's black men, whichever culture that you're dealing with, that you're looking at, what's best for you as a woman and what your needs are and moving forward with that. So
I concur.
And that
um,
is my standpoint. My standpoint on divestment for me has only been about removing myself from the chaos, removing myself from things that does not serve me, removing myself from people who does not serve me in a positive way. That
Thank
is my
you.
divestment.
That is my
yeah,
divestment as well, because I want to stress that I personally do not hate black men. I do not hate them,
None
but
of us
their
personally do hate
plight,
black men, but they take it like that.
right? But that's what a lot of people think. People
Yeah,
think that if you
exactly.
say I'm divested from them, that you hate them. No, that's not the
Self hatred.
case.
But
They
that's
think
the
self hatred.
But that's because they're listening to women who are not really divestors. They're
Facts.
fence
I agree.
jumpers, right? They got one foot in the door, one foot out the other, and their reason for divesting is to pretty
Some
much like
superficial.
shame or scare tact
You know,
black
as you
men
mentioned,
into
Oh shit!
behaving better by saying that they're no longer going to be with them. Those women are not real divestors, because they're
Facts.
they're doing it for a
Right.
different outcome than just a personal outcome. They're doing it for an outcome from someone else. They want somebody else behavior to change. So and that's
right.
why they quote unquote are divesting. So when you're listening to
Okay.
people who are not really
Oh, finish.
divestors, and
No,
you
I
take
didn't.
that
Bitch.
narrative and you run with it with the general pop, then this is what you're gonna get. Real divestors are going to be attacked. The ones who play who hops the fence whenever they feel like it gets to play on both sides and never really pick
Right.
a side, and they
Right.
just continue the confusion. You know what I'm saying? Because
Because
Okay, y'all. Oh,
go ahead.
Because I'm a true
wait.
divester, and I say that, true divestment means that you can stand alone. You don't need
Right.
anybody. You would not submit to anything from anyone. White
Exactly.
supremacy, black supremacy, purple supremacy, green supremacy, whatever. You're not going to be beaten by no one. You're not going to be abused by no one. And you're going to stand up as a person with some self-esteem and with the
Okay.
Exactly.
mitochondrial DNA of the true black woman.
Okay, y'all. So before
Exactly.
we get into this video, a couple things I want to address. To the person CS, you're asking where the statistics are coming from and who's giving the statistics. If you go back to previous streams, if you go back to my debate, you can see all the statistics that I use. You can see all the articles that I use. You can see you can go look for it yourself. And all it takes is a quick Google search, really, honestly. When you type in black man kills wife, so many things pop up. Black man kills his child. So many things pop up. Black man does this, but it's so many things that pop up. We have enough content to do for the next 1,000 years. So you're asking where the statistics are. Go back to previous streams. Go back to the debate. Do a quick Google search. King Midas, you're saying that most black men we quote unquote hate were raised by single mothers, so it's our fault. First off, when you have single mothers, they have to go to work. So throughout the day, most kids raised by single parents have to ride the bus to and from school. When they get home, their mother is not there because she's at work. She's having to do everything around the household. So if the man would stay in the home, then we wouldn't have this issue. It's not the woman's fault. It's not the woman's fault that the man made a conscious decision to abandon his kids and his family. That's actually y'all's fault. Y'all want to put everything on the black woman when the black woman is essentially doing her very best in order to make this community still thrive. And the quote unquote white man that y'all hate so much, that y'all think is this big ass monster, this boogeyman, acknowledges that fact. That's why they have Goldman Sachs investing money into black women. That's why you have black women being the most educated demographic in the country right now. That's why you have black women being the highest rising demographic of entrepreneurs. So at the end of the day, it's you guys who are the problem. And then once again, CS, I never said that I hate black men. Please pull the clip where I said I hate black men. What I said was I don't give a fuck about you. For me to not give a fuck about you don't mean I hate you. That means I choose to not associate with you except for the few people who are close to me. But as of right now, I'm not looking to make any new friends with black men. I'm not looking to pursue a relationship with a black man. I don't give a damn if a righteous, great ass black man walk by me. I will not talk to him. I would act like that motherfucker do not exist. I never said I hate y'all, but I choose to not have y'all in my life. And that's the problem a lot of y'all have. Y'all have this entitlement. And even as a people, folks got this entitlement that you're entitled to somebody's time, their effort, their friendship, their love. You're not entitled to a damn thing that I give out. I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to be cordial with you. If I feel like being nice to you, I can if I want to, but I don't have to. And my standpoint is I don't want to be nice to you. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to smile at you. I don't even want to encounter you at work. I don't want to encounter you in the neighborhoods that I live in. That's why I live where the fuck I live at, so I don't have to encounter y'all. That's why I go to the grocery store where the fuck I go to the grocery store at, so I don't have to encounter y'all at all. It's not that I don't hate you. It's not that I hate you. It's more so I'm nonchalant and don't give a damn what you do. I don't give a flying fucking a blue hell.
Well,
Okay?
listen, here's the funny thing. King Midas, if you're saying that black mothers are horrible mothers and we the ones who created the men that are today, well, guess what? I have a solution for you. You have all the white women and other women of other races that you can deal with. Problem solved. Now we're moving forward.
And you think that we're terrible mothers, but if we were such terrible mothers, you wouldn't be here right now. Because you know what terrible mothers do? They leave their kids to starve. They sell their kids for crack and shit. That's what terrible
And
mothers
just the
do.
mere fact that you
You would
brought a
be
chat
fucking
And
dead
GPT.
if
let's
you had
not forget that that a lot of black men leave their children.
Thank you. And then yes, we do understand that other races, other communities have crime rates and shit. However, when we look at these statistics, right, black women are 3 times as likely than white women to be murdered by somebody in our community. 68%.
All right, now I want to say shout out to Brother Moses for that
Yes.
$5 super chat.
And we're not,
He
Brother
said,
Moses, we're
wait,
not
hold
saying
up,
that
hold
B1.
up. B1 is now scammers, QI. I never said that B1 was scammers. Let me clarify it. Let me say it again and again. I never said that B1 was scammers. I said Marcus Garvey was a scammer, I do recall. Okay? So did Taz.
And
And
black
Brother Moses,
women
please
leave their kids.
understand,
Just look at the foster
bro, shut
care
the fuck up,
statistics.
Shut the
T-Block.
fuck up, because I haven't finished
Up
my
before I kick
statement.
your ass off this motherfucking panel. Shut your motherfucking ass.
So, like, you got to come
But-
on a panel, Brother Moses. I'll respect due
But
and
Brother Moses,
explain
we would like for
why
you
did
to
you think
understand.
that, or where did you get that frame of thought from? We need to have a discussion about that, and simply
But like,
that,
we
because
need
I
to just
believe.
really
Wait,
do
I
this.
believe in communication. I don't believe in letting things go. I'm not gonna let a narrative be placed because I'm old school. I'm a veteran.
QI.
No. I just want to say I'm a veteran, so I know how game goes. So you have to explain.
Brother Moses, we need you to understand we are not talking
Hit
about.
the link. Hit the link.
Wait, QI. Brother Moses, we need you to understand that we are not talking about men like you, like Suave and Blue and Domo and Taz. They all understand we are not talking about these individual black men who are the outliers of the majority. We are not talking about you, Brother Moses. However, when we get into the conversation of Black First B1, when you have majority of these people who call themselves B1 or Black First, they're majority Black male first, not taking into consideration of Black women and children. And we do understand that black first is supposed to mean Black family first, but at the same time, how can it mean Black family first when these Black men aren't even getting married? So I need you to
But I
please
don't
understand
understand
that
nothing
we're
that
not
Brother
talking about
Moses is
you.
saying related towards me. He called my name out
I
specifically.
mean, yes, I do see that
No,
Q
no,
out,
no,
but
no.
he's
Let me
just talking
explain
about
from
what
my
you were saying.
perspective, because this is me. He said if she is figuring out what divestment means and how to, I can understand. Like, everybody has their own definition of divestment. My divestment means divesting from every form of bullshit. Black, white, purple, green. Okay? So hit the panel, Brother Moses. All due respect. We only gonna have
And let me
communication.
say something else. Let me say something else.
And I want to
Um,
speak after you, sister.
Who is that
okay.
And
talking?
peace to
Who
the
was
panel.
that?
My name is
Who is
Brandon
that?
Beck.
Who?
Oh,
Oh
okay.
shit. Hey. I
Um,
want
s-
I'm not looking at the
let me
comments.
let me just speak. Let me just speak. Period. Men in general are mean. Black,
Yeah.
white, or whatever in between. They are mean people in general. Just mean spirited, evil people. Not
I'm
all,
against
but
patriarchy
men
and
in
Right,
general.
misogyny.
let her finish.
So let me say this as well. No one over here praises white men or any other race of man. Nobody, we are just focusing on ourselves, whatever that may look like.
Right.
And
And as
me
I was
personally, my divestment is anti-patriarchy and anti-misogyny specifically. Okay? You can't get no clearer than that. Anti-patriarchy, anti-misogyny. I said it. And I stand on it.
and then as I was saying earlier, we do understand that other communities, other races of men do have crime rates in their community. However, when it comes to Black women, we are either 3 to 4 times as likely to be assaulted by Black men or people within our community in general than other races of women. So when we're talking about divestment and we're talking about going to, and y'all need to understand that one, divestment doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to white men. You can go to Asian men, you can go to Hispanic men, you can go whatever man you want to go to other than Black men. But for me personally, my first preference is white men, and my second would be Asian, third would be Hispanic. That's just me personally, what my preferences are in the list. But you need to understand that when we are looking at the statistics of divestment, swirling, dating out, and stuff, our rates of domestic violence, being drilled, being raped, aren't as high as if we were to stay inside the community. So that's the conversation. Is really which one is the lesser evil, and that's what a lot of you crybaby ass niggas don't understand. That's one thing y'all refuse to understand because one, you're remedial as fuck. Your IQ level obviously isn't there, and neither is your emotional intelligence level. You guys have no type of self-awareness, no type of reading a room, no type of anything. Y'all aren't smart. Y'all are really the dumbest people in America. 51% of Black men don't even finish fucking high school. So 50% of y'all don't finish high school. Like what the fuck? Like y'all are really some dumbass niggas, and it sucks that we have to keep breaking it down and breaking it down and make it dumb and dumber and dumber and dumber and even dumber for y'all to fucking understand. And that's the whole point of this conversation. Y'all are just some dumb ass fucking niggas. Y'all dumb as hell,
Can I respond to
just
something,
fucking
please?
stupid.
On
Yes,
Moonflower.
go ahead.
I've just seen a comment by Mrs. Legit Part 2. Why isn't there the focus on healthy relationships? It seems the focus is mainly surrounding going after Black men and threatening to go to other non-Black men. Now, I take the stance that I would like us as a community of women to focus on our mind, body, our soul, self-love, self-respect, self-care, and dealing with what we need to deal with internally. I am an advocate for healthy relationships, but that also starts with healthy mindsets. So breaking the cycles in our communities is paramount. Now, I'm not for women just running from black men and going straight to non-black men. Let me explain something, because I've said this on previous streams. Women, women within the black community, for the most part, have learned or not learned to date black men. And we've looked at the situations where it's hard to what's the word, vet black men anyway. But as far as I'm concerned, if you have attraction to other ethnicities or cultures, there's nothing wrong with it. But for the most part, if black women have been with black men, it's learning what healthy relationships look like. It's learning what to look out for, not just with black men, but with white men, with Asian men, Mr. Chi, Mr. Lang, Mr. Singh, whoever. Because each communities has their varied, smaller, integrated issues. And I think we as women in general need to be aware of that, and to be better able to teach our children moving forward how to date, and not punish them if they have attractions to other cultures. Because I've seen within our community, there's a number of women and men that have married or got into relationships for the wrong reasons, due to community, due to legacy, due to carrying on the line of the black heritage. And they've had attractions to other cultures, but been told it's wrong because of the brainwashing and the way that black women are brought up. So as far as I'm concerned, there needs to be a lot of cognitive behavior therapy within our community, and an undoing of what has gone before. That happens with us working on ourselves. Now, there is a section where people do have to understand something, and women will specifically understand this. When you reach a certain age, we know we have limited time in terms of our biology, and for those who want to have children. Now, personally, with the way the community is, I don't think people should be having children right now. But I understand that there's women within a certain age range that have got limited time to have children. So if they decide that that's the route that they want to go, fair enough. But they need to be aware that they have options, instead of what these black men are trying to brainwash them with. They're entitled to know and do what is best for them.
I'm
Now,
just want I just want to know,
And
why is
y'all,
this
right
such
fast,
a, hold on,
right
I'm sorry,
fast, y'all.
huh?
For those saying that, we're having this conversation on a platform built by a black man or whatever, Suave is the black man whose channel we're using. We're on the argument lead, but we're also streaming on my channel as well. But Suave is a black man who understands the fallacies of other black men, and points out the fact that y'all are degenerate as fuck. And that there is a fucking issue that needs to be addressed. So when we're on this platform that's built by a black man, this black man is supporting us and agreeing with us that there are things that need to be fixed. Secondly, to this Brian Jones person talking about some, y'all don't think other men see the ethnic image of black women and they don't want us or whatever. I mean, if that's how you feel, if that's what you want to say to make yourself sleep better at night, then I mean, say it to your fucking self. But at the end of the day, non-black men are very, very much so interested and attracted to and want to pursue serious relationships with black women. It's just the fact that they don't know whether or not black women are open to dating them, because there's such a community among black women where we are so race loyal that we don't date anybody else other than black men. And that doesn't negate the fact that non-black men have interest in us, that non-black men want to pursue us. It's just a thing of rejection. Now, if black women come out in droves stating how they are attracted to non-black men, we will see a quick uptick in interracial relationships, as we have already been seeing, because we see that within this younger generation, there are many more black women getting married, engaged, and dating white men. And the interracial, the swirling among black women is actually going up and up and up each year. If we look at these videos, like the old girl who was a cheerleader for a basketball team got proposed to in the middle of a court by a white man. We see all these new videos, all these pictures. If you follow I think it's Chris Logic who posts the pictures of women getting engaged or married to their white spouses or non-black spouses. There are so many non-black men who are interested in us. They just aren't sure if we are interested in them.
Let me say
However, as I
something.
said,
I got you, sis. I got you, sis. This is what's important. Because we're saying that wrong.
Y'all ready?
The more y'all,
right.
hold on. Let me say this right quick. The more y'all keep talking about these non-black men, the more y'all keep putting fuel on the fire. The whole thing is,
I mean, that's fine. They can be mad.
No,
We don't care
I
if they're
got
mad.
you. Let me just say that, and y'all, everybody can continue. The whole basis of everything, because everybody is on different stages, right? But the whole basis of this whole thing is that Black women are learning Black female self-worth. That we do not have to tolerate bullshit from a Black man, a white man, a Asian man, a whatever color, purple man, a green man, or whatever. That we're learning that we can survive and stand out on our own and not tolerate bullshit. That's the whole thing. Because women are tired of tolerating bullshit.
Exactly.
Well, I just want to say one thing, right? I want to express, why do we always go back to, let's discuss healthy relationships between men and women and everything, and when it even comes to Black men and Black women,
go talk to
on
some
these
Black
panels.
men about
why
that.
do we continue to do that? Like, listen, go to
tell Black men to stop
go
beating,
to couples
stop
therapy.
killing Black women.
Hold on, Kiara. Let me get my thought out.
Okay.
Go to couples therapy, okay? And that's your personal responsibility. We're not talking about no fucking relationships on no fucking panels with fucking people that we don't fucking know, who don't have an understanding of anybody's walks of life. Healthy relationships, really? We don't need to be talking about that. That's something that you need to be doing on your own.
And I hate
Hold on, let me get this out. Let me
y'all,
get this out.
let MJ finish her thought.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So the second thing I wanted to say about that is, like, yeah, so the healthy relationship situation, that's all fine and great, but we're not talking about that as a collective. That is a personal thing that you need to be doing with yourself. Go to couples therapy, go to marriage therapy, do what you have to do, right? And us bringing up what's going on in the community that's happening to people that's inside the community, aka Black women and children, is not bashing or disrespecting Black men. It's causing awareness. And if you want to correlate showing the issues and trying to get them addressed as to bashing or quote unquote degrading Black men, then obviously you're not about community as much as you claim to be, because you're literally shunning another part of your community that is suffering. If we can acknowledge the suffering that Black men who are a part of the community is enduring by government and social platforms, then why can't we not address what's happening to another part of our community that's happening inclusive within our community and even outside, secular? We can do both, and it doesn't have to be bashing. Okay, that's like, I'm just sick and tired of this manipulation, this victimhood tactic, that everything that you say is, oh, you're attacking someone. You're providing proof. You're providing evidence.
But we're just
Let
telling
the
truth.
evidence show
Truth
for themselves. So here's my thing, though, because if we can provide the stats and the reports of what's going on, a big issue that's happening in our community, and if you saying that this is just a one-off, or this is just minor issues, or if everybody do it, every community has it, this is all the talking points, right? Then I want you to show me the stats and someone tracking where we're making an uptick, where we're removing these bad elements in our community. And if you can't show those stats and those proof and those reports, then I don't want to hear anything about it. Now I'm done.
And then if you're not going to address We cannot, when we start talking about healthy relationships starts with lack of abuse towards Black women. Lack of, and that means verbal, spiritual, economic, whatever, because there are different forms of abuse. So that means if we're talking about healthy relationships, we need to end all abuse, all
And y'all
forms
stop
of abuse.
disrespecting Miss
Shut
Legit in the
the
chat.
fuck up, T-Duck. All forms of
Bro, shut
abuse
the fuck up,
towards
T-Duck.
Black women. All forms of abuse towards Black women. He know when to come in is this derelict. But if we're talking about healthy relationships, then that's where it starts. So you don't talk to the Black women about healthy relationships that are being abused. You talk to these Black men
That are
so
doing the
this is
abusing.
not the space to be talking about why are we not talking about Black healthy relationships. Manosphere, Migto, Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor are the spaces that you need to be speaking about. Why are we not talking about healthy relationships? Now, until I see a lot of that, then some of the shit that y'all say is bullshit.
Facts. And think about it
And
is, for now on, T Duck, you're gonna be ignored. Don't come back on my fucking panel because you're not getting back on. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You're not getting back on. And then Miss Legit, yeah, we're gonna ignore the fuck out of you. Same for
Now
Brian
let her come
Jones.
up
Same
though.
for
She's
T
a good
Duck.
debater
Fuck
though.
no, she's not coming up though. No,
All
no.
right. It
We
ain't my
ignoring the
panel.
fuck out of
It ain't my
everybody I
panel.
just mentioned. We ignoring the fuck out of
I got you. My fault.
including
My fault.
including Astro. We're ignoring your ass too. Don't come in here if you don't like what the fuck I gotta say. You know what you can do? You can click the fuck off, and you can wait until somebody else do a goddamn panel. Y'all come in this motherfucking comment section all the fucking time, bussy popping and bleeding all in the comment section, mad, hot and bothered. Don't never hit the panel. Don't have nothing constructive to say. And then talking about some, well, we tired of hearing this shit. Well, turn it the fuck off. If I'm hearing some shit I don't want to listen to, you know what I do? I go to another fucking video. If I'm watching an argument league and somebody up here talking that I don't really care for, I go watch a different video and I come back later when I think that person not talking no more. If you got such a motherfucking problem, go on somewhere. And ain't nobody disrespecting Suave. As I said before, Suave is a Black man who is agreeing that there is a large problem with Black men and pointing out those fucking problems. Yes, he comes up here to give his own opinion on things and to say, well, we could do better. But at the end of the day, he knows that us as Black women, we're fighting for our sex-based issues that revolve around the abuse at the hands of Black men. And he does not get in the way of that. Not like you dumbass dusty bitch. Oh, let me not say the B word.
And
But
it is our right as female feminists to stand for our rights, because that's all feminist means, is women standing for their rights. So for all you dummies that think that feminist means that something bad, you're dumb. You need to do your research.
And yes, Miss Legit, this is the argument league, but at this point, you in there saying just stupid ass shit, asking dumb ass questions. We've been on live for 3 hours and 12 minutes, and all the questions that you are asking have been answered within that time. And I know you've been here because we've been responding back to your comments. At this point, we're fucking tired of your bullshit. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about you or the Black man that you with. And for you to try to use your Black man as the majority when it's simply not the motherfucking majority, you can shut the fuck up and you can be in timeout. We're done talking to you. No, I'm not censoring nobody who disagreed, but if y'all coming in here saying bullshit, y'all can wait till somebody else come on the fucking panel. Simple as that. I'm finna time y'all motherfucking asses out, period.
Yeah, I mean, like, I really just think that at this point we just gotta just stop addressing the bullshit. Like, let them believe whatever they want to believe. Just like you had homie coming here saying that Black women are the most horrible mothers and they're the ones who created the men that's out here. I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm not trying to change your mind. My solution for you is to go get other women and stay
Yeah.
the fuck out my face. And that's
Y'all
just
say
how it's
white
going to
women can
be.
make black
And that's
kids.
how it's
Finish
going to
your
be with
white bitch.
anybody going forward. It's going to be, this is 2022. Anybody going forward is going to get that smoke. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not here to convince you any way, other way. I'm not here to convince you that I do have the Black people's best interests at heart. I'm not here to convince you that I do have Black women's best interests at heart. I'm not here to convince you that I do wish Black men the best and I want them to have the best. I'm not here to convince you on anything. You believe whatever the fuck you want to. Just stay out of my way because I will move you. That's it. That's where I'm at. That's it.
But I have to say, y'all, though, we came into a space and we have to realize, see, I'm veteran. I've been here for a long time. I know Miss Legit. And I think and I know what they think. And it's like, we have to realize that we came into a space, some other people's space. And, you know, it can sometimes seem intrusive. So,
we do understand that, but if we're just sitting up here playing fucking news articles and shit, and they got a problem with us simply showing what the fuck is going on, that's not a problem with us. That's a personal problem with them. The fact that they don't want the world to see what the fuck they act like.
I got you, sis. I understand, sis. I understand. I'm not a millennial. You know, I'm 50. I'm 50.
Yeah, different times.
You know what I'm saying? Patience. That's why I'm here, and that's why I jump on the panel behind you, all of that.
Yeah, you know, QI, but patience is different than allowing disrespect.
No,
right?
we ain't allowing no disrespect.
Right.
And of course, but with these men, when you give them patience, they give you disrespect in return.
I can meet everybody where they at. You know, like I said, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. If I provide information, if you accept it, great. If you don't, great. I'm not trying to convince anything of it, but you're not going to try to shut my voice down when you don't like what you hear.
Can't nobody do that though, MJ. I already know can't nobody shut you down. Can't nobody shut me down. And because I got a channel that's monetized. I can go live right now. You know, so it's like ain't nobody shutting us down.
No, but that's what is the process, right? The process is when they come up with pushback, it's fine to have pushback, right? Because we don't want to echo chamber, right? We don't want to echo chamber. But the thing about it is that's why they personally attack, right? Then they like to use anecdotal evidence for within their household.
Right. And we know why,
These
right?
are all tactics that they use to derail the situation and also try to belittle you in the information that you're putting out.
Right.
So how am I going to say
QI?
Right. So like I'm willing to look at people for where they are, but how am I going to actually look at you and say that you have Black people as best interest at heart when you're literally trying to shut down a part of who's a part of the Black community, which is this is what's happening to Black women and children. Y'all men can come on a panel and start their own panel and talk about what's going on with Black men in the community or when it comes down to society. Ain't nobody gonna knock them for that. If you're providing the information and the resources, please share it. Do it. But don't come here and try to combat our information and make ours seem so small and insignificant, because that means that you don't care about us. And then that means that we are not a part of your community. So if that's the case, why the fuck you coming up here talking about community about anything?
But see, that's why I try to encourage people to get on a panel. Like when I know, like Miss Legit, like I've seen her, she can provide information. So I'm like, let's go tit for tat. Let's do a real debate.
No, I wasn't talking about this. Is let me just. This has nothing to do with Mrs. Legit.
Y'all. Let's take a pause right fast, y'all. Sister Noble has joined the panel. She's been quiet for a very long time. So I would like for Sister Noble to speak her mind right fast.
Yes,
please go ahead. Thank you,
sister.
Go ahead, Sister Noble. You still there?
Unmute, Sister Noble.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, you got the
Okay.
floor. You got the
Um,
floor.
sister, I came on. I heard everything that was said. You know what I did catch on the live stream, and I was just thinking, how I have my own divestment story, but it's not to divest to males of other races. I just decided to stop fucking with black men, and I can tell you now that I stopped fucking with black men as late as 2013. I decided that I didn't want to be bothered with black men after I cut somebody named Black Son off in 2013. It was at that point in time I just didn't want to be bothered with black men no more after the bullshit that I went through dealing with a black man who called himself Black Son. Now he called himself White Son, but his government name is Kenny William Ball. When I cut this nigga off for being disrespectful to me, I just didn't want to fuck with black men because I recognized what I was dealing with. As late as 2013, I recognized that black men, a lot of them are pieces of shit. Okay, and they are pariahs to our community, and we just need to divest from them altogether. We need to divest from them. And this is a man that I supported with his Comcast cable show called The Arena Uncensored. Okay, and he used to call me the queen of the atheists. He referred to me as the queen of the atheists at the time because I had at the time I left Christianity back in April 2011 and became an atheist, right? So I put many miles on my car to travel every Sunday to Chamblee, Georgia, just to support this asshole. Okay, just to support his Comcast cable show at the time. And I cut him off in 2013. Then I didn't hear from him in 5 years until he slithered his way back into my life in 2018. In August 2021, I finally started back talking to him on the phone. Okay. And then in October of 2021, he went on a smear campaign against me. Okay. And it was not until December 3rd, 2021, when he sat, his ass on Nandy's panel and told people about a sexual video that him and me was in 2013. He told people that he did put down his cell phone, but he had other cameras around his apartment recording us. Okay. In 2013, he tried to record us while we were laying in the bed in the nude. Okay. And he tried to record us using his cell phone. And when I saw him raise up his cell phone, I said, put that away. I don't want to be on video. But the nigga still recorded me according to his own admission that he made on Nandy's panel on December 3rd, 2021. He still recorded me using hidden cameras around his apartment. Okay, I was unaware of any other recording devices that he had in his apartment at the time back in 2013. All I knew is the nigga tried to record me using his cell phone as we were laying in the bed. Okay, and I said, I don't want to be on video. So on December 20, 2021, I went to the police department and filed a complaint against that ass. And I do have a case number, and I want this nigga to pay for what he did to me. I am so fucking pissed.
I did hear that, Sister Noble, because I got on the panel, but I got on the panel late as fuck. And that was the day me and Andy had our situation. So I do know exactly what the fuck you talking about.
Okay. And I got this nigga on audio. I got him. I got his ass. Okay. He can't walk back what he said because I got him already. I got him admitting that, yeah, I made a video with her and me in 2013, and she sat on it. And I mean, the nigga said she sat on it, and I was swimming in the pussy. And he told people that all men should record women for backup purposes. Yeah, that too. And he also said, yeah, I did put down my cell phone, but I had other cameras around the apartment. So I got you, nigga. I got you. Your ass is going to jail. I am so fucking mad right now about what that nigga did to me. I want his ass in jail. I want that nigga in jail. because I'm not the only one that he did that to. I know I'm not the only woman he did it to, because he showed me back in 2013 a video on his cell phone of him and some chick having sex. Okay, and the woman was on top of him, whoever it was. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is he told me recently, before I cut his ass off again in November, that that was his ex-girlfriend, he said. And also he said that she gave him consent. I don't believe it, because your ass never got consent from me to record me and you in the bed. And by the way, y'all, he been going around passing sex tapes or whatever he been doing, passing around videos showing Yanga, his friend Yanga, and other people that us engaging in sex. And it's not even me. It's not even fucking me in the video that he's showing. He's passing around videos of other women engaging in sex with him and telling people it's me and him fucking in the video.
That's slander. After you do your criminal charges, go ahead
Okay.
and do civil charges, because let's say, it happened in 2013. Let's say, you can't prove it on a criminal basis. You can still prove it in civil court, and he'll have
Okay.
to pay you. And if you're in a state that garnishes your paychecks, like Tennessee, if he
Yeah.
don't pay what is due, they'll start garnishing his checks like a child support payment, and he'll have to
Okay.
pay you before he even get his money. It's gonna be deducted like taxes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And that's really all I have to come on here and say. And I do give Suave and the Argument League, permission to play my video that I did today. I give you all permission to play it. I don't mind. I put the link in the chat room earlier. So if you want to replay that at any given time, go right ahead. I give you permission to replay my content, okay, on your channel.
Okay. And this
So,
is also on my channel as well, Sister
yes,
Noble,
ma'am.
to make you aware.
Yes, ma'am. I give you permission, Moonflower, to play my video on your channel.
And that
Thank
is
you, ma'am.
fucked up.
Yeah.
It is. And I'm
And
very
I have to
sorry that
decide.
happened to you, but I hope you do, pursue him to the fullest of the law and the fullest of civil court if you can't make it in criminal court.
Yes, thank you. And I have to, of course, I gotta go to Friday night Bible study and tell my pastor and give her a copy of the police report.
And my question is to Soul of Mine and to the Debate League and whomever, is this what the Debate League represents?
Right? Because at this point, Black Sun is being kind of bad for the league. And let's say it does, let's say, worst case scenario, criminal court can't prove it, but she proves it in civil court. Are you still going to allow Black Sun to be part of the league, or what's up with that? That's my question, really. I want to see how this plays out with the league.
And think of how that makes us
here that's doing things like that, and at the same time y'all preaching for the good Black man. Obviously, y'all can't be the good Black man if y'all going to be backing him.
Yeah.
And this is how the Debate League represents, because this is one of the reasons why I haven't joined, because it's like I just need to know that I don't have to deal, because I don't deal with misogyny and patriarchy the same way as others, because I'm pop pull 'em. I'm like, pull up. I'm like, I'll go to prison for this shit. So I'm not going to put myself in a situation that will not end for my best benefit, if you understand what I mean. Because I live on some things. And I'm not going to be consistently harassed. And I know I can't tolerate that. I have post-traumatic stress disorder. So what do you think? So I know what situations to put myself in and what situations not to. And if I can't see that it's safe for me to join an alliance, and then an alliance that I'm not so sure that they don't want to silence you, like in a manner of you cannot speak out against injustices when it comes to your league members or the judges. I'm not so sure that I can do that, because that's just not me. I'm real. That's why there's a lot of things that I am a part of, that you know, I let them know clearly where I stand. Because I'm not going against family, and I'm speaking out. I don't care. I'm not about that. I'm going to be silent because, we're brothers or sisters or in a fraternity or in an organization. I've never believed in that. So I'm sorry.
And
And I
and
digress.
for everybody in the comment section, I want everybody to understand that, one, recording any type of phone conversations or whatever without the other person's knowledge is illegal. Recording any type of sex
It
acts,
depends on which state.
well, yeah, but in majority of states it is illegal. And taking pictures, recording, even
Some
wait a
states it's a
second,
one
QI.
party.
Wait a second, QI. But recording, taking pictures of any type of nudes or any type of sexual acts
That's
without the other
called
person.
revenge porno.
Revenge porn, yes. But that is illegal. I want everybody to understand that, for one. And for two, I for one saw it on Sister Nanny channel when he admitted to it. And like Solomon said, they did a whole week worth of presentations where Black Sun was recording her audio or video or text messages, of her being comfortable and vulnerable in a sexual manner. So that is illegal. It is what it is. It's illegal. And like, sometimes it might not be enough for a criminal court because they might want to do like a rape kit and all this other stuff. I mean, it depends on what state you're in, what type of loopholes you got to jump through, and yada yada yada. But with all this evidence against him, even if it don't hold up in criminal court, it will hold up in civil court, and she can sue him and he'll have to pay her. This is illegal. I just want everybody to understand that it is illegal. I've said this on a previous stream, but I had somebody I went to high school with was recording girls that he was sleeping with, and within the recording it came out that he was forcing them, because in the video he was like hitting old girl in the face. One of the girls was my friend. She came to school with black eyes and shit. He got snitched on, and he went to jail, and he was still in high school. He was 17. So this shit is illegal. Even as a child, you will go to jail for doing that shit. So remember, this is fucking illegal.
Yep. And the recording, okay, now the porn is a different thing. That's a whole revenge porn is illegal, period, across state lines.
Whether or not they consented to sending you the videos or not. If I consented to sending somebody nude pictures of me and we break up and he decided to post them on social media or Pornhub or anywhere else, that is illegal and you will go to jail. I can press charges on you and have you put in jail. Now, on top of that, I can even sue you and have you pay me. So it doesn't matter if they consented to sending you the videos or not. If you they consented to sending the videos to you and nobody else. If you release those videos, or even if you show the videos or pictures to your
Even if you had
homeboy,
it on your page, even if you had a video in your panties on TikTok or whatever, and they took it off your page and put it on, that's still considered revenge porn.
Yeah.
Oh,
now,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now I know now.
I'm trying to be clear of
You're
the
not
law.
consenting for them to show it to other. You're consenting for you to post it, but not for them to show other people. So that if somebody comes on your page and takes like something of you and spreads it around, you can file
I don't care what platform it was
against
on.
them.
Yeah, Nandy showed a video of me in my undies and my two wife beaters, a video that I made back in 2011 or 2012. They showed it on her panel in order to slut shame me or what have you.
That's revenge porn.
Okay.
Now you gotta understand.
And y'all see why I don't fuck with Nandy. Y'all see exactly why I don't fuck with Nandy. She is a mad, bitter, old ass hoe.
Yeah, okay. But listen, now I'm trying to teach some
law. That motherfucking table right now.
All right, now calm down, sis, because I'm trying to.
I'm talking to this cat. The damn cat got on the damn table.
All right. Now calm down, boo. Calm down. It's like this. That's revenge porn. Now, recording phone calls and recording, you have to look up your state laws, because in some states it's a one-party consent, which means all you got to do is tell them I'm recording. In some states it's a two-party. So just look that up. That's why it's very important for you to know your state laws and state laws. So look up in anything, any endeavor, or anything that you're doing, or anything that you have concerns with. Look up the state laws so you know how to proceed forward.
Hi, ladies.
And I digress.
Sorry about that. I got
so I
I
just want to
lost
say,
my
I really cared about Black Son. I really did. I really considered him to be a stand-up guy before I cut him off in 2013. I considered him to be a stand-up. I considered him to be a stand-up guy, and I really cared about him. But I cut him off in 2013 because he came out of his mouth and was very disrespectful to me, and so I decided, I'm not going to fuck with this. So I cut him off. But unbeknownst to me was the fact that he had some alleged sex tape of me and him. That was unbeknownst to me until I got wind on December 3rd. That, and he really should never have opened his fucking mouth. Dumb criminals like him, they always give themselves away. See, he has 6 major felony convictions. Okay. And one of them, he went to prison for criminal solicitation. Okay. So, dumb criminals like him, they always give themselves away because they have to brag to their friends and their family members about what the fuck criminal activity they did. And so, that's what he was doing. He was bragging on Nandy's panel on December 3rd about that fuck shit that he did to me back in 2013. And now I have a case number against him now for what he did. And the offense that's named on the report is pornography. Okay, I just want y'all to know is offense number one.
Yeah. 1 minute. Goldmine wants to know who she's talking about. Black Son.
Black Son. His name is Kenny William Ball. He calls himself Black Son. Also, he calls himself White Son. Okay. So hold on for a minute. Hold on.
Can you ladies hear me?
In the chat room. Okay.
QI, Moonflower, can you hear me? Is this thing working?
I hear you.
You can hear me, Sister Noble?
Yes.
Yeah, I had an issue with my internet connection, so I've just come back. I've heard parts of what you were saying. I'm sorry that experience happened to you and that you've had to go through all that. Hopefully, with everything that you've been able to gain evidence towards, moving forward. I don't want to diminish your experience because your experience is important. At the same time, we've kind of completely gone out of where we were going to with the topic.
Yeah.
You're a victim of what happened to you. I want you to know that. Like I said, I don't want you to think that your experience is being diminished here, because that's not what this is. At the same time, like, some of us are limited on time, and there's some other stuff that Moon needed to get through in regards to this stream. So as I'm assuming the link that you posted is in the chat if people want to see that, and that there's other evidence online to prove what you're saying. But I think we should continue with where we were with the topic.
Yes. I concur.
If you don't mind.
That's all I have to say, really, you ladies. I'm good.
Thank you, Sister Noble.
All right. You have a good day.
You too. Can everybody hear? Moon? QI? Who's here on the panel? Hello? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, I'm not sure where Everybody's disappeared too for a hot second, but it happens. I was doing some research, and obviously, we understand that we've got a problem within our societies, within the Black culture, and everything that we're experiencing as Black women at different levels. I wanted to show the videos because it's giving you some information on what we're heading towards as a collective. Okay, I'm just seeing the ones coming up in the chat. Bear with me a hot second. Yeah, Sister Noble, if you're still listening, some of the people in the chat have got some good advice. So if you look at that, that might be able to help you with certain things moving forward. As I said, she's a victim and she survived what she went through, and what happened to her was despicable. And I hope she's able to get justice for what she went through. Moon, are you there? Moon. Moon's got control of the stream, so I can't share the, what's it called it right now. QI, are you there? I know MJ's on her way to work, so she stepped away from her phone.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me about 2 minutes.
Okay. Moonflower, can you hear me? Moonflower? Okay, let me see if it will allow me to do this while Moonflower's away from her.
Y'all just call me.
Yes. Can you play the video?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Where, inside of 30 years, the wealth of the medium Black family is going to be it's zero. Right now, it's about 35% of Black families have a zero or negative net wealth. That's projected to move to 50%, right, inside of 30 years. So we absolutely have to bend the trajectory on that. If we continue in this pattern, we will absolutely have, a significant wealth gap in 100 years. It could, quite frankly, could be, higher because, capital compounds at accelerated rate, right? Those who have will have much more, and those who have less will continue to have less, and the gap will widen. The problem with that is it's going to cost the country untold trillions of dollars. It is unnecessary. It is wasteful. It is counterproductive to shareholder value. It is counterproductive to national security. It is counterproductive for the nation continuing to lead the world. It makes no sense economically, socially, culturally, whatsoever to have these gaps, persist. So, over the last, post George Floyd, Fortune 1000s have allocated, $200 billion to social justice issues, government spending, wants to have infrastructure spending and to do it in a more, equitable way in terms of communities and in terms of the supply chain, right, of businesses that are engaged in it. We got to have a laser focus. We have to increase the level of investment, right, within the Black community, the business infrastructure, education, healthcare, all of it by orders of magnitude. It is entirely doable to eliminate that gap over the next 100 years, of course, right? If we take, really focused, concerted efforts from an ecosystem perspective, right, where both the public, private, sectors, as well as nonprofits and philanthropies are complementing their levels of investments and compounding their levels, of investment, as opposed to what's been kind of going on, up until this point.
Thank you, Sean.
Moonflower? Can you play the other video, please? Moonflower.
I'm back. I was just checking my email.
Just play the other video for me, please.
So when I go to the other video, right, every time I click on the link, it takes me back to the same video.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if we can find the other one.
But yeah, it be taking me back to the same video. Let me see if I can find it. There you go. Because this one that say 10 seconds at the end, and the other one say 8 seconds at the end. I see this one that say 30 seconds. I'm going to try the 30-second one. But the one that be like 10 and 18, that giant take me right back to the same, what's your face? Same video.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm just copying the link. Okay, hopefully this one.
Okay. I think this the one that say pandemic something or the panoramic. Yeah.
Um,
The job crisis.
there's one that says Wealth Summit Trajectory of the Black Family. I think we just played the other one, which was to do with
The one we just played also said trajectory of the black family. Now this one says job crisis, black man something.
Yeah, you can either
Yeah,
go
okay,
through
okay,
that.
there we go.
Basically, it's a screen video of the actual article, or you can go to the link where I sent you for the full article itself.
Okay, this is just it don't make no noise.
No, it doesn't make any noise.
I mean, it don't read it to me. I had to read it myself.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay. So it says elected officials need to do more. Joblessness crisis for black men costs economy about 50 billion per year, according to new report. The number of unemployed black men in the United States has grown so much that it's costing black communities 50 billion in income every year. So it's loading right now. Wow, you know, that's the beginning of it, but it's loading.
The other
I'm
link to
sorry,
the
I'll be
actual
walking.
article is in the background.
Let me see. But yeah, I'll be walking
Mm.
away from the computer. I'm trying to put this wig back on because the glue. I need to be glued back on. So
Under the Congress,
yeah,
under the links for the
gotta
Congress
glue my
bill.
wig back on. Okay. Yeah, I was in there brushing my hair, the wig slid clean off. That whole said clean the fuck off. And then I had to re-pierce my goddamn nose. Cause like I actually have 3 piercings on my nose. Had to re-pierce one of my nose piercings. Had to re-pierce my my bar in my ear because that junk been out for a long time. Oh, is this it? The Atlanta Black Star? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there's that one.
Okay. It says you don't. Let me close this door. Okay. So let me scroll if it's gonna let me. Sometimes it be wanting to act retarded when I be on stream. And I hate why I got all these ads. Lord.
How they make their money.
Okay. Right. I swear, all these pharmaceutical services. You don't fully realize how big this problem is. Black men continue to have the unemployment rate, costing the U.S. economy 50 billion a year. By Fiona contributor of December 28th, 2021. So boom, recent. Y'all can't say that it's old. The number of unemployed black men in the United States has grown so much. Black communities, 50 billion in income a year revealed. The study found that there's an employment gap of about 1.4 million jobs between black men and their Asian, Hispanic, and white counterparts. Black men are absent from hundreds of thousands of jobs, in part because they have a higher rate of being in prison, being killed, or simply being looked over for positions, said Algernon Austin, who authored the study published by the Center for Economic and Policy Research. See, we have a picture of a black man here, his bracelets on, the skinny fingers. Black people need to take this report and take it to their elected official and say, you need to do more because you don't fully realize how big this problem is, Austin told Frenura. I'm hoping that this work serves to inspire people and, frankly, particularly black men. So they're trying to inspire these men to work. Using employment data from 2000, Austin study tallied black men between the ages of 25 and 54 and examined how many of them were employed and the percentage of black men in the black male population. He would have to nab about 947,000 jobs that year to equal the rate other men are working relative population. Adding those jobs would have generated billions of dollars in wages funneled into black communities, the study found. Although the findings come from 2014 data, Austin said that applied to 2021 and beyond. Black neighborhoods with a large fusion of Asian and black men rates, longer surviving small businesses, and higher educational attainment among children, Austin said. If we can get that 50 billion in, not only are people's lives made better today, but the generation is going to be better off, he said. Let's see. Okay, so that's the end for right now. If y'all want to read the full story, y'all can go to the Atlanta Black Star or whatever, because it say read the full story here.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
posted in the chat for
y'all
everybody the
out here
full article so people could
costing us
see the
money,
rest
and
of
y'all
it.
ain't got money.
So for those who want to see the original article where Atlanta Black Star got it from and the more research that's included, I've put the article in the link so people can read more about what's going on. But it obviously shows you for the last how many years how much has actually been going out of the Black community due to the behavior of Black men. Now, yes, there are societal factors when it comes to white supremacy, racism, and other factors, but also included in this is a choice not to work together as a collective to help make things better for yourselves and your families. Y'all have to carry that out. Because Black women
Facts.
should not be the ones holding the community up. Sorry, Moonflower, go ahead.
No, I wasn't talking to y'all. My roommate was asking about going to get some tacos.
Yeah, I'm saying Black women should not be the reason the community is standing up the way it is. Other cultures, they look at the men within their society, and because our men are not as productive as they should be, and when it comes to a lot of the relationships, when it comes to the high earning person within the relationships, a lot of the time it's Black women. So even in regards to Black men being able to stay above poverty or go into the next wealth bracket, it usually takes the accomplishments of a Black woman that's educated to be able to keep the family there, where it should be Black men that should be really and truly have the higher income, but you guys are not doing enough in regards to your education, in regards to staying on in university, apprenticeships, trades. The amount that you guys are spending on Jordans, accessories, materialistic bling that could be which could have grown wealth within the community. So y'all gotta do better moving forward. I understand obviously we've been through a pandemic and stuff, but at the same time, moving forward, from the article that I read, the statistics are going back to what it was like pre-pandemic for y'all, with Black men being more higher rates of black men being out of work. So for those who are interested in doing more research, obviously there's links there and you can go on Google. And for the men, you're just as capable in going on Google and doing the research. Obviously, because where I am, there's certain things due to confidentiality that I can't access. My American compadres would have to do that. But we've shown you evidence of what's going on within the community and how much it's costing us. So this bullshit about these imaginary figures and not looking at the statistics and understanding what's going on, you'll need to really take a hard look at the figures, at our community, and take responsibility moving forward in doing better. Hi, good evening. What's your name?
Y'all, that's me. I put my phone on there because I'm about to go to the store.
I was like, is that a Powerpuff Girl?
Yeah. That's just me. Hey, y'all like my picture? It's a black buttercup.
Yeah, I like it. It's cute. Yeah. So in regards to moving forward for Black women, it's up to you to look at the statistics, look at things logically. Certain amounts of emotion needs to be being taken out of what we're actually looking at with the statistics and the facts. Sorry, my dyslexia is out of control right now. And make the best decision for yourself moving onwards. Moon, do you want to add anything?
No, not really, because the article, it speaks for itself. Y'all niggas out here costing us money and shit, and they trying to motivate y'all to get jobs and shit like they've been doing for the past how many decades, and y'all still ain't getting motivated to do that shit. So that's a conversation for black men to have with other black men. At the end of the day, it ain't shit black women can do to try to fix that shit, because it's not in our hands. It's above us now.
Mm-hmm. QI, is there anything you want to say? I think she might still be away. I don't know.
Y'all, who all is still here on the panel? I know Queen Cascade still here. QI, are you still here?
I don't think she's there at the moment. I know MJ she was on her way to work.
Yeah. So,
I
y'all, in the comment section, whoever want to hit the panel right now, go ahead and hit the panel before I head to the store, because I might not be able to keep it on my phone. And, while I'm at the store, I can't let nobody onto the panel. So, if y'all want to come up here and talk, hit the panel, hit the link right now, because I'm about to take it off my phone, and I'm not going to be able to let nobody else back on the panel while I'm gone.
Yeah, so as we see, Black men as a collective have a lot of work to do. So, ladies, it's up to you. If you make the choice to sit on a shelf and wait for them while they're sorting themselves out, the kind of issues that we're seeing within our culture, with the rate at which Black men are spending money and the money that's going out of the community, it's going to take them time themselves to get themselves on the straight and narrow financially. And we don't even know if that will include their mental and then their emotional health, because they're not taking it seriously. So it's up to you moving forward if you decide to sit on a shelf and wait for them and see if you can find one in the bottom of the crab barrel, or you open your options and see what's available to you. Just because somebody might decide to date outside of their culture, and we have to also remember, when we talk about Black men, there's American Black men, there's Jamaican Black men, there's a diaspora of Black men. So whether it's opening your options up to the wider collection of other ethnicities within our culture, whether it's intra-racial, if it's interracial, start looking at what's best for you. And just in general, learn to date, stay aware, stay safe, get the strap, make sure you've got your self-defense classes, and just build.
MJ,
Are
Yes,
you on the panel
darling.
now? Because I see that you added a new avatar.
Yes, because I went away because initially I said I'll be right back because I was getting ready to go to work. So I don't know why my little thing kept staying up there because I was not even there.
Okay, y'all hold it down. I'm about to head to the store, so I'll be back.
Okay, no
Okay.
problem, sis.
But Queen Cascade, I'm back now. You were about to ask me a question earlier.
No, I don't know if you got to see the article that Moonflower was going through, or whether you were on Sins earlier when she was going through the article as well. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
What was the title?
Okay, I put it in the back chat.
Okay,
Can you see it?
let me
I can't
go.
pronounce that. Funari.com.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so before you put that well you're gonna put it in the back chat for QI. But yeah, we just gonna have to just get on our shit, ladies. And us getting on our shit has nothing to do with the men. It has nothing to do with the men. We have our own stuff that we have to fix and we have to address that is at its crucial point when it comes down to Black women and children. And Black men have their own their own cross to carry. And we have to get to the point where we're going to have to separate the two and work and work on them individually and work on them as Black women, and Black men work on them as Black men. And then when we get to the point where we feel that we have an understanding and a handle on it, then we can come back and collaborate. Because as of right now, you're going to be collaborating by yourselves if we keep on dying at 5 hours a day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
So
definitely.
I can tell just by the title, Queen Cascade,
Mm-hmm.
that's bullshit.
Why
That
is it
was
bullshit?
written from a male perspective, and it is because it's like, why aren't you advocating for Black people as a whole losing jobs? See, this is the problem that I have, that when we talk about pro-Black and all of the efforts that I have seen to speak up on behalf of Black people have been the effort to speak up on behalf of Black males. Because this
And
is
it's not that I disagree with you in terms of, not that the article's bullshit, but if you read what he's saying he's trying to inspire Black men to get off their asses and do something about what's going on. Because
but
more
see,
so
that shouldn't be
the issue
because
in terms of the money going out of the community is not with us so much as it is with Black men. So on
right.
that, I agree with you, but on the article being bullshit, no, that undermines what he's trying to do and why he's doing it.
But see, what is going to be the effect of this? The effect of this is going to be the effect that it has always caused.
So if that's the effect, QI, that's the effect. But nobody can't say that they haven't taken the information, put it together, and put it out there for them to be aware of what's going on. It's up
Right.
to them now what their choice is, what they do with it. But future, how many years from now, the evidence will be here on the internet to say we warned them. We told them to get their asses together. They made a choice not to, so we went our own way. And there's been other civilizations within history that have done the
I
same
agree.
because their
I
collective of
agree.
men couldn't get their asses together. And me saying this is not directed at you, it's so other people in the chat can also understand. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Because when you put propaganda out, it's just like Black, welfare took Black men out of the homes. When you put this kind of propaganda out, right? It's the same. This is the same type of propaganda. It's a slick way It's a slick way. It's a slick way to me of saying that Black men are in crisis of being jobless and no one else. So it's like they're only speaking on behalf of Black men.
That doesn't surprise me. If they're at the bottom of the
It
totem
doesn't
pole with everything
surprise
else
me
that's
either
going
at
on.
this point, and at this point either. But this is what has been happening. So when the mammies read this, right? When the mammies, let's look at it from a mammy perspective. I'm a mammy and I'm looking at elective officials need to do more. Jobless crisis for Black men. Oh my God, our Black men, they're jobless.
So, as far as I'm concerned, it's for Black men to get off their asses and go and speak to those
That's
officials
as far
and
as
rally
you are concerned,
and
but to the mammies, it's like
petition.
poor Black men.
They
They
can
don't have
listen to her. They
jobs.
can keep thinking poor Black men. All those mummies on that mountain can continue to their detriment thinking poor Black men. We're in
Yeah, I agree.
2022.
We like
So within,
we
obviously, we
not
have to
we're not
understand within the
right. We're
collective, there's
not.
going to be a split in terms of women that go their own way and try and move forward with the
But see, a
betterment
part
of
of
the other part of the
politics, right?
community, and the mammies that want to stay on Mammy
Right.
Mountain.
But see,
So if
here's the problem, though. A part of politics is the fact that we know that everybody don't think like us, right?
True.
Everybody does not think like us.
Mhm.
And, you know, our thought can be offensive to some if they don't understand why we came to this thought.
Listen, QI, at this point,
I
yeah,
got
we've
you.
been
I
saying for
got
the
you. I
last how
got
many
you. I
months.
got you. I
No,
de-
no, no. Let
I'm
me say this,
I
sis. Let
got
me
you.
say this. Let me say this. We've been saying for the last how many months, explaining in different ways, in different tones to people out there on this internet that we don't hate, we don't resent Black men. We don't hate Black men. We can speak about our experiences from a place that is not filled with anger or hate and that we've healed, but we can still not like what happens to us. Right
But
now,
then
whoever chooses to take the message in a non-productive way and not see the fact that I or other women on this panel want the best for the collective, and I've shown evidence from the Wealth Summit, which was in 2021 in December, which is just gone. And that's just in regards to the Black family. That doesn't include the things for divestment and divesting out. So women
right.
can see for themselves the trajectory that we're heading at with what's going on within the family circumstances, with the Black women being the higher paid within the pairings, with the way that things are going with when it comes to Black marriages, with the divorces, the abuse, and everything else. It's up to them now what they do with that information. Listen, they took the Moynihan report for 50 years and dissected that wrong and then got mad because they didn't read the conclusion summary.
Can I say something though? Come on, sis. Can I say something to you for real
Go on.
though? And I love
Go
you.
on.
You know I love you, right? I
Mhm,
love you.
mhm,
And you're gonna understand this when I say it. I know I ain't got to super explain this when I say it.
mhm,
The difference between an elected official, a leader, or a politician is the fact that we can look at things from a 360-degree perspective.
mhm,
Now, everybody who comes on these platforms are not, you know, meant to be elected officials, leaders, or politicians, right?
true.
Most of the people that we got in office are not meant to be that either, and that's part of the problem. So we
Mhm,
have to do better vetting on who we put in those positions. But to you, I say the
mhm,
difference between a chosen, a leader, elected official, or a politician is the fact that we can see things in a 360-degree perspective.
mhm,
Because the only way you can solve a problem or solve problems is to be able to understand and see all the problems.
mhm,
And so, like, you know, we say elitist, right?
mhm,
Because, you know, we have education, the miseducation of the Negro. You know, I'm always quoting it, right?
mhm,
Because our jobs as educated people of our family was to come back to the uneducated people of our family and not to think that we were better than the uneducated people of our family, but to educate. the uneducated people of our family. But in history, we ceased to do so. And that has caused a great divide.
True.
And so we have to stop causing divides. Some divides are necessary, yes. And some divides are not. So just like me, I'm just like, I support anybody who wants to divest, but I'm not out here promoting it. And I might even be a divester. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I said, whatever your divestment plan, whether it's in yourself, and I just want the best for Black women, but at the same time, Black women have got to want the best for themselves.
Right, and that the root of what we really need to be preaching. To be honest with you, sis, and it's like, and every time I get on that road, right, people generally stop me, and I understand why it happens or whatever, because people got their own reason for doing everything. I just have to try to sneak some in. But we have to learn, in order to solve things, you have to get to the root of the issue. And the root of the issue is that it ain't even about just Black women. I hate to say it. It's not just about Black women. It's patriarchy and misogyny at the end of the day. And it's about, as women, we have to stop allowing things. And we have the power. And we have to instill. And at the end of the day, although we're saying Black women, and although they have poisoned our mind against white women and other women outside of our race, at the end of the day, in order to fulfill what we really need to accomplish, we're going to need women outside of our race. And they need us.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
So me just like chiming in and everything like that, like, I understand what you're talking about, QI, that any form of information, depending on how you present it, can be looked as propaganda, and people can use it for their benefit, good or bad. But the problem that I have with that is that, I mean, the information is the information, and we cannot dictate or maneuver people's mindsets of what they're going to do with the information. I don't think anybody up here decided to be the leader of good morals. We're having a conversation, and we're just addressing, putting out information and addressing our opinions and views on it. Most of the men in the chat that have a problem with us don't even think that we are qualified to even speak on any of the topics that we do speak on. They say that the simple fact that we even put out the information about what's happening to Black women and children in the community is propaganda. This is what their argument is about. So
I care less about what their argument is about.
And that's why this is why we have to get to the point that it doesn't matter who agrees with us and it doesn't matter who disagrees with us. This information needs to be out, because before, this information was being withheld for women not to be able to make wiser decisions, who was not able to make better choices, because they didn't have knowledge of this information. So we're literally doing our part just by making this information available to whoever wants it, whoever wants it,
so there's no right or wrong.
It's no right or wrong, and we're never going. We're never, and it's no right or wrong. We're never going to get everybody on board,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's going to side or view with us. There's a lot of women
simply be having conversations.
Right. And then this is what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not gonna, and like I said, that's why I say let men do whatever they want to do, especially Black women and Black men, because the women that we quote unquote call mammies, they have their reasons why they are very loyal to Black men. You know what I'm saying? And their reasons for being loyal to Black men in the way that they are, whether if it probably looked like crazy to us, it's not crazy, it's not crazy to them. And I'm not going to take that away from any woman. You know what I'm saying? However, let's say we have Black women who are on the fence, right? We have seen that there's a lot of Black women that are actually on the fence. They still want to really reside with Black men. However, they see everything that's going on, and now they're at a crossfire. They don't know where to go.
I don't call a mammy somebody who's with a Black man. I call a mammy somebody who coddles and defends Black men.
And that's what I'm saying. But see, this is why the information we put out and that other content creators put out is to stop coddling people that does not need protection. They need to stand on their own. And it's the same with their mindset. If you are that weak of a person, man or woman, that you cannot even see that you're hindering somebody, you're not even helping them, you're hindering them, you're stomping their growth, you're stomping their progress, that you are the problem. You have to realize when you are the problem. Right. And sometimes being the problem is trying to be the savior of people who needs to save themselves.
Right. And
that's
just
why,
like this article, though, what I was saying about this article, though, it's like to speak of Black men, it's just like, I gives a fuck. This article is like a waste of space to me.
Well, see, I understand. So for you, it's a waste of space because of the simple fact it looks like propaganda because you're looking at it as in government-wise, it's statistics.
MJ, you went out.
Come back.
Come back to us, MJ. Come back to us.
I'm waiting. Because she be on a roll. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I look at you like a leader. You know what I'm saying?
Who you talking to, me or MJ?
You, Queen. Me? Yes.
Listen,
Queen Cascade.
What people don't understand
now
is
like, here come MJ.
Carry on, MJ. Carry on.
Oh, no, yes. I'm sorry. I'll be in and out.
No, we want to continue.
No, we was waiting for you to
we
come
was
back.
feeling it. Come on.
No, I was just saying that,
we feeling it, sis. We feeling that love.
I was just saying that, even in my own, my own personal life, I had to understand that at one point I was a hindrance for somebody else's growth. By me thinking that I was able to support them and do more for them because I had the knowledge, I had the experience, I had the connections or resources. I was thinking that I was actually helping that person, but I wasn't helping that person. I was actually hindering them. I wasn't allowing them to develop, emotionally, their self-worth and their self-value and what they can bring to the table as acknowledgement to other people. And that was kind of why it backfired on me, where they had resentment for me for being that supportive person. Mm-hmm. And this is where we're at, where I say with a lot of cases in regards to Black men, because of the simple fact that we have gone above and beyond. And the first thing they'll tell you is that we never asked you to. So why are you mad at me? This is the first thing they say all the time. And you know what? I would say that they're right. They're right in that point. They never asked.
Let me tell you why I agree real quick.
We have so now when we're at the stance where we have to let them stand on their own. And if we really do believe that they can do it, then we gotta let them do it. We have to let them do it. This article is an attack on them. I agree. It is an attack on them. Because me knowing about the government and me knowing about what's going on federally wise and nationally wise, everybody's losing their jobs. Everybody, we're going into a system where technology is taking over. Most of the labor jobs that we used to have is being controlled by computerized jobs. They're going above and beyond with AI technology, where these AI technology robots are actually moving, operating, thinking, and having emotions as human beings. So we're moving into that era right now, and this is the birthing of that situation. But the simple fact is that we have even though this article is being used against them in a negative way, they have to handle that. We can't do it for them.
Well, it depends on. See, this article to me is double talk.
But we can't help them with that. We can't help them with that.
No. I got you. Don't look at it from that perspective, okay. Boo. I'm not trying to help nobody right now. What I'm looking at is the title of this article and how it reads.
Listen, sis, whatever that you know that some people do things in terms of let's not kid around here. We know people do things when it comes to titles, whether it's on YouTube streams or whether it's on newspapers to sensationalize things to attract attention to the article. That part for me is neither here nor there. It's the statistical facts of how Black men are leeching off Black women as a community, and the fact that those statistics are going back how many years. So when we were asking about the investment into the community and they are saying they are investing, this is part of the proof that shows that they didn't.
Joblessness, though. It says joblessness.
Sis, I feel like you partially don't realize that you're undermining the conversation
crisis.
right now.
Listen though. Joblessness crisis.
I have heard that part of I've read it.
Like they're still looking at Black men as to me, I sense the victimization of Black men.
But that doesn't, like I said, people will do things for propaganda and sensationalize things in order to get people to read the article.
So when I'm reading
that
the
doesn't
article,
take away from what's inside the article that shows the statistics and going back to the other statistics to show that this is true. And the fact is, Black men have made themselves expendable because MJ just explained where we're going with AI. Hold on, let me finish.
I got you. I'm sorry.
Let me finish. Listen, I love you to bits, but sometimes
I know.
interrupting,
I'm sorry.
it does.
I got ADHD.
You know, yeah, and I'm dyslexic, and when you interrupt me, then my whole train of thought goes, and I have a cloud. Yeah.
Go ahead.
MJ already explained that with AI technology, where we're moving, Black men being lazy and not doing the most, they have made themselves expendable because they haven't put themselves at different levels to make themselves accessible to what is going on. That is not our fault as women. Of course not. Within this community.
It is. I'm not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that it is.
I feel like I agree with you 100%. I'm not taking no side for no Black man when I look at this article. What I'm saying is that, God, it's like it still makes these Black motherfuckers look like a victim when they're still not, because like you said, they have not risen to the occasion to tackle all different types of industries. They're not fucking trying.
I know what you're saying. Q. I totally agree. And that's why I said that they're going to take the information and they're going to use it as a negative or positive. So so positive Black men is going to look at this, say, yo, this is a bad look for us. This is not how our image should be looking. We should do something. But the negative men who wants to stay in their negative stance, they're gonna be like, this is the perfect article that we can keep on pushing, that is white supremacy that we're not supposed to be laying down. We as Black women just gonna have to just take the information, lay there, and let them figure it out.
And I give a fuck. This article was a waste of my fucking space, because I don't care about Black men. I care about Black women. I care about Black women getting economics, because when I know that Black women are getting economics, are getting jobs, are getting money, I would rather see Black women get economics and jobs, because I know some Black children are being fed.
Absolutely.
You feel me?
And that's why, like I said, even though it's hardening to see this, and even though it does paint them more in a victimhood mindset to them, right? Because that's what I'm saying. The negative ones is going to take this information and they're going to use it again to bump Black women or whoever over their heads about, this is how down and out I am, that the system is doing with me. Please have mercy on me and my situation.
And then that makes me mad, though.
And that's why we just have to
off the roof. I'm sorry, it just sent me off the roof.
I know it was triggering, but we have to get to the point we have to get to the point where it doesn't trigger us anymore. Because here's the thing too, this article is also going to be the same article that they're going to use against Black women who are successful in doing the damn thing. That
Right.
we're too fucking masculine, and this is why we are we're unmarriageable. So we no matter where we go with this, it's a double-ended sword, because Black men have to control this situation. They have to control their image. They have to put out the opposite of what society is and media is putting out by their statistics and tracking. They have to show those same reports and those same tracking.
That's why we need more
and show their evidence.
But truth be told, sister, though, like from a chess not checker standpoint and from a strategic standpoint, we need to get a greater hold on media. Because if you look at YouTube, because propaganda at the end of the day, and I'm talking, just listen, hear me out, y'all. Hear me out. Propaganda is what kills us, and propaganda wins, right? The majority of the people. And I don't want y'all to answer that because that's going to start something else and I want to finish. But we need to get a greater, that's why they keep Black women out of media, because they learn from our sister. What was her name? What was our sister name?
Oprah?
Dang.
You talking about?
Huh?
You talking about Oprah or somebody?
No. Oprah's one, but the original one. What was her name back during the civil rights? I can't think of it right now. They've been debating about
Shirley. Are you talking about Shirley Tyson?
Nope. The feminist though. The she fought against damn
Soldier.
She had a newspaper.
Oh,
Sojourner?
Nope.
Yeah, not Sojourner Truth.
Ida B. Wells.
Oh, okay.
Ida B. Wells. You're correct.
Yes. Ida B. Wells. She knew that media. And so, and then see, ever since Ida B. Wells, they knew that sisters, because Ida B. Wells, because she went against lynching.
Mm-hmm.
During a time where we weren't supposed to have a voice.
Mm-hmm.
So media, like media is like YouTube. What we're doing right now, it's very important.
True, very important, because
very, very important, and it's like that is why even on YouTube we're casted out, because women content creators do not get as much support as male content creators unless you're on some bullshit.
Well, this is where us moving forward, for those who want to wake up in this awakening, some people are going to wake up, some people are not going to wake up, just like the sea, it happens in waves. Some of this will be like that, but that doesn't take away from the fact of us continuing to move forward and do what's best for us and the children that we're raising in the midst of this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you look back, the other women that have been on this platform that were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, men and mammies and other people of different thinking because of what was going on, ran those people off. That's why I've always made it a point for us to turn around and say we will protect certain women and people that are for us and lifting our voices and doing the right thing.
I protect them all, though.
Excuse me, sorry?
Not sir. I said I protect them all. Like, if I protect mammies, because I think that a part of mammies' problem is that, because a lot of stuff stem from childhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the biggest part of mammies' problems is they grew up from other mammies and they were unprotected, right?
I get that. Yeah. It's not that I'm denying that.
They seem to think that women are against them.
Well, they can continue to think. Listen.
No, see, there we go.
No, I'm agreeing with you, sis. I'm agreeing with you. But at the end of the day,
I've been there and I've done that. And sometimes I could even slip into that. Like right now, today, looking at my own childhood, I could slip into that frame of thinking myself. But because of, my, knowledge or whatever, I don't. You know, and I learned this from looking at my family dynamics, that it's easy to look at things from like that perspective. And sometimes, like when we're teaching, we have to understand that we all came from somewhere. And sometimes you got to reach a person. If you really want to reach some people, you have to reach them where they're at.
Well, listen, sometimes I'm in the mood for that. Sometimes there's time for that.
I got you.
And then
And
on
that's
this
why it takes
panel,
the
we've got the
team.
different personalities to be able to.
Right. That's
Other
why it
people,
takes
this
the
is the
team.
thing. I'm over other people's perceptions of me at this point.
That's
Because
why it takes a team, because, you know, like I look at that, like where we're at, it's like if we cast everybody out that doesn't think like us, right? That's no different from how colorist, elitist, or any other person who discriminates thinks.
there is that. And it's not that I'm cutting everybody off, but at the same time, we do have to be aware of our safety with some of these mummies. Because the fact is, some of these women, QI, will kill another woman for that man, for something that that man said. So at the end of the day, my personal safety comes first.
Absolutely.
And people have to remember, outside of this YouTube stuff, I've been through shit in real life where people have tried to attack me, where people have tried to stab me, people have tried to shoot me. Hold on, sis, let me finish. People have tried to do all sorts of things over the years, and I've still held in there with helping our community and trying to help Black men raise through the standards. Like I said, because of my disabilities, I've worked on panels when it's come to education that has helped to lower things to get Black men into education, and it still hasn't worked.
Right.
So now, moving forward, it's up to them to do something. It's not on me anymore. It's not on us anymore. They have a choice in this. And I think we don't give weight to the fact of, yeah, some of them might be remedial, but some of them know what the hell they're doing. And some of them are really, really, really comfortable. And there's some women that don't want this change, because if it changes the dynamic that's within their relationship. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry if it changes your dynamic in that relationship, but at the end of the day, I'm about these kids. And these kids are the ones that are witnessing all this dysfunction and are growing up in it. You was on the panel the other night when the I think it was UQI, when the young man came on Taz's panel and he was trying to work out everything that was going on and trying to understand things. Was you there when that happened?
I've been on panels many times when that has happened, but point out some specifics.
We've got teenagers and that are at vulnerable stages that are in the midst of what we're going through. And I understand, obviously, we can't.
Oh, yeah, that young man. Yeah, I know. That was
at the
Taz
same
panel.
time.
Yeah.
At the same time, in order for the ones coming up behind, because say like this conversation, I know I can go and have a conversation with my 5-year-old nephew, 10-year-old, 16-year-old, and it will make sense.
Because they're not that influenced.
Yeah, this is where the societal influence of the other teenagers and the other males in that circle come into play. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's amazing. Well, it's not amazing. I understand it in the fact that the comprehension that the youth have in comparison to what the collective chooses to ignore.
So I guess we all got our target points, huh? And we do have to have strategies, because like at the end of the day, if we really want to combat something, we have to combat it from all angles, and then we do have to have people who target specific angles. We have to have all, because that's what they're out here doing right now.
Well, think of it like a tree. Yeah, different smaller collectives working together for the bigger project. Listen, where our community here let us down is when we were going through this and the younger people were trying to explain to the older people what was going on, and they were like, no, everything will be okay, everything will work out. That was the time that we should have come together and now I see the
But see, I
devastation that
think
is. You
right.
guys have the opportunity to not get as far into that as what is going on here. You have the
And from
opportunity to take the information and make a proper choice. The difference now is half of the information that was available back then wasn't available always to the public. Now you have
right,
the internet. Now you have
right.
Google. Now you have the chance to research and see things for yourself instead of taking it from some man that doesn't know the full extent, that hasn't
And
done the
feeling
research.
isolated, because a
That is
lot of
why.
us, like I heard your story, right? And it's not different from mine either. I grew
Mm-mm.
up a feminist, like feeling like, you know, why does things have to be this way? I grew up a feminist. And you know, like, and you know, like I'm older too. I'm like I'm in my 50s. So
Okay.
it's like, you know, growing up like without social media to social media, it's like having social media now gives me the understanding that there are other people who think like I do. And you know, and how I know is because I still deal with my same family dynamics. You know, our family dynamics, which are pretty much, unless they've grown like we have, they're pretty much the same. And the thing is, like I always tell people, like I work with my family too. Like just like I've pointed out, let me I'm gonna just go ahead. Let me break it down right quick. My great grandmother was a misogynist. My great grandfather wasn't. He was American, Black American, Mayan, Indian, black, dark, and they were matriarchs. And those traditions was passed on to him. She was American Indian too, but she was Cherokee or Tuscaroran. And you know, if you know the history of the Cherokee, they sellouts. You know what I'm saying? They, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so it's like I see that within her. Then she became an Eastern Star. Eastern Star is a patriarchal organization, just like the majority of the organizations that we join, like the Divine Nine or whatever, right? And so, you know, she had she had 8 girls and 1 boy. The 1 boy, she made sure she put him on a lazy ass pedestal where she had a male figure, her husband, who was during all that we talk about, Jim Crow, whatever, landowner, segregation, a rich black business owner. So he had no other choice with 8 girls and 1 boy who was amongst one of the youngest to, you know, teach his girls, because you know, like you know, back then farming, your labor was your children a lot of times.
Yeah, that's true.
And so my grandmother, she told me I drove tractors, I did this, I did that, and she instilled that in me, and that's why I am the way that I am today. I appreciate it at all costs, because I will change a tire. I will get out. I'm on land. I own land. I'm on my own land right fucking now, country. I go out there right now. I got to cut my own grass, cut some trees, fix my house. You know, I ain't got no landowner, no landlord. You know what I'm saying? I have to do this shit myself.
I hear you,
And
sis.
I'm not fucking afraid because of how I was raised, only by way of my grandfather raising his daughters like that. But my grandmother, on the other hand, the misogynist, tortured the girls in our family that my grandfather admired, the ones that would be willing to do it, cook, clean, go out in the farm, do everything, survive. That's what we call it. We call it survival.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Her, on the other hand, she tortured those women, but then at the same time, the son, she pampered the fuck out of him, and he was sorry as fuck. The only son, sorry as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's a lot of value held on boys, whether we want to historically admit it
Right.
or
And
not.
it's like,
For them
you
to
know,
carry
and
on
then
carrying on.
my grandmother, although she experienced that and she didn't like her experience, she coddled her one only brother. He was coddled to his death. In fact, they died a month apart because he felt unsafe once she died. Because she was damn near his mama. You feel me?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, and then he wasn't no bad uncle to me. He was a great uncle to me. Like, and she was a great grandmama to me. I'm pleased to be able to grow up with my great grandmama. But at the same time, I can't lie and say I don't see, and didn't see this shit.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
listen, Jamaica's foot. Listen, I understand what you're saying when it comes to farming. My grandparents, my great grandparents,
and family.
Do
Because
you
it's
get what I
like,
mean? Even though I'm not on the farmland now, because I'm here in the UK, I know how to make a fire. I know how to chop wood. There's half of things that I know that I know half of the boys that are born now have no idea how to
right.
do within certain circumstances.
Majority.
I don't
And that's
even
what's
drive
sad
a
too. It's
car
like,
right
I
now.
don't need you, nigga. I can do shit for myself. And should I feel bad? Hell no.
This is the thing. There's a whole heap of men that can't even change a tire or check oil. Do you get what I'm saying? I was lucky
Yes.
enough that my stepfather is a mechanic, or was a mechanic, because he's older now, but he taught me some stuff.
Cut
Do
the
you get what I
grass.
mean?
Any fucking thing. You know what I'm
But
saying? Cut a tree. Cut some wood. You know, just basically survive. They don't know
okay.
that shit.
No, because a lot of these boys are sitting on their PlayStations, playing chopping wood, playing
They grew
building
up in
house,
the
but not
fucking city.
learning the physical skills. Because I even
They
said
grew
to
up
my
in the
daughter,
fucking city and shit and all this stuff. And it's like they want us to believe we need them, but then how do we need you when we can do all this shit ourselves?
this is the thing. Yeah. I understand when you were saying earlier, when you were talking about patriarchy, there is an issue there. But men, the black men within our collective, the majority of them are not willing to change it because it benefits them.
Yes. But then at the way to change it is not to, like, it ain't based on color or race. It's based on the fact that, fuck, nigga, I don't need you. I don't care what color you are. I can make my own money. Give me a job. Let me fight for my rights to get a job, a decent pay job, or to own my own fucking business. Let me earn some fucking wages. And I can do all this shit my goddamn self, because we've been doing it our goddamn selves anyways.
So, MJ, is there anything you want to say? Moonflower, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, I was driving, I was listening, but see, the thing about with me personally is that I think, do I need a man? No, I don't. I'm very well capable of taking care of myself due to a real man raising me to take care of myself in that aspect. But I definitely do not diminish the the value of men being needed, right? Like men are needed, and they have to bring their attributes and everything else that proves that they are valuable, and like when it comes down to society,
But if they
won't, then as a personal thing, women have to women have to do for themselves. I mean, even back in the old days when women couldn't do work or anything, and everything was just on the basis of her finding a good mate. There were women who were not the first top pick due to the simple fact that they came from a very poor family, or they didn't have the pedigree behind that family name. And
True.
or
But
they
see,
or
let
they
me tell you
or
this though, and let me interrupt you right quick. Let me tell you a little bit about my genealogy. My grandma just died September 16th, 2021. That's the woman I'm talking about that could drive a tractor, cut her own grass, light skin, and I'm just saying light skin because of colorism. Very beautiful. I'll put her on here right now today. She is gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? And not because she's light skinned, she was gorgeous because she was gorgeous. Because our light skinned women are not gorgeous to me. But it's like this. She taught me that, you know, like it's about survival. So although your first state of mind as a person is to survive. If you so-called end up having some children, it's for you and your children to survive, because she made sure that we survived. We were first. Her children and her grandchildren were first. You know what I'm saying? I so she instilled a family value in me that right now I don't even have any children, but it's my niece, my sister, my cousins. Those are my children. That's my family. That's my legacy. That's a legacy. That's a family. That's not a nuclear family, but it's a family. And just like we talk about generational wealth, she provide my grandfather provided it, and I got it through her, and I got it through my mother, and I got it, and then it's going to extend down through me and everybody else, and I am contributing to the generational wealth pot as well, and that's how that shit goes. So
That's
that you
because
don't
you were
need
raised to be community orientated, and you were raised with the ideology of legacy and what that meant.
right.
Most of these men are just, even if some of them are taught community, they still adapt to the dust and go their own way.
But we got, like I said, my uncle and most of the men there's a lot of men in my family that are fucked up. And we have to give them some tough ass motherfucking love too. You know what I'm saying? Because they
So
think just because we got some land and shit that they finna come around here run some shit and ain't doing no shit. It's like, nigga, what we need you for? And if you around here providing degeneracy, like stealing from your own family, and you got to go. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, for the most part, do you get what I mean? Like I said,
That's why everything ain't about no relationship. When we be talking about this shit, it ain't about no relationship. It's about generational wealth, legacy, because you start with your family. Whatever family that means to you right now, whatever family you got, because just like a plant or a tree, you got to pick them bad fruit off.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely. And I think sometimes when we're talking about a relationship, people automatically go to the assumption of an intimate relationship, marriage type relationship, where sometimes we're talking about,
To
like you
me,
said,
life is
the
about
familiar.
survival. I gives a fuck. You can have sex a dime a dozen. You can have a sex without a relationship. You can go out here like God. You can walk right outside your door if you want to have sex and you got mind made up on having sex. You can go out there and find somebody to have sex with in 2.5 seconds.
No, but what my concentration is on when I say relationship is like our relationship as a sisterhood, our relationship building forward
Right.
in that community. Do you get what I mean? Because that's still a relationship. It's just a different type of relationship. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, legacy. And that's where we've fallen short. Just like I was talking to Swab earlier about, when they say nuclear family, that fucks us up, because we got to start thinking more about tribal. When I say tribal, I'm not necessarily just saying, I'm saying when I talk about my cousins, I'm talking about second, third, fourth, fifth. We don't even look at that. like we know who they are, but it's like they're still my fucking cousins. Like, I love being from the South because we still hold to a lot of them ancient traditions, and that's how I can see the difference between a lot of shit too.
Listen, I hear you. Do you get what I mean? I wasn't really raised like feminist. I was more raised pro-black. Like I said, I grew up marching and
We were pro-black too. We were,
do you know what I mean?
like, you didn't even have to say pro-black. When you say pro, if you're a black family and
yeah,
you for family, that automatically means pro-black.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd put it. Everybody has their different terminology, but that's the way I was raised and
If you for
seeing.
family first, it should be family first. Because if you for family first, that automatically, if you're a black and you say family first, that automatically means pro-black family first. You know what I'm saying?
But I think we're in an age now where we're redefining things, we're redefining terms. And just like the person put in the chat, wow, y'all changed the term mammy lol. Listen, you guys changed the word nigger and nakers and all those other jigger type words, and you guys decided that you were reclaiming that word, though I didn't see how it could be really reclaimed with the historical context to it. So if we choose to take certain words and change the definition to it, why not? You guys are having words every year added to the dictionary for stupidness.
And I'm
So
still pro-black. I don't care about divestment. All I say is if you divest, make sure your generational wealth, your money is going back to black.
I mean, I don't doubt that anyway, because really and truly, whether you divest or not, remember it's women that are within the family circumstances. We're the ones that are spending money on the children, on their education, on passing on cultural heritage. Not as many men invest the way that women do. Do you get what I
But see,
mean?
I'm gonna tell you something, too, sister. If more women start divesting, more black women start divesting, you know, and having children, right? So we're gonna have more mixed race children, right? So that means that, you know, the high demand is gonna be on the dark skinned melanated people.
Well, we will see
Because
what
it's not going
happens
to be
because
many dark-skinned melanated people. So the dark-skinned melanated people are going to be in high demand because they're going to be bleeding or breeding out.
yeah, I mean, we will obviously the future. We'll see what the future holds. We can't pretend like
No, for real though.
the.
I mean, I got you, but you know, like when it just look at it. If you only got a handful of a dark-skinned melanated versus a whole bunch of, man, let me tell you, black folks gonna be in dark skin is gonna be in high demand.
Like I was saying, with China going into Africa, China going everywhere, the different cultures that are interacting because of profit and capitalism, that was bound to happen anyway. We've been on that path, that trajectory for a long time with the male side of the collective. Do you get what I mean? There's been
Yeah,
a
I'm not tripping either way because it's like, you know, I'm a survivalist. So it's like, I don't care what everybody else does. I'm going to survive regardless because I know that I can't control people.
But as we're seeing from the statistics anyway, the black women that are divested, that are in relationships or interracial relationships, their children do better because they're more balanced. So
yeah, they might do better, but I'm telling you, they might do better temporarily for a short period of time. But those dark skin, like what's gonna really put dark skinned people on top is this divestment and more mixed race children is going to put dark skinned people, because it's like extincts. Let's look at mammals. Let's look at animals, right? When something becomes extinct, right? When something when something becomes extinct, it's very protected and it's high valued. And so when that begins to happen, dark-skinned melanated people are going to be like extinct and high valued, because they're gonna look at, they already look at us like, how you gonna think they're gonna look at us any differently from mammals? They already been looking at us like that anyways. So it's gonna be like you're gonna become a part of the extinction.
Well, if you know what, I'm at the point where if it's, and this might sound horrible to people, but it may be a necessary evil with everything that's in our genetic material,
I don't care because I'm
the
staying dark. You know what I'm saying?
degeneracy,
That
the
just makes
health
me want to
issues,
stay
the
dark.
health conditions, and everything else that's going on in our community. Extinction and rebirth of something else isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes it's the necessary evil to balance out what's going on. And the other thing is to remember is, as much as we're talking about different types of complexions, remember, Black women carry mitochondrial DNA. So I've got women in my family that are light skinned that have given birth to darker complected, beautiful ebony looking Naomi Campbell type ladies, to what people might determine as red bone, yellow boned, and all the rest of that bullshit. So I think in different ways it will continue, especially as the certain places where people are highly melanated.
Yeah, but that, like, people, you got to look at stuff ahead of time. And I'm just like, it don't make me a difference, because I'm just like, like I've already been on it. So, I'm just like, okay, well, that could be a plus for the, that could change the tables. That could, because, like, it's just, because it'll be very few. And, when it's very few, they become high value.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that comes with the process of things sometimes. Obviously, time will tell. Africa doesn't seem to be going anywhere as a
Africa
continent.
won't be the place, though. When we say it's gonna be over here, Africa won't be they already mixed out.
No,
Like,
don't get me
everybody
wrong.
be
I'm
on
not
this
saying that they're
Africa
not
stuff, and
mixed
they don't
out.
realize Africa was colonized first. Africa is highly colonized.
No, I'm not, sis. I'm not doubting that. There's different countries that have come, French, Spanish, now the Chinese. There's always going to be somebody colonizing Africa because it's a place they need to keep control
It's
over.
so
But this
colonized.
trying to hold on to a culture that has a faulty, unstable line with everything that's going on, and really needing to rejuvenate the community and get it on keel for our kids to grow up, or the next generation of children that are coming through to grow up in
Our
better
answer is over
circumstances.
here, though. Y'all need to go back to Jamaica, because China is trying to get into Jamaica.
Oh,
Our answer,
they've already taken over
yeah,
Jamaica.
but see, it ain't taken over to the point of, like, none return. Because they
Listen,
just started getting into the islands. You know what I'm saying? And the fact
no,
is
no,
that
no. They haven't just started getting into the islands. They've been going backwards and forwards and trading with the islands from the early 70s. It's just a case
y'all,
of the
the
way things.
problem in the islands is y'all leaders, though. Y'all got some sellout ass leaders.
Oh, just like you've got the same kind of issues, and then on top of it, there was a lot of the elders in the Caribbean that left land specifically because they wanted the legacy, and we've had a lot of Black men selling out the land to the Chinese. Like, some of the most iconic things within Jamaica are being sold out. So I understand what's going on to a certain
And
extent with
my
Jamaica.
legacy, I'm Choctaw, right?
Hmm.
I'm Mayan, so I am just I'm well. I have island descent too. So when
Mm.
I say that, don't think that I'm attacking people from the
No,
island. I'm
not at
saying
all.
it
But I
because we want to
understand that,
come up with solutions.
a lot of the ancestors, or what you would call ancestors, elders that have died and passed, had left lots of land. We've had situations where
Like
families
what was
have,
the nanny Chickaboo, the Indian tribe or whatever, the
um,
Naniboo Chickaboo, like, it was an Indian tribe there. They was previously called Maroons.
yeah, the Maroon tribe. I know who you're talking about because I'm in connection with the part of the Maroon tribe that
And they
traveled with
leaders
them.
sold them out, because that's what they do. They attack. That's why I protect my tribal leader at all costs.
Yeah, but the same thing in
Because
terms of those people that were in Jamaica that came to Britain. We had a point in time where we were building community wealth, and then it was like, deuces, we're out. And then the wealth started going out the community because of the black men selling things, whether it's the religious institutions that collected money to go
right,
back
because
to
y'all had the
Jamaica to be
what was
able
the
to build
Rastafarian?
build on land in Jamaica so that people could return, whether it's been community centers or churches where they've, we used to have so many shops, so many clothing shops, creating our own drinks and all those kind of things. And one by one, black men have seen the money, because the reason why I keep saying black men is because a lot
Right.
of the time when it's come to our family, they have passed things down, or the Jamaican families, they have passed
Mm-hmm.
down things to the boys, to the men, and then they can't be bothered, or they can't
They
run
sell
it,
it
so
off.
they sell it off. So this is the
Mm-hmm.
problem that we found how many years later, that there were families that want to return to Jamaica or different parts of the Caribbean, but land has been sold from underneath them. Family wasn't paying the tax, or
Mm-hmm.
took out a loan against the land, and they're living the high life. And people, are in the UK thinking everything's okay. They've got a home to go back to, and when they go back to, there's a whole new family living on that line because the
But see,
government
that's
taking
why
it back.
they did the same thing that they did during, with the American Colonization Society and
Mm,
Marcus Garvey. They sent a lot of people away because they did, what was it, the Windbush or the Windrush? What was it
Windrush
called?
generation, yeah.
Uh-huh. So they sent a lot of the better people away, right?
Well, the whole aim of it was, when the war ended, was that they had a lot of men that died. They needed to rebuild the UK. They needed labor. They needed everybody on different levels, whether it's nursing to, dustmen and everything. So a lot of educated people that were in Jamaica came to England under a false promise that they were going to be able to take up certain jobs, that they were going to be able to do certain things.
Uh-huh.
And then when they got here is when they realized that they were duped,
Mm-hmm.
because then they were finding out about racism. Then they were finding out that they weren't, like, my grandparents told me the story about how they came here, that the Queen came out to Jamaica. She gave a big speech about, we need you in the Commonwealth. You are our brothers and sisters. Come help us rebuild this country. You will earn money, and all the other bullshit they'll tell you to get you to move. But obviously, when they got here, it was a completely different story. So you
Yep.
had qualified engineers, nurses, doctors that were having to work as post office, as busmen, as bus conductors. Half of them couldn't even get jobs because England wasn't really made aware that black people were coming here like that. They knew people were coming here, but the shock of them being black and not really explaining to them the cultural differences helped inflame the racism. Do you get what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
understand some of the resentment that some elders used to have, in the fact that if you've worked 20, 30 years for your career, you're stable, you get a job to migrate, you come here, and then you've been basically conned. Do you get what I
And
mean?
you know that they are really Germans, right?
Oh yeah, I know the Queen's family is German. Yeah, because
Mm-hmm.
her uncle didn't want to take on the role because he got married to an American author, so he abdicated the throne for her, which meant that she was called back with her husband to take over the throne. So yeah, listen, there's a whole heap of mix up blue blood something going on there. They marry there up until like Charles's sort of generation. They didn't marry common, what they would determine as peasants or commoners. They married first or second cousins. So the
Uh-huh.
Queen's
Because they wanted to
husband,
protect the wealth.
yeah, the Queen's husband is technically, I can't remember what, he's a cousin, but he's like a distant cousin. So that's where the whole sort of blue bloods term come from, keeping it pure, keeping it within the family. It's more Charles's generation onwards that started marrying out. Diana was a part of an a wealthy family that was within aristocracy,
Right, right.
because her grandmother and Charles's grandmother were best friends. They arranged their marriage before they were born. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So moving forward, all the sort of hypocrisy with the royal family that they were worried over Harry's child was because of the fact that although Meghan Markle is biracial, her mum is black. Her mum passed on mitochondrial
And
DNA
it's
to her.
yeah, it's
So there
about
was
the mother.
always the chance that, sometimes you skip a gene or there's a throwback and that melanin might come straight through. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't ready for that. And that's not what they wanted. But
Yeah, it's a trip.
yeah. So, but we can see, from what everything else that's going on with you guys in America, that you're basically you're not far off the point that we are, with what's happened to our community. The difference is with the technology and everything that's going on, you ladies have more information than we were ever told about what was going on because of the mammies that were around and the men dictating what was going on. Do you get what I mean? And obviously,
Mm-hmm.
the 80s, the 90s, we weren't so far with where we are now with the Me Too movement, feminism, the different branches. Do you get what I'm saying? And the things that we've been able to come together as a collective to put in place is
I'm
about.
with the Me Too movement. I'm sorry. I don't see no reason to be against the Me Too movement.
No, I'm not against it, but obviously it took time for it to get where it was, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's taken time to get to this point. So in moving forward, it's about how we work together as sisters, and supporting each other to make sure that those laws, especially the Protect the Black Women and Black Girls Bill, gets pushed through. Because like I was saying to Suave and T-Duck, indirectly, they still benefit from it because their daughters get protected, their
And
mistresses, their
the
wives.
young boys, they talking about don't abort, but then it's like the young boys get, if women are protected, the children are protected.
Exactly. So I'm not even going to get into the whole hashtag abort thing because my body, my choice. I don't feel the need to explain to these emotional dust mites out there about why my decision is my decision. It's my decision, full stop. And whatever ladies decide to do with their body, that's their choice, and I will support them with it.
Now, where is everybody else? Because I've enjoyed this conversation, but I'm feeling alone.
Sorry for
I'm
you.
starting to feel
MJ,
not
I think
you.
she got
It ain't
kicked off
you.
while she was driving. Moon, are you there? You still getting your hair done, sweetheart?
Moon. We got 50
Mm.
though. It's 50 watching, so we holding down.
Hey, everybody. Hope everybody's okay in the chat. I hope everybody's enjoying the new year. Happy New Year, all. Oh, gosh.
Where are our posers? I'm gonna have to go. Let me mute. So I can go and see like the real stream because I'm in StreamYard. It's slow.
I don't know if there is any opposers, and if they do oppose, then they can come up. But I don't have control of the stream. Moonflower does, so they can wait in the back and see if Moon can let them on if anybody wants to talk about it.
When did they do a stream called Barbershop Calls the Police on Me? They're somewhere else. People are somewhere else's.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was off mute then. Hey, Moon.
I'm back.
You're back. So I don't know if you've been listening
Yeah.
while you've been getting your hair done.
They
Anything you
live
want
on
to
a different channel.
Who live on a different channel?
Suave Homeless Barber Calls Feds on Me. They're
Let them go
live
with
somewhere
you.
else because I'm looking at it right now.
That happened the other day. That happened the other day. Is he live on the argument believe? Because I know me and Free Spirit
It's
supposed to have a
46
versus
watching right
tonight.
now. It's 46 watching.
Let them watch if they want
It's
to go over
Vita
there and
and
watch.
the blue.
Obviously,
He
there's
must be
certain things that
live
we talk
on the
about.
argument league too.
It's the argument league on the same channel.
I know, but is it the argument league? Okay. Yeah, we finna go over the Suave stream because I know me and Free Spirit having a versus tonight. We doing Paramore versus Avril Lavigne.
Oh, what? Paramore versus Avril Lavigne? Okay. What time's that supposed to be happening?
I got Paramore. Free Spirit got Avril Lavigne.
Okay.
I just
Listen to
gotta put together
everybody.
my list right.
No problem, sis. For everybody in the chat, thank you for hanging in there with us and adding to the conversation in the chat. Hopefully everybody's been able to get some information out of this. And, thank you for hanging in there. Moon, thank you for doing the stream.
Of course.
Peace.
And we finna take shots for y'all. We went to the store and got some motherfucking drinks. Got some motherfucking beer.
I had when it got me some
bars. We finna turn up.
Oh my God, I'm already turning.
Oh yeah. We finna get lit
Love
for y'all.
Go ahead, dear. Go ahead.
Okay, see y'all in Suave panel. What you say? Tell them I'm
all right, ladies. Catch you on the next
later.
Bye.
Bye, y'all. That can hear you talking about when you all these motherfucking drugs. Oh shit. Baby, let them know. Motherfucking drugs. I be tripping.